Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Hello everybody, as usual, we will start as soon as somebody comes on to talk. The topic of today's show is, if you had ultimate power, if you had godlike ability, what would you do for or to the world? Hello everybody, welcome again to another episode of the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well this evening, tonight, this morning, today, this afternoon, wherever you are on this planet. So today, tonight, whatever it is, wherever you are on the Finding Gnosis show, we're going to ask a question that may be interesting. I hope it won't get us into trouble. I'm not asking for anything that might be illegal to be said, but I'm asking the question, not what is wrong with the world. I'm not asking, to get political. I'm not asking who is to blame. I'm not asking which party, which system, which tyrant, which billionaire, which ideology, which religion, which historical grievance, misdeed, which modern machine of capitalism has brought us to this strange and feverish place that we find ourselves in. No, I'm asking something more revealing than all of that. I'm asking something in relation to you as an individual. What would you, as an individual, having your subjective experience here in this strange existence, do if somehow or other ultimate power with no bounds was placed into your hands? If the world were given to you to mold like wet clay, if every rule or law could be rewritten by your will, if every border could be gerrymandered to your liking, or could be erased and discarded with, if every tyrant could be removed, every single one of them, if every institution could be torn down and rebuilt anew in a new way of your choosing, if every mouth could be fed, would you feed them? If every cruelty could be punished, would you dole out the punishment? If every dream of justice, revenge, aesthetic beauty, order, equality, peace, freedom, truth, order, as I said, discipline, or abundance for all, if that was all suddenly possible, what would you do? What then? It's very easy, guys and lassies, to complain from below. It's very easy to moralize from the sidelines as an observer of politics. It's very easy to say what they should do, what governments should do, what rich people should do, what men should do, what women should do, what straight people should do, what society should do, what the West should do, what humanity should do. But would power change you and your direction? Think about it. Would power corrupt you? When you have no power, you speak whimsically in a wishful manner. If you had power, would you still be singing the same tune? That is what interests me, not the fantasy. I'm asking you to reach inside your soul. Think very deeply. What would you do if you had ultimate power? And what would that reveal about you as an individual? Because many people claim they simply do good if they had ultimate power. But what is good? What is good? Good for whom? Good in whose eyes? Good under what ideology? Good by whose standard? And good for how long? How long before the good turns bad? How would you keep it in a state of goodness? One person's order perhaps is another person's prison. So, if you had power, folks, what would you do? What would you abolish? What would you build? What would you give? What would you take? Because the road to hell is not only paved with good intentions, it's paved sometimes with certainty. People being very sure of what they're doing in a world as chaotic as this one. So, guys, that's the little introduction. I'm asking you to step up, say hello, come on the Finding Gnosis show, and get the conversation flowing. Perhaps we will find Gnosis together in our shared musings on this subject. If you want to help us find Gnosis, easiest way to do that is to share the stream. Share it somewhere. Those of you already on the panel, if you've got a YouTube channel, share it in your community posts, share it on your Facebook, share it on Twitter, share it on Reddit, Discord. Ask people to come and share their thoughts on what they think is going on and what they think should be done. We need more voices. We need more individual perspectives to compare and contrast against our own so that we can perhaps forge a better future for ourselves. Set Scales, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Welcome, welcome. I do hope you are exceedingly well. Set Scales. Set Scales, if you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
Well, hello, greetings to you and everyone else. First, I would say that human beings already have inherent power. We have the power to choose. We have the power to say no, and we have the power to carve out a path for ourselves in this life to do what we want to do. And the trick is to realize that power instead of giving it to other people. But by ultimate power, I assume you mean something godlike where I'm going to think it and then it just happens.
Absolutely.
So if I was God or something like that, based on my principles, I wouldn't do anything, because my principles revolve around each individual expressing themselves and living their life the way they want to. People need to be able to make their own choices. And if there was some ultimate power, whether it was me or anyone else coming here and trying to solve our problems, we human beings would learn nothing. So, you know, my whole understanding of God is basically an eternal principle which uh, extends itself to everything that exists. So if it was to do that, it would just basically be interfering with its own growth. And if I was to do that, I would be interfering with each individual's own growth by making the world better the way I think it would be. But, you know, if we reduced the level of power and I was like, I don't know, like someone like Superman, well, then I probably would set out on a data collecting mission of evidence where I would gather pictures and reports, and then I would compile them into a comprehensive report and release it to the public, or maybe just release the images separately and do a report separately. But the only way I think that the world would change would be if we found a way to use our power and ability to make people see the world differently so they can change their minds and perception.
And okay, nice. But I'm asking, what would you do if you already had ultimate power and it wasn't a matter of trying to persuade people? You could do it all.
Well, like I said, I wouldn't do anything because, as far as I know, that would go against the principle of sovereignty of life.
Nothing needs to be done.
Well, there's definitely a lot that needs to be done, but we need
You have the possibility of doing anything you want and you wouldn't do anything.
Probably not to the earth. I don't know what I would do.
And by the world, I mean society, our experience of existence. Yeah,
Well,
the geographic world.
If I really
You could do
was
anything you want, and you
power,
wouldn't do anything. You had that afternoon of, freedom, and you would choose not to utilize it in any way. Wow.
So it's only lasting an afternoon.
You can get a lot done in an afternoon if you have ultimate power set scales.
So if I was a human and then I had ultimate power and then I went back to being a regular human, then I would probably blow up several cities that I consider to be evil. Well, it wouldn't necessarily be the cities. It would be the cities that live within nations that rule the nations but are their own separate jurisdiction, like the Vatican and DC. And I probably would also destroy all the military weapons in an instance. So there'd be no legislators, there'd be no militaries. I probably would try to make technology less centralized and make it more decentralized. And then I would try and rewrite education so that individuals aren't going through this Prussian model outcome-based Soviet.
I'm glad you don't have godlike abilities, because you would have the ability to, remove corrupt power, tyrants, systems you didn't like. You'd still choose to kill millions of civilians by blowing up cities.
Well, I wouldn't have to necessarily blow up the city. I said that, but all I would really need to do is just remove the buildings and then, let the people, I don't know, figure it out from there. Now,
I'm not impressed, Set Scales. You could have done a lot more. Could have done a lot more with your ultimate power. You didn't set up any system. You didn't set up a future. You just knocked down the old order.
Well, the order is the problem. The human-made order is the problem. What people need to do is, like I said, they need to revert back to a decentralized system where they respect individual freedom, they respect life. An ultimate power can't do that for them without violating that same respect of life. So if, like I said, if I was a human and then I became this ultimate power for a limited time, and then I went back to being a human, I'm bringing my mortal egoic experiences into that. So like I said, anyone doing anything with that ultimate power is ultimately going to look bad, because that's not what ultimate power looks like. It's not just going around changing the world. So I would say probably anyone that comes up here is going to say bad things if they really want to change the world with that ultimate power.
So you're worried about how you would look. You have the chance to save the world, to do anything you wanted, and you're worried about mere appearances, your damn reputation.
No, I'm worried about interfering with individual sovereignty. That's what matters. Is individuals, they need to live their life the way they.
Why do anything then? Yeah, so you wouldn't do anything then, is what you're saying. You go back to your original point, whereas you said you wouldn't do anything.
No,
so if you wouldn't do anything, when you have ultimate power to affect other people's lives and direct them, why enact your power at all, ever, even when you don't have ultimate power? Are you not still trying to manipulate people? Are you still not trying to overcome them in a sense with your views, your will?
Well, yes, in a sense I am, but I try my hardest to align my will to what is truth, and I try to present the truth as honestly as I can on my channel and in my writings.
Okay, Set Scales. Okay, well, look, brother, thanks for coming on here, getting the show started. I really appreciate that. We'll go through some of the comments. Stay around, Set Scales. We'll need you to keep the conversation flowing. Hello to Retro, who says, greetings, plot holes, plebs, and truth seekers. Good to see you, Retro. I do hope you come on and join us. RR says they would do nothing. This is a simulation. Interesting. Come on and tell us about that. That would be an interesting conversation for sure. Hanko Flamio says, Dominic, do come on, Hank. I know you're a bit of a conversational artist, so come on and give us the glory of your words. We would like to hear from you. Philip says he would force everyone to be decent towards other people. For example, stop them ignoring humanity's debt slavery. Well, Philip, you often leave comments in the live chat. Why not come up and talk about it? Tell us what you actually mean. Go into a little bit more detail. Allow us to ask you a few questions about what the hell you're going on about. I'd appreciate that, and I'm sure others would too. Perhaps you would help us going forwards as a people, and perhaps you might even help us gain Gnosis. Hank O'Flamio says he's not learning anything except that this universe sucks and must be overridden. We can do better than this. Okay, Hank, that's interesting. Come on and tell us how you think we can do better, and also why you think this universe sucks. Philip says he would stop people being able to censor. Well, I'm going to just hide that comment until you come on and talk to us, Philip. See if you actually mean what you say. Salutations to Brother Marcus. Yeah, he gets a little hello from Robin, who is here on the panel with us. And Hank says he'll be on in about an hour. Okay. Well, I'll share the stream now, guys. The link to the stream in the live chat. So anybody who wants to come on can. The link will be there. Hopefully, a few more will hop on at this early stage, and we can really dive into matters in a faster manner so that we get the most out of the show. Robin, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. The question is, if you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
Thank you. Hi, DNW. Hi, everybody that's in the chat. I love the format of your show. Let me just say that beginning. Okay, let me get with the most outrageous thing first. If I had ultimate power to achieve anything, the first thing that I would do would be automatically terraform Mars so that it's absolutely perfect for humans to live on it. And I would temporarily relocate all of the humans of the world to Mars in roughly the same geographical order. And we'd all stay there for a bit. Hopefully we wouldn't notice the difference too much. And we'd give our little old planet like 50 years to just be itself and recuperate.
Interesting. And what else would you do, Robin?
And obviously, because I bothered to write my fantastic book, I would like to get the knowledge of my book's existence and give people
you vainglorious narcissist. You would ask to get your book out there rather than actually do what the book suggests. You wouldn't have to worry about people reading the book. You have ultimate power. You could bring about any system you want, but you just want people to read your book. Wow.
There's one thing that Seth said earlier as well, and the fact that he would do nothing. I've already done my Mars thing, which is a big thing, but the fact that he would do nothing, that worries me a little bit. But everything that he said that he would do without doing it, I agree with all of it. He was talking about updating education. He was talking about creating better systems. He was talking all of the stuff that he actually did say at the beginning of this of the video. I was like, go there. Yeah, I like it. I really, really like it. And I don't want to force my book on anybody. I don't want to force them to enter into the possibilities that my book offers, because it's very important. My book has a get out clause. You can step into the book, try the system. If you don't like it, you can step straight back out and come back to the old world. I think I don't want to affect anybody else's freedom of choice, even though I wouldn't give them a choice.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Deep down, you want your book to be a major success. You want it to change hearts and minds. You want it to change people's will into a direction of your choosing and your liking. Don't lie to me. You are a vainglorious, narcissistic bastard. You want it to be all your way, and that's really what you want deep down. So stop pussyfooting around, Robin. Not only do you want people to read, not only do you want to read the book, you want the existence to change into a way that you feel would suit your ideology.
Yes, I want them to do that, but I also want them to feel.
Just be honest. That's what you want, Robin.
I said yes.
Okay, so what would you do if you had? What would you do if you had ultimate power? What would you do if you had ultimate power, Robin?
So those two things. The one thing, I would relocate everybody to a perfectly terraform Mars for a little bit. You know, create a nice little portal that they could all you know, walk through, get to the new Mars, and obviously come back eventually. But just to have the opportunity to give our little planet like 50 years rest so that it can, you know, have a breathe and all of that. And secondly, I would want everybody in the world to try my system. But if they don't like it, then tell me that I'm a narcissistic whatever, and I can prove it because I lived in your system for 3 months, 6 months, and I feel even worse than I did before I tried it. That's it.
You know, I just thought of something new. If you have ultimate power,
hey, mate, so one of you mute yourself, Robin, when you're not talking, and set scales. You need to get closer to your microphone, mate. Go ahead, set scales.
Yeah, I was saying if you had ultimate power, you wouldn't even need to operate within time. So now I just thought what I would probably do is I would just go back to the moment when civilization formed and messed everything up, and I would make it form in a more coherent, sustainable manner. and we live in
Just
a
how the
totally
hell
different
would you
world.
do that, set scales?
Well, first we have to know what was happening then. Basically, there was a time period when civilization was coming about. They offered tools and agriculture and surplus and production in a way that previous societies did not have. And so the people flocked to these means of production, but in exchange for this, it came at the cost of their freedom. Okay, and this is why every mythology is talking about a golden age where there were gods walking on the earth and everyone was a god, because before this happened, everyone owned themselves. They didn't have to answer to a central authority. They could live and move in the world as they wanted to. The only authority they really answered to was the survival of their community and nature, and that was it. So I would basically find a way to make society reject these central authorities and combine the means of production with a more sustainable way of living, or with the freedom they had before. Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat that? What type of authority would you get them to reject?
Centralized authority. Centralized authority that operates based off of
Would you not
coercion.
be trying to become the central authority by imposing your way of being on everybody?
No, because I would be trying to create an egalitarian system like what existed before.
Yeah, but that system would be under your choosing. You would be the authority of, be the center of it.
Well, I would try to find a way. I think, because you said it's only like an afternoon we have this power or whatever. But
right,
whatever time I have, I would just try to make it so that
stop pussyfooting around, guys.
Doesn't
there's no need to be wimps about this. Just tell us what you goddamn want and tell us what you do. Hello to Objective Ethics. He says, help the show hit the algorithm by giving the stream a like and share it on your community tabs. Appreciate the advice and support there, Objective Ethics. That would be nice if people did that. That goes for wherever you're watching it, even if you're watching it on the Social Experimentalist channel. This is the Finding Gnosis show. You can watch it on Twitter. You can watch it on YouTube on the Finding Gnosis channel. You can watch it on... someone's making noise. You can watch it on... Sorry, I've got a bit of music playing here. I don't know where it's coming from. Where's that music coming from? Can you hear it?
No.
Right. 1 second. I've got music playing in. I don't know where it's coming from. Anyway, the point is you can share it and you can, you can share it and you can get people here. The algorithm will be beneficially helping us. Okay, guys, keep talking. I've got gospel music playing in my headset. I've got to try and figure out where this is coming from. I'll be right back.
Here's all I'm going to say is humanity, I would basically force them to synthesize the egalitarian lifestyle they had before civilization with the technology that built civilization. Okay, and is that force or coercion? Yeah, probably. But like I said, you cannot exert ultimate power on individuals without using force or coercion.
About that, guys. I had a full-blown gospel music playing. It was from the other stream we did the other day on the internet pills. So yeah, I don't know why, but in a different tab, that show was playing, and it was very loud and it take my attention away. I couldn't understand you guys either. It was really loud. That's quite funny actually from my side, but you don't even know what I'm talking about because you didn't experience it. It was just my subjective reality.
I fully understand.
This is the song, actually. This is what was playing in my, so you could know.
Brothers, sisters, wonders in the dark. They gave us many pills, but they never told us who made them or why. I was born into a world already spinning. Voices all around me telling me how to live in it. Blue pill comfort, everything is fine. But something in my spirit said that can't be right. They said don't look deeper, just play your part. But there was a quiet fire burning in my heart. Truth kept knocking, wouldn't leave me be. Said, child, there's more than what you see. Oh Lord, which pill shall I take tonight? The one that shows the truth or keeps me blind. Red or blue, black or white. Tell me, Lord, which one leads to light? Oh, Lord, I'm standing at the edge of sight. Too awake to sleep, too scared to fight. If I see it all, will I be free? Is the truth just another prison for me? Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, that was just what was happening to me earlier on. I just wanted you to understand the trouble I was in, the deep trouble. Couldn't hear any of you, and that was playing full blast in my headset. So we have Isaac Spiritman. You're on the Fighting Gnosis show. The question is, if you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
I think we're missing something that's been lost. Instead of create something new, I'd be like looking to unlock the real DNA potential of our bodies without what we've been fed or like chemically changed or DNA changed or whatever through many different things, whether natural or man-made. So then I'd be looking into the fully unlocking of the brain, and I'd be fully like looking at like something we've lost. I think we used to be able to access the full potential of our energy fields, our torus fields, our things we don't even understand. I just barely know what I'm saying. I don't know. That's why I'll be going down that road to restore like the full potential of the brain, the heart connection, and like peace on earth. That would bring something after that would later show fruit. That would be like a nice seed planted. I don't know. I wouldn't like do something physical. I would do something spiritual in the mind, in the heart, in the brain, So that's the only thing I got off that question.
Okay, buddy. That's an interesting take. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. So you'd give us a sense of peace?
Yeah, like if we could restore that, what we've read about, whether I think it's happened in our past, we don't have any real evidence except for like the alignment of the pyramids to the stars are pretty highly mathematically made. It made me think people came together to grow and they came together to build and create and use their creativity. I think we lost that natural essence, like to be self-governed by the soul, to be self-governed by the mind and the heart that's aligned to nature in a peaceful manner. That's what I would restore. I wouldn't go any other step. Yeah.
Thank you for that, brother.
Cool, that's all I got.
Appreciate you, Isaac, and it's great to see you here.
I was muted the last second. Sorry.
No. You said that's all you got, and I heard it, and it's great to have you here, brother. It's good to see you, Isaac, as always.
Am I muted still?
No, we can hear you, mate. We can hear you.
It must be offset. Okay, cool.
No worries, mate. Nefarious Rockers, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. The question is, if you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
So the best thing would be to enact David Pearce's vision of the world and bring upon super gradients of bliss. I don't see anything better than that, since that would solve everything. And even as animals were being eaten alive, or even as people are in the seas, at least there would be super gradients of bliss instead. So I don't. So there is hardly.
You would mess with the hedonic settings of all life to make sure that it never suffered in a way that it couldn't bear.
Yes.
And you gain inspiration for that from David Pearce, the famous transhumanist.
Yes.
Okay, a friend of yours. Interesting. I think that's an interesting take, guys. We'll see what everyone thinks of that in a while. We had Grazy Guru. You're on the Finding Gnosis show, brother. If you had ultimate power, what would you do for the world? Sam, I'm going to let this guy. Just give me a moment, guys. I just want to make sure I'm not familiar with his name. Just give me a second. Sam, can you? Hello? Oh, he's gone. He's gone. He must have been a troll. Okay, go ahead, Grazy Guru. If you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
Well, I think my short, honest answer would be to share it, but that would be boring to say. So I'd say that maybe an answer close to, I'd like everybody to be given the option to understand what I deem as love is. So they had the opportunity to at least see what I believe is a true realization of what love can be. And just that option to see it, so they had a choice for themselves. But otherwise, the real answer to the question for me is I would share it, or at least find a way to share it.
Share the world.
No, share the power.
Share the power. Oh, okay.
You said if I had ultimate power, what would I do with it? I said, share it.
Yeah, but you see, if you share it, it will be dissipated and it will be less in its effect, perhaps. So you have all in your hands. You could do anything. You could.
Wait a minute. Would it be? I don't agree there.
Okay. We'll go into that later. Thank you for your disagreement. Should make for an interesting conversation. Appreciate you, Guru. Objective ethics. Wonderful to see you, brother. If you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
Hey, family. I just want to start by saying it's such a pleasure to be able to come up here and share time with you. Really love your platform. You're doing such a fantastic job. And hello to everyone on the panel, everyone in the comments. So you probably already know what my answer is going to be. I would actually do what I'm doing right now, but hopefully it would have ultimate effect if I had this ultimate power. But I would help people to understand what it takes to live a good life. I think everybody wants to live a good life. And I really appreciate what some of the earlier people were saying about personal autonomy and how important that is to give people the opportunity to reach these conclusions by themselves. So if I could just help people to understand what it actually takes to live a good life, which is, of course, to have self-respect, live the virtuous life. You cannot live a good life, the good life that we all want to live, if we don't have self-respect. And in order to obtain self-respect, we must be able to respect each other equally and understand that we're all equals. And hopefully, if I just fed the universe that one little nugget, then they would take that and understand, that they're chasing drugs and alcohol, they're chasing fame and fortune, they're chasing their religious beliefs. None of that is actually bringing them the good life that they really want to live. And we would all just start getting along. We'd put away the bombs and the wars. We'd start feeding the poor, start chasing advancements in medicine, working together. And it would just really solve all the world's problems because we'd have equal respect for each other. And I think that it would be a project that people would work on together, which would give people this sense of accomplishment. And it would just increase the value of the whole project so much. But ultimately, people's autonomy needs to be respected as much as possible, in my opinion. I really like what the guys were saying about that earlier. So you want self-respect, or you want to live a good life. I want to live a good life. We both need self-respect to achieve that. We need to live a virtuous life to have self-respect, which means we need to have wisdom. We need to have courage. We need to have justice, and we need to understand what fairness means, that we treat like cases alike, that we're all equal. We're all equal because we're all human beings, ontologically speaking. There's no difference between men or women, black or white, red or yellow, so on and so forth. And we all have the same basic human needs.
There you go, guys.
Oh, go ahead, brother. Yeah, we all get hungry. We all need a coat on our back. We all need some. We all need companionship.
We do indeed. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. You kind of cut out there for a moment, and I thought you'd finished. Sorry. Wonderful answer there, guys. And as he already mentioned, there was a thread of connection to a lot of what all the rest of you were saying in terms of, not wanting to be too tyrannical, wanting to connect and allow others to flourish in their own right to the best of their abilities. So that's nice to hear, Now, there's a few people in the chat here that it's good to see you. This one here made me laugh because Sharon is Karen. Now, obviously, that's a play on because sharing is caring. Are you coming on here, brother? It would be great to see you. Do come on. Link is in the live chat. Please come on and tell us what you think of this idea and what you would do if you had ultimate power for or to the world. Brother Marcus says you're rocking a lot there, Guru. I presume that's just a self-soothing coping strategy, or maybe it's to get your cerebral juices flowing. Is this something you do? Tell us why you rock like that.
It's not a why, it's not a decision, but I do appreciate the question. A lot of people ask. I mean, my wife asks me sometimes, am I okay when I do it? Because it could be for several different things. Like you said, soothing. But in this case, it's meditative. It means if I want to listen to someone, if I'm just going to meditative trance, I can actually listen to you rather than sitting in drawers and off thinking about something else because I'm not interested. So if I feel that the subject isn't interesting, but I should at least be empathic enough to listen so I know that and not be ignorant. So I rock instead. And so I stay in that moment of listening to you. Even though it's not something that interests me, I'm still being empathic in listening because that's what I charge you for.
So there we go, guys. If we are speaking and he's rocking, we know we're not being terribly interesting to this fella.
The time
but at least he's trying to listen.
However, yes, I don't have to be interested for Gnosis. Sometimes we don't always have interest in what people say. However, I am interested in Gnosis, which is what the rocking is. It's saying my fundamental interest is curiosity. So I'm just going into that. So I'm not in my intellectual or intuitive. You haven't hit any of them perceptual curiosities, but my general curiosity is there. So without any, so I'm not in any judgment. I'm literally just absorbing everything you're saying without judging it or anything. And then they all come in and just feed me without any oh, wait a minute, that's in my realm, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Brother Marcus says, glad you were okay. He was just, wondering what was going on there.
I know. I love Marcus. He's great.
I'm going to say...
Tony Whitcomb says, is this Danny Shine's channel or not? This is the Finding Gnosis show. It is restreaming on Danny Shine's channel. So hello to all of you watching there. You can also watch it on the Finding Gnosis YouTube channel, where it originates from. We are beaming out from the Finding Gnosis show all over the world, and dare I say it, all over the universe. Kizum says, you rock. And he's talking to you, Guru. There you go. So, guys, you said you haven't been terribly interested. You're being empathetic. But have any of you been perturbed or annoyed or, thought that some of the stuff people were saying was a little bit banal?
No, just interested in the neutral way.
Let's go to the points of contention. Has anybody said something that is a little bit out there, perhaps a little bit, unnecessary or maybe pointless or narcissistic, whatever the take may be? We'll get rid of that first before we try to move towards some union on matters.
I don't remember what Nefarious Rockers said. What did he say?
Nefarious, go for it. Repeat yourself, sir.
I would enact David Pierce's vision and bring the world to superhuman bliss.
Yeah, so basically
pain, there would be bliss.
Basically he wants to meddle with DNA itself to make sure that all life experiences only joy and bliss, and it doesn't experience any suffering that it cannot bear. So he literally he wants to dive into the world of wild animal, wildlife, all humanity, and meddle with genetics to ensure that no life suffers in an abysmal way ever again. Everybody is smiling, even when they are being eaten alive. What do you think of Nefarious Rocker's ideas, hopes, and dreams? What do you think of the fact that he would do this?
The motto of a slaver.
He had ultimate power.
Like I said, the motto of a slaver. Someone who wants to enslave you will want to do the best for you. And I would hate that. I love my pain and misery. I love it. I love suffering. I love all that. So you would take away my freedom to give everybody some universal bliss. I would see that as a dogmatic slavery. I see it as a cruelty to the world, and you have no reason, you have no right to do that to anybody. And you would be in at best time convinced to enslave other people for their best interests. I'm not saying you personally. I'm saying the ideology that you pursue in there. Sorry.
No, if I got a little something I came across with that. I think the only problem with that is, I think without the ups and downs, if we were just solid, like perfect, pure robot, kind of angel, whatever you want to call it, then we wouldn't understand true life, and we wouldn't understand our consciousness, because it would just be a flat line of purity. There would be no ups and downs. There would be no change. So that's like, I mean, I get the natural death and stuff like that, like natural pain, natural stuff. I'm not talking like evil stuff. Evil stuff I'd get rid of too. But when it comes to like, if we were going to live immortally, I don't know, because I would think that there's a process of death naturally, unless that was changed. Maybe we weren't supposed to die, you know, who knows?
But going back to what Nefarious Rockers is suggesting that he'd do, guys, what do you think? Crazy Guru thinks it's a tyrannical imposition, and he actually likes suffering, so he wouldn't want it. Objective ethics, I'm really interested to hear your view on it. What do you think that of this fact, that the fact that if Nefarious Rockers had ultimate power, he would impose on all life a system whereby the hedonic settings of all life would be genetically meddled with, so that there was no suffering that was unwanted? We would be experiencers of life, but our settings wouldn't allow us to feel overly sad, overly upset, overly in physical pain, because our genetics wouldn't allow for such.
Well, I don't want to assume the worst here, because I've never heard his full explanation of this model, but I'm confused a little bit, because does that mean that we're not changing or inspiring change in any behaviors? We're just giving a reward and some kind of like elevated rewards or sense of reward for every behavior? Because doesn't that mean that we're just like, what about the people that are doing really terrible shit out there? Are they going to feel extra good about it? I mean, I guess I'm confused.
Nefarious Rockers, care to expound on your original utteration?
Yes, so I would like superhuman bliss for
Can you speak a little bit louder, Nefarious?
I'd like superhuman bliss for everyone, for every single wildlife, animal, and human being. And I don't see any problem with that, because if there was only superhuman bliss, there wouldn't be any problem. Everyone would just be feeling superhuman bliss all the time. And I heard someone that were saying one needs downs in order to have ups, but according to this change in the world, there would only be ups. There wouldn't be any other problems.
I would say if it kept going up, that would make sense. But if it was flat, then it wouldn't make sense.
Well, it still doesn't make sense to me, because it's hunger that drives us to cultivate food, right? So if we're always just in this state of bliss, what's our motivation to actually address any problems like cancer or hunger or anything at all? Like, why would we want to go help it feels good to help other people, but if I'm already feeling good just sitting on my couch, I'm in this like utopia.
Right. Why would you get out of bed? That's what I mean. Why would you get out of bed? Well, you don't need to. You're in bliss. Why would you have interaction with your wife and children? Why would you go outside? I'm saying no more. You guys, I'm FX brought up anyway, not me. I was just jumping on board and stealing it, because I agree with him.
No, this needs to be talked about. This is what the show is for. Let's get into it, because obviously, at some point, humans may have the potential to do this kind of thing, and should they? It's all part of the conversation. Don't think that this is mere fantasy. We could, at some point, get to the situation where, humans could be plugged in to a system that allows them to feel continuous bliss. Is that the right way forward? And also, should we be meddling with wild animals' affairs? Should we be imposing our views on them, our values? Or should we leave them the hell alone? These are all part of this conversation. So, it would be interesting to hear your thoughts on it all.
Well, here's my thing is the only way I could possibly see this happening would be if you create an organism that is just, they're all the same, because you can't get around real life dangers. It would have to be constantly adapting to the dangers around it, like the Borg or something. It would have to be a hive mind where the individual cannot be caught up in their own past and their own sufferings and trauma. It would have to be hooked up to some sort of collective that basically is programmed on bliss, as he describes it. And so no individuality is what it sounds like to me. Is what
it sounds very much like he's willing to sacrifice all of that for a continuous state of bliss. He's willing to sacrifice the continuity of one's identity, one's memories, one's narrative of what life is about. As long as everybody feels bliss, he feels that doesn't really matter. What do you say to that?
What do we mean by bliss, by the way? Is there a chance at some point, if someone's going to answer you, but at some point we can answer, what do we mean by bliss? Just in case Nefarious is and everybody's different. To me, bliss isn't the same, but the way you described it was more like, a positive bliss or something like ecstasy. But to me, bliss is more having a balance with yourself and nature and having that. I'm only going to use balance because I don't want to get because you asked the question, but that's what bliss means to me is balance. But like I said, it seemed like someone was explaining it more like ecstasy, not balance. So that's what I really mean by bliss. But is that the way Nefarious is actually saying bliss here? Is he saying ecstasy?
Nefarious, that question is to you, brother. Your time has come.
Yes, pure
It is your
bliss,
time to talk.
absolute pleasure instead of any pain. And I think the problem of suffering is such a great problem that I'd be willing to sacrifice people's identities if it meant for superhuman bliss. There could, and there are some, there could be some pitfalls. What if someone, what would prevent people from doing bad things? Wouldn't people become psychopathic and have no regards for others? Well, I guess if one had the ultimate power, one could even change people's behaviors too. But
Everyone go quiet. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you, brother. I can hear you, but the gentleman, he'd cut out, I guess. So would it feel blissful when I stub my toe? Because pain tells me that my ass is on fire. I need to put my ass out. I guess I'm really confused about this. And like the spirit man said, I agree. You can't have courage without fear. But if I just grant that we could somehow magically attain this feeling of courage without ever having to face our fears, okay, I could grant that for the thought experiment. But then I'm back to where, like I said before, is it because the psychopathy, psychotic behavior, these people actually do get a sensation of elation or bliss or excitement when they do terrible things to other people, unimaginable, inhumane things to other people when the mind is twisted and bent. So what is the motivation for regular people to not engage in this behavior? Well, it's the fact that it would really, it causes a visceral sensation within us even to think about doing terrible things to other people. I would hope for most of us, right? Which is why we don't do bad, like the worst of the worst shit. Most of us do not have somebody locked in our basement, and there's a very good reason for that, because we would feel horribly wrong about that. But if everything was blissful, there's nothing that motivates me to do something good, because everything feels good. I feel like I'm missing the point that I'm trying to straw man or misrepresent his position, because I can't believe that's what he's suggesting.
Well, the thing is, objective ethics is if everyone is in a state of bliss, everyone is thinking the same way. There's really no difference between the people if everyone is subjected to bliss. And this is the material world where we live in a realm of danger and possibility, where things matter what they happen. So if you break your leg, you're going to have to live with those consequences. You can find bliss, but you're not going to get rid of suffering without creating some sort of hive mind that's constantly adapting to the harm of the world.
I was going to say objective ethics. Do you find also, like I normally say Nefarious is, I'm not saying Nefarious is, a nihilist or something, but that opinion normally comes from a nihilist point of mind. I remember being in that zone myself, a bit nihilistic and thinking something similar to that. but also it's like a similar sort of thing as antinatalism. They're saying it's all to do with suffering, see, and so there's suffering, we don't like it, therefore children is bad or something. Do you see a link also there? Like they're like nihilistic approach, like people whose spirit have just been dampened for so long, they just get to the nihilistic point. What's the point anymore? I'm not saying anything is right or wrong. I'm just saying, do you see like a link there, a pattern?
Oh, I'm definitely picking up the anti-natalist vibes. As far as nihilism, to me, that's always an interesting topic because I'm on board with what Nietzsche said, and nihilism is only one step in the journey. Once you understand that there's not an objective goal per se, then what you do is you realize that you have the power to bring value to your own life. And then you strive to become the Uberman, which is to enjoy every experience. So there's so much beyond nihilism. Just because you abandon the idea, and of course Nietzsche was talking about God, if there's no God, there's no objective goal, right? There's no objective right or wrong per se. Then what's the value in life? Now, Nietzsche didn't believe in objective morality, but I actually do, because I believe all human beings are equal. So
I don't continue.
Yeah, I do depart from Nietzsche in that regard, but I do think that becoming the Uberman, and then like Nietzsche said, that the goal, once you become the Uberman and reach that state of awareness, that the value is in the journey and in the experiences. Like you were saying as well, brother, there's a certain value to experiencing suffering, to experiencing pain, so on and so forth. And so I think that once you understand what the true value is, then the goal is to teach other people, to become an educator. But I do agree that there's a connection there to antinatalism, ephilism, and all that stuff, which I'm adamantly opposed to those philosophies, because I think that they're creating a false dichotomy, a black and white fallacy, by saying that everything is suffering, and then only the good stuff only brings you to a ground zero, but it doesn't counter the suffering.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree with part of what you said towards the other. I mean, I do see some of the ethics they bring. There's value to a lot of antinatalist ethics, but their objective goals it's a dogmatic. As you said, it's this way or the other way. There's no in between. So I'm like,
can we have a compromise? I'd like to propose a compromise. Instead of bliss all the time, could we maybe have bliss centers where people have access to a bliss center where they put like a bliss jellyfish on you, and you can feel the sensation of bliss in a safe environment with
bliss jellyfish.
Oh, yeah.
Let him have his bliss jellyfish. I'm listening. Go on, Robin.
I'm all powerful now. I could just whip up a bliss jellyfish. I could whip up a bliss center with fully qualified bliss experts that have brilliant hearts, know how to look after people through their bliss.
Robin, can you get your microphone sorted out, because it's really annoying?
Is it
when you don't talk, there's immediately when you don't talk, there's this really annoying reverb. Is there not, guys?
I don't know why. Is it still there?
Yeah, it's still there. Yeah. It's there again.
You just did one of your buzz.
As soon as you unmute, Robin, you're not going to get anywhere with your ideology if you can't communicate clearly to the masses. They can't take you seriously, Robin. They're saying this man can't even control his audio settings, let alone change the world.
I want to hear about the jellyfish gods. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what did the jellyfish? Did the jellyfish agree to this imposition? Being placed on the head of some human being depressive so that they can feel good?
Your question, are the magic healing jellyfish is okay with this?
That sounds like those aliens from Futurama that are on people's heads and then they just take control of people.
Okay, guys, before we descend into a total circus, let's try and bring back some, serious conversation. Guru, I want you to go back to this topic here of, the hedonic settings. Do you think there is some call for some tampering with them, perhaps? Like, I mean, maybe you don't want to eradicate suffering so that we're sitting in a state of bliss all the time, but would you not be, theoretically okay with removing, the potential for extreme suffering.
So, I tell you what, better off. Just, are you able to just give me an example of extreme suffering? I'm not trying to be a dick. I just want to know what you mean by extreme
let's just
suffering.
say suffering that makes you suicidal, suffering that gives you immense physical pain to the degree that it destabilizes you to the point of uselessness. So you can't, so you get like excruciating, agonizing pain. That means you can't move, for example, that kind of thing.
Yes, I want, right. And so, I use Gnosis, right? So, let's just say, I understand all the suffering I think everybody's talking about, but to me, there's another form of suffering that I don't agree with, and it's a suffering that's unnatural that I call the demiurgic suffering, which is, I don't want to bring it up. You asked the question, but good and evil are knowledge. Yeah, I think that's the only true thing. If we solve that, all suffering will disappear. That's my opinion. It'll always be there because I did just pick it up. I worked backwards for years. It wasn't that, first of all. It was something else, and I kept working back. And I just don't want to talk about it too much because I always bring it up, and I don't want to take away the show from what it was. Yeah, but like I said, you asked the question, and it's about it. So yeah, the good and evil thing I always talk about. Again, if you asked me the question earlier, honestly, yeah, if you give me power, to be honest, I think I just give it away because I don't think me or anybody can be trusted. But if I was trying to play the game, that's the thing I'd say. I want to teach people there's no such thing as good and evil, and then all suffering will disappear over time eventually when we learn universally that all these dogmatic ways are just prison cells for our minds. And I've built a whole school of knowledge,
But what about pain that isn't built on, our thinking?
Like what?
What about physical pain?
I love physical pain. I don't. Give me an example of. Well, yeah, if I fall out of a tree and break my leg.
Fairness, it is Nefarious' wish. So, Nefarious, can you give him an example of the type of physical agony that you want to eradicate if you had ultimate power?
Burning alive, maybe. But yeah, let's go with that. Burning alive.
Well, why would I be burning alive? I don't understand. Why would I be burning alive?
No, you wouldn't be. But someone else might be.
Why would someone else be burning alive?
It happens.
I didn't say it didn't happen. I can understand that my thing of good and evil, where people play wars on each other and hurt each other, that's the cause of that. That's what I'm saying. But other than that, other than anything caused by good and evil, what physical thing are we talking about? Do you mean you want to just be able to jump off a cliff and just land and be, okay, let's get up. You want to be Iron Man, where your body doesn't make sense to me.
Well,
it's like everybody's wishing for something that goes into.
I want to ask the first question. So, if you had the ultimate power and you wanted to stop people from burning alive, are you just going to get rid of fire? Or are you just going to get rid of people's ability to burn and just walk through the fire? Like, how would you do that?
Both.
Both.
Yeah, I could do both. So even if people are burned, they wouldn't feel pain from it. But there are some drawbacks to that. What would prevent people from moving away from the danger then? But I think the problem and imposition of pain is such a great problem that it deserves to be tampered with. People deserve to not feel pain.
Even when the pain is natural and like there's something like Crazy Guru said they jump off a cliff. They don't deserve pain in those situations. What about a person who's building a house and they're suffering the pleasures of actually doing the work of building it themselves? Would you get rid of that pain?
Yeah, why not? Then they could have the pleasure from building a house instead of the pain from it.
Oh, what if a landslide falls on top of you and buries you alive and no one knows about it, and then you have to live underneath that landslide forever because you can't feel pain, just trapped under the pressure, continuing forever and ever and ever because you can't die or feel pain. Oh, that one's a hard one.
At least if there was on the head-on if one could only feel it,
Hello,
one, yeah.
guys. I have a question for you guys. Any one of you read a comic book?
What's
If
A particular one, or
if no one of you read comic books, then you have no idea of what a superpower is. Like for example, like if you take Superman or Spider-Man, and
this is the creator of superpowers, by the way, guys. He wrote the definition, and you're all incorrect, and he's absolutely correct. None of you understand what it is. He does because he reads comics. Okay, I'm following.
no, but take it from an objective point, okay? I don't know where you come from. I don't know where your level of education is.
I just speak it objectively.
Yes, exactly. That's great. That's great. But you have to understand, like the other guy was pointing out, he was naming like what if, but there is no what if when you reach awareness, when you reach awakening, because there will be nothing there.
Did you create it to know that? Or are you just guessing?
Create that is just very basic physics.
Basically, we all didn't know about it, but you did.
Basic physics?
Why are you attacking me? What's your problem?
Oh, this is attacking you? I do apologize. I thought this was finding Gnosis. I thought it was quite what?
Yeah, it's finding Gnosis.
If this is attacking you, I didn't understand I was attacking you. I was just asking questions.
Yeah, that is the way you ask questions. You know, you don't have to lie to me. You understand it for yourself.
No, I don't. But thank you for telling me about what I understand and what I don't understand.
Exactly. That's how you do it. That's fucking 7-year-old do that all the time. But anyway, like you have to understand that superpower, when you reach the ultimate, like Dr. Manhattan, man, there will be nothing.
Okay, Bob. Thank you for that. Merci beaucoup. I want to ask. I want to ask Nefarious to answer Crazy Guru's question there about what was it you said, being trapped under rubble? Would you like?
Well, well, there was a school here in Wales, so I'm going to use an example, so I'm not, so I get a little filler. Yeah, if it came down and collapsed over, they couldn't dig the children out for a long time. But like, say nobody knew, someone had got a school that just got covered or something like that, and they couldn't get them out, and children are there suffering for a long time, trapped down a mine, even Welsh mine. Someone got trapped somewhere, anywhere. Somebody got lost down a well. Could be an avalanche. So any scenario you want to pick. The person is not found. They don't understand. Nobody understands they're there. They're going to be trapped forever, but they can't die or feel pain or anything. So they're just trapped there. Did I paint that well?
Yeah, I think the only way to get what Nefarious wants is to eliminate danger altogether somehow.
By the way, that was for Nefarious, but thanks for that interjection there, Set Sails. Go ahead, Nefarious.
So, if there was only superhuman bliss, even if one was trapped, one would only feel bliss from being trapped, so it wouldn't be as bad. And for the, I guess, for the people grieving, they would only be feeling bliss too, or I guess they wouldn't be grieving that much.
That's what I'm saying. If nobody cared, no one would dig them out. No one, they'd just be. Why would anybody dig the children out of the school? They wouldn't care. There would be no reason for mums and dads to go and dig their children out of the school. They feel bliss. They have no worry about it. The children, they wouldn't have any agency, any reason to go dig them children out. Like, oh well, they're gone. Let's build another school. Anybody seen the logic in that and how that reality would work, and who would want to live in that heaven? I wouldn't want to go there. Nefarious, obviously, I understand his point of view, and it's actually interesting. And
I think the parents might have an interest in their children surviving because a lot of parents think
in Nefarious' world.
But the thing is, maybe not society. Society might not be bothered about strangers. I agree with that much. But parents might be interested because a lot of parents have an interest in the continuity of their family line. They talk about legacy, bloodlines. These types of things.
You're referring to parents who feel pain and suffering. You're not talking about parents who feel nothing but bliss.
That's true. I don't know.
That was my point.
That's an interesting point. Would sentimentality survive this hedonic reconfiguration.
No, because this is an emotional appeal you're talking about, and apparently the only way that people would interact would be if it would happen to strike an intellectual curiosity. Oh, I wonder what it would be if I could I successfully dig these kids out of this thing? Because your emotions, your empathy would be gone because you'd just be complacent. You'd be emotionally complacent to the situation. So it would require an intellectual interaction.
Doesn't bliss, though, take that away, I would have thought? I mean, if you're in bliss, why do you need that? It's a survival tool, surely. You wouldn't have it if you was in bliss. What would you need to develop this? You have no reason to develop these intellect. I do agree with you. If you was a super intellectual person, it wouldn't be the bliss. It would be like your bliss could be amplified. Like if you're on some sort of drug and then you do some dancing or something, the drug is amplified. So it would be like that, I'd imagine. So yeah, I give you on that front, but you'd have to have the intellectual prowess to do that. If you was having nothing but bliss, nothing would push you to even do that in the first place. Or not an excelled rate for you to be able to learn or to get to a place where you go, hey, I'm going to waste my time digging these children up, which I can't get an empathy for because I'm in complete bliss. Surely you need pain and suffering to be able to empathize with something, to be able to do it for a reason. Otherwise, yeah, I get it. You've got to be lucky if someone's around to be able to do that. So I don't disagree with ethics. I knew someone would find a bloody loophole, but I'm just saying I think that's a rare coincidence, and still it's kind of slightly affected by this worldview that if everybody's in bliss, nothing is pushing you to get to those kind of, I should say mentals, right? Just to keep it simple. Those kind of mentals to be able to go, hey, I wonder if I can put all this geography together, geography, what am I talking about? Geometry and all these logos together to get these kids out. That you'd already have to have an interest in it, which would, if you know, they say, you know, if you're blissful all the time, would you want to learn anything? You've already achieved everything. Surely if you're in a state of bliss, you're not looking to get anything. That's my whole point with it anyway, is I just think blissness, if you see it as a term of balance where you can have that, just that little wave, yeah? Not, you know, some people have this. I've had this before, you know, I've had it a lot, but, you know, and some people have, and that's, you know, the trouble and strife that a lot of people want to get away from, I suppose, and escape. But when you've got just this, it's life, isn't it? I mean, I like the little ups and downs. I don't like getting up every day and being bored. I like something to entertainment. Sometimes if everything is a bit too much, sometimes just like a little bit, don't need drama, like complete drama. Just like, you know, something's broke, you need to fix, or, you know, you've got to go get some wood, so let's go to the forest and chop some wood. I don't know, but just little things like that. Not every day, like people. You know, I don't know. Everyday stress is not going to guess, right? I'm just saying that I'm not talking about stuff like that, and that could be eradicated in other ways. But this idea that eternal bliss, I don't know. To me, it doesn't seem feasible for this kind of world. Maybe in another life as angels or something. And I'm not going into that. I'm just guessing, right?
No, we use our intellect to figure out how to achieve what ultimately is going to be an emotionally driven goal. So if we don't have the emotion, the gratification for achieving our goals because we just have this artificial emotional gratification, then there's no reason to apply the intellect to accomplishing any goals.
Yeah, I agree.
You're right about that point. What would drive people to save others if people could only experience superhuman bliss? It's a tough one. Well, if it was up for me, I would find a way where people could be saved even if they were feeling superhuman bliss or others was feeling it. So it's a valid point.
And what does bliss mean to other people, and other than obviously Nefarious' very positive ecstasy version? I mean, like I said, my sense of bliss is not exactly a flat neutral, but more of a just a nice wave, something that I find within my power, my domain, and my intelligence that's just level, just keeps me in homeostasis. Like I'm never too worried or stressed about a future or a past. Very rarely am anyway, but you know, I never put myself in that. Where I do see lots of people like that. But what are other people's views of what bliss actually is then?
It's losing your mind, losing your humanity. If you're on bliss all the time, that's mean you're an addict and you're consuming pleasure nonstop. That's a weakness, and you lose your humanity. You become something else. So that's no good in my point of view.
Bliss is just the balance of duality.
I didn't hear the question. Someone say something? Anybody else? Yeah, I can't hear anything.
It was talking about what is the balance of duality.
Oh, me. Oh,
Yeah,
you.
it just
I
comes
don't
down
know,
to
to
love and
everyone, I guess.
respect. Loving and respecting yourself and creating a life for yourself which does not harm others and allows you to express yourself the way you want.
What do you mean by loving yourself?
Well, you need to, loving yourself just basically means that you accept yourself as who you are. You don't try to be someone else, and you aren't, conforming to someone's standard. You are expressing yourself and living your life based off how you want.
But you know that love is a drug.
Yeah.
No,
Love is not good for you.
you extend that love to
Love
others.
is just an excuse. What you're looking for, though, is not love. It's not pain. It's not anything else. It's harmony. You need to be in harmony with everything.
Do you mean
Yourself,
love?
Yeah,
your
dude, love
surrounding.
comes from harmony. So how can you say that?
Yeah, but it's just a
It is
feature.
virtual love.
It's a feature of the harmony of the whole. So
I would
if you
say love is the way to harmony because love is, like I said, loving yourself and loving everything around you as much as you love yourself. That's how you come into harmony.
Love is the cure to humanity's two biggest addictions: forgiveness and revenge.
Well,
I think
can I
you
answer
got
the
it.
question of the main topic of the show?
Sure, go ahead.
If I had all the power, I'd kill everyone guilty of rape and cannibalism and witchcraft. I'd be worse than Hitler. But it wouldn't be based off race. It wouldn't be based off race. It would be like, okay, did you like do human sacrifice? Did you do child sacrifice? Did you do cannibalism?
Indiscriminately. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Were
Are
you
there
a
that
false
many people out
prophet?
there?
Like, here, let me finish. There's a lot of fucking people doing witchcraft, by the way.
Yeah.
People who do child sacrifice, human sacrifice, witchcraft, cursing on people. They do love curses on people. Love curses. It's a sort of curse that actually violates your free will, and it's very bad. It's like all these manipulation curses. Witchcraft exists, whether people want it to or not. It's a serious problem, and for most people who don't know the Book of Enoch, the person or fallen angel who educated witchcraft to humanity is the lead traitor known as Samyaza. He's basically the Satan in the beginning who turned angels and watchers to rape. Sorry, harsh words. We're on alive. They raped and did bad things to humanity, right? But they also educated witchcraft to their offspring, which were part human. The Nephilim and all that jazz. So in sexual assault, right? That's not part of the original design. That comes from fallen angels, okay? Cannibalism, that comes from fallen angels. They also cannibalized humanity ever since then. And they've been doing that for a long time. We're like, this is a Hills Have Eyes farm most people have no idea about. Okay, that's what, like, Epstein's is literally just the top of the fucking iceberg, bro. Like, people really don't want to know how dark it's been. And we're escaping that system, right? And the Bible is very clear about what happens next once we all exodus from this mystery Babylon, right? All these witches, they're all going to get taken down. It's like Elijah taking all the false prophets at the bottom of the mountain. Well, since you people do witchcraft and you want to sacrifice babies and, be false prophets, like, you're fucked, right? Some people don't like how strict and rigid this is. They tend to change their mind when little babies are thrown into fire, right? And they're like, oh no, we need to take these people out. And some people don't understand, like, this is not extreme. This is actually, like, I'm not advocating for like terrorism or extremism. I'm actually saying these people are being terroristic with their actions towards humanity. Like they're literally trafficking children, trying to devour people, and like they're being the most demonic shit ever. So if I had all the power in the world, I would raise armies and kill them all. That's not a joke. I'd make the Nazis look like a fucking picnic. Why? These people will not stop. They will continue to try to eat people, to try to rape, all these other things. And I'm not going to try to force my way on people. I'm just sick and tired of these people who sacrifice babies. Does that make sense? So it's more like a righteous anger. It's not like I want to be some spontaneous, crazy madman trying to do this or that. No. Like, I'm pissed. You know, like
No,
I'm
it
pissed
doesn't
off.
make sense
And
at all.
I'm
To be
tired.
honest, I mean,
So,
to be
no,
honest,
that doesn't make
To
sense
people
at
who are
all.
not religious, it won't make sense to them at all. But you haven't seen the
Yeah,
babies get burned or
because there's
drained and
fundamentally
adrenochromed and
nothing
drugged
different,
up.
bro. There's fundamentally nothing different between praying and witchcraft, religion and cults. So all you're talking about, you're not talking about
That's not true.
righteousness. You're talking about self righteousness. Yeah, absolutely, it is true. You believe in
That's
it.
not.
You've deified a particular, story, mythology, and that to you it's real. And I'm not going to tell you, if you want to believe in your gods or whatever, that's fine for your life. But other people believe in their gods, and you're telling them they're wrong. So you have no epistemic justification. There's
Who
absolutely
said
no
that's my
empirical
position? Who
evidence.
said
There's
that's
not a
my
logical
position?
argument that gets you
Who
to a
said that's my
conclusion, brother.
position?
they're
No. Take out. No. Here we go. We'll make it easy. Take out all religion. Let's not even talk about religion. We're dealing with a group of people sacrificing babies. What do?
Yeah,
We-
they're
We kill
doing
them,
that because of their
Yeah,
religion.
of course. There's no other way.
Wait a minute.
Well,
Is
dude.
people killing people? Is this real, or are we making things up? What's happening? I don't understand.
Like, Guru,
No,
what do you-
I'm saying that the prescription to stop people from killing babies is to give them the death penalty.
Not for me. It's to find out why they were doing it.
Oh yeah, let's find out why. They're sacrificing the Moloch, bro.
Yeah, that's right. When we put out fires, we go to the source, not the fringes. That's how we do things. That's logic. Do you not agree?
what?
What?
Yeah, but the source, you have to remember where the source come from. All our
Right.
I don't have
stories
to remember
based
anything.
from
Stop telling me what
many
I have to remember and
sources.
stuff. I don't understand you, ready? What I'm saying is, I was asked a question, and I'm answering that
Yes,
question.
yes, yes. I
One minute,
understand. You're
I'm
looking for
just
the
answering this
source.
question first, which is, I would put out at the source. I would try to figure out where it came from, because that to me is logically sound. That to me is logically sound. If it's not, explain why it's not, or your opinion. That's all.
All right.
So,
You
How
want
is
to
that
figure out
logical?
why they're doing what they're doing, okay? But
We don't
here's the
care.
thing. Exactly, you don't care. You're going to be
No,
judged
no,
for
no,
that.
no, no, no. I don't care about the reasoning. I do care that they're doing that. I think we should fucking wipe them all out. I could care less what.
All right, so you agree with me on the standard of having human rights respected, right? Like I'm
Of
sick
course.
and tired of these cults fucking killing people, trying
Yeah,
to
of course.
sacrifice the demons and shit.
Ragnar.
It's fucked
I'm
up.
on your side. I'm on your side
I
on
get
this
it.
topic.
I got it.
to
I got it,
me,
bro.
you're no different
I'm
to them.
I'm sorry. I'm
You're
frustrated. right? Like,
the opposite cult to them. To me, you're the opposite pole. So to me,
no. To
you're
you,
no
you
different to the ones
believe
who
in
want to
that
kill.
notion, okay? You believe
will.
in cult
I
this,
will.
cult that, group that, group that.
No, no,
You're
no, I
a
don't.
godless man, okay? That's you.
Well, that's you saying that. That's what narcissists do. See, right now you're being a demagogue.
Oh,
You're trying to push
narcissist.
your opinion in someone
Yeah,
else's
you
mind.
tried to
Argument
tell me
time.
what the fuck I am too earlier, right?
Did I? When did I do that? I apologize. Tell me what I did, and I'll apologize for that.
Oh, you told me I don't give a fuck about other people's gods, bro. You don't even know what I
No,
believe.
that wasn't me. Nothing to do with me. That was someone else.
Well, look, mate. It's one
No, you
group.
accused me
If
of
you
something.
res-
At least say
look, hear me out,
apologize.
hear me out.
Sorry, that wasn't you, Crazy Guru. I thought that was you.
All right, there you go. Okay. Let me
Oh, so
mention
you're,
this.
you're now
okay?
proving you're someone who can't take responsibility for their actions because you just
That's not
accused
what
me
I
of something
said.
and
What
now
the
you
fuck
won't
are you
apologize for
talking
it.
about?
You
What are you
literally
talking
just
about?
said I said this stuff
Oh,
to you
shit.
and I didn't. So can you apologize for it, or are you just not
You
that
can
kind of
go
person?
on
I
in your
just want to see who
tangent.
you
Go ahead.
are.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
No. Can I explain something? People who believe in Jesus Christ believe in free will and human rights. These
I
people who
don't-
believe in demons and sacrifice to them, oh, fuck no. They don't believe in that shit.
I guess you was part of their crew and you was trained like them and you understand all this and so you must be one of them to tell us all this objective information that none of us
That's-
here knows.
Oh, that's a straw
That's-
man.
That's a wild
No, it's
claim.
not. I'm
No,
asking a question.
people-
No, it's a question. I'm asking a question. It's not a claim. I'm asking a question.
Bro, people who believe in Jesus Christ don't believe in equal rights because they don't think women should have an abortion. They don't believe women have autonomy for their own bodies. They don't believe that many of them don't believe that men have a right to be same-sex relationships. Don't fucking tell me that people who believe in Jesus Christ believe in equality or egalitarianism. That's so fucking crazy, bro. Have you even read the Bible?
Is any of that stuff Jesus said, or is that other people in the Bible saying this thing?
You said that's people who believe in Jesus. You said people who believe in Jesus. No, that's fucking crazy that you would say that. People who believe in Jesus have done some of the most horrific shit in the fucking history of the world. Do you know that European empiricism, based on Christians spreading Christianity, are responsible for more death than Stalin, Mussolini, Hitler, and Mao combined? Hundreds of millions of fucking people in just a couple hundred years spreading that religion. Don't fucking tell us bullshit. It's fucking history, bro. Read a fucking history book.
I got a great example for a story is the movie On the World. The vampire, the werewolf, and the guy that is it, both of them. And that's the fight from all the way down to Cain and Abel, and it's the same damn story. It's always a fight from dogs and cat. It's all the same. It didn't change.
Cats and dogs can be friends.
It's so simple, but people make story of you see, like there's a fence, but now the fence is a wall, and then the wall is a fortress, and the fortress is a city, and all your delusions go deep down. I don't point a finger, but
we got an opportunity to let Robin say something. He's had his hand in there for a while, and he's been really silent now. And I know Dean is he probably sipping his coffee, but then Robin Chapman, he just put his hand in there. Robin, do you want something to say on this, buddy?
Yeah. First of all, if I had complete power over everything in the world, I would put a tab in the chat so that you can stick a little hands up next to your icon to say that you want to say something. I think this is actually a perfect time to actually announce that in this book that I've written, I've actually built in some really cool safeguards for children because I think they're needed. I think children are being abused. I think we're not looking after them. And yes, there are people doing horrific things to children, including taking their lives so that they can use their organs. And we need to do something about it. And I don't think that we should wait for any of us to become superhuman so that we can force the entire planet into an action. I think we need to slowly but surely now start to build systems that help us protect our communities from the people that we consider are harming them. Thank you.
I agree with you, good sir.
Yeah, I didn't want to take from anybody back from what you was talking about before, but I saw your man had his hand up in there for a while.
I think that everybody here wants to help children. I don't think that's the question. I'm sure all of us want to help children, but you're talking about Jesus Christ. Do you know that Jesus Christ advocated for the stoning of children? Jesus Christ was a Jew who taught that we should be sticking to the Mosaic law. Have you read the?
He never said that.
He said we should be stoning
you
disobedient children.
You just lied on my father.
That's a fucking fact, bro.
You just lied on my father.
Jesus,
nowhere in the Bible does it say that Jesus said to stone children.
Bro,
nowhere.
Absolutely.
Nowhere does it say that. You could not pull that out.
Absolutely. Look in the book of Matthew.
No. Jesus actually stopped the stoning of a woman who was accused of adultery, aka Mary Magdalene. He literally showed down the fucking Pharisee, bro. You're literally you're lying so fucking hard on my father right now, bro.
Mark 7:10. Mark 7:10. It's in there.
That story doesn't show up until the 5th or 6th century. First of all, it's completely added later. As far as you're talking about the woman in the stoning, and what I'm talking about was in the oldest text that we have, and it's a story about where Jesus is talking to the Pharisees, and he's calling them hypocrites because they pick and choose which laws they want to follow. And the law that he cites is the law about disobedient children. You go back to Leviticus where the Mosaic law was given, and the law for disobedient children is you fucking throw rocks at them, bro.
Go on in, Rag.
Yeah, that's what Jesus taught.
Well, Objective Hercules has put that through. What about you, Ragnar? Do you agree with that? Oh, DNW's back, I think.
Completely disagree.
So, is it my turn yet? So, first of all, I find your lack of creativity disturbing. So, let me start small.
To who?
If I had ultimate power, the first thing we'd do is destroy Yahweh so he can't revert my changes. Second thing.
Oh, so you hate God, okay?
He hates me. Second thing, and copyright.
Maybe he should. You just wanted to say. You just said you wanted to
let him have his say. You can say back a minute. Let him have his full say. Go on, Hank.
Let Hank have his say. And Hank, if you could also answer the question, what would you do for or to the world?
Yes, I'm
if
going
you had ultimate power.
Yes. Next thing, and copyright. Copyright is not. ideas are non-rivalrous. There's no reason for copyright. I would totally end that. Third thing, progressive income tax coming back, one-page tax to front and back. After that, most universe is unlivable to creatures. I make over 90% of the universe livable. And then I would take away the light speed limit. I'll make the light speed unlimited. So we can go travel and colonize the rest of the galaxy.
There you go, guys. That's what he'd do. What do you think of that?
It's a great adventure. I'll say that. I don't like the part about you wanting to kill God.
I said I'd terraform Mars.
I had to. He revert my changes because he has open power too. So I had to get rid of him, or he'll just revert my changes.
If you're not talking, please mute yourself. I'm going to mute you, Scales. There you go. So say that again, brother Oflamio.
Yes, if I didn't get rid of him, he'll just revert my change with his open power.
So you basically want to get rid of him because your changes wouldn't work, right? Basically God would just overwrite your changes, and you don't like that, right?
Yeah, he would revert my changes and put us back in the shitty universe that he designed. So I had to him out, so my changes would stick.
Well, my father God is a great God, and yeah, maybe he has a reason to hate certain people.
Because he's a narcissistic prick.
No, he's not a narcissist. He loves very deeply. He cares about people. He's a very good man. Okay? And he has actively reformed his church again and again for the betterment of the human rights of humanity. The whole movement of being anti-slavery, that comes from Christian equality. Christians don't throw gays off. Christians don't throw gays off of buildings. Okay.
Hey, you want to compare it to Islam? That's one thing, but Christianity is not the reason that slavery was abolished. First of all, the first people who tried to abolish slavery in history weren't Christians. No, Christians fucking used the Bible to justify slavery. Slavery abolishment came from secular humanist ideas that we're all equal. The Bible doesn't teach that.
I will agree on one point. There is a faction of people who did try to use the Bible as a reason to enslave people. I will give you that.
God in the Bible
but
actually
every single abolitionist was a Christian.
No, they were not every single. That's insane. First of all, the Bible endorses slavery from cover to cover. The Yahweh God gives the edict for how you can own slaves, how you can sell your daughters into slavery, and then all the way through to Paul, the most prolific New Testament writer, said that slaves, obey your masters with fear and trembling as you would obey Christ. Jesus himself said, follow the Mosaic law. Nothing shall be removed from the law, not one jot, not one tittle. There's nowhere in the Bible you're going to find any edict whatsoever that says we should abolish slavery. That's insane, bro.
Right, you completely forgot the part about how, Israelites were in slavery and they got freed. How?
Well, good for the Israelites. That story didn't even happen. It's completely ahistorical. It's based on the Hyksos and what they did in Egypt. But, yeah.
You can stick to your little modern consensus if you like. That's you.
It's called scholarship, brother. Yeah, it's called scholarship. You're talking to somebody who actually attended Bible seminary.
You know what's funny? I could form a secret society, take over the world, and within 2 generations, kill everything in education, and then make you a whole new curriculum, and you'd never know it.
Do it then. Make it so it's not.
No, I don't want to make that happen. I am somebody who's very pro-history, but I am aware that historical revisionism can happen in less than 2 generations. For point in case, you ever seen Road Warrior, the classic?
Yes.
You know when he finds the lost tribe of the airplane, the descendants, the kids of the airplane crash, and they think he's like some sort of messiah pilot trying to save them, and we're gonna go to the Neverland, right? They completely lost their history, and Max is listening to their mythology, right? They're only 2 generations off from the survivors because Max is old enough to remember when the nuclear war happened, right? And so Max is just sitting there hey, yo, you're I've actually wanted to this is actually a good point to study, and I want to ask you people's opinions on it. It only takes 2 generations for that kind of situation to happen, right? Like history can be lost, and that's why I believe in library keeping, right? But it's the ancient Buddhist way, right? Just having libraries and books of peace. Like, did you know Afghanistan had libraries that were 6,000 years old, but then a sultan came around, burned it down because he couldn't find a Quran in it. The head Buddhist librarian told him, we don't host Quran because the Quran preaches war, and we don't believe in war. Like, they don't believe in like just spreading the ideas of war, right? So they were a positive, but then the sultan just burned their shit down anyways, and literally spent 10 days beheading every single Buddhist librarian right after that. It's fucking sad. Afghanistan used to be a Buddhist majority.
Oh, we're talking about Afghanistan. Yeah, they used to. Yeah,
Well,
don't they still have
it's like I'm talking about the generational change. Like if you look at Mad Max and how places change, like Afghanistan's all Muslim now, but
of course
they blow up Buddhist artifacts and like Greek architecture from the Alexandrian Empire and even Persian Empire. You know, the anti-idolatry thing. Like I'm very pro archaeology and pro history. Like I have a very British museum mentality towards things because I want to preserve human history. I want it to be known to mankind, and I don't want it to be a lie. Right? It's all about finding the truth. Like me, that's something extremely important to me, especially as a religious man. That literally one of the commandments is to not lie, and I try to live by that as best I can. But I'm not going to say I'm perfect, right? Like I'm
Okay,
So
guys,
is there any?
guys, 1 second. I want to go. Yeah, sorry, you were talking, Hank. I've been asked to let the black man speak. Now, be careful, Hank. The person saying that is a self-loathing black man who thinks black people were never civilized before Muslims and whites came along. So I don't know if you should listen to that, brother. That's LA. But anyway, Hank, you have the mic, brother. Go ahead.
Yes. Is there anything you wouldn't put in your library?
I wouldn't allow witchcraft to continue. I would be like, no, I don't want that to exist anymore. Like witchcraft and other like anything like really fucked up that would be like a dysgenic decision.
So with
Can I have volunteers to leave, guys? Some of you haven't spoken in a long time. There's 2 people waiting backstage. Yvonne, are you still there? You haven't spoken for a long time. Who?
Yeah, I'm still there. I was just listening.
All right. Someone said they'd get off. Well, you can go backstage. Who said that?
Okay. Hey, brother, I'll jump off and I'll make room for the people. But let me just say one thing on my way out the door here is that if you really value history, you should study the Hyksos expulsion out of Egypt. Understand why scholars are saying that that's what the Exodus narrative is based on. Understand the fact that those stories have no historical basis whatsoever, no archaeological evidence whatsoever. If you could find it, you'd be the first one. But don't pull a Ron Wyatt fucking pseudoscience. They found a fucking a chariot wheel into the Red Sea, so now they're fucking going to say that this is evidence of the Exodus narrative. Get some actual evidence that verifies what you're saying. You'd be doing yourself a real favor, but right now it doesn't exist, man.
Well, I'm part of the tribe of Judah, and I'm not going to just ignore my history. Thank you.
So would tarot cards like this weight deck make it into the library?
Whoa.
Christians invented tarot cards. Christians invented this. By French tarot. French, yes. Christians invented tarot.
I don't know. Like
you gotta support her there. One and only Mrs. J says she loves a bit of Hank. She says you're a good debater. There you go.
Yeah, so Christians invented this game. You would delete it from history, in your opinion.
No, I wouldn't. Nope.
Actually, Mrs. J says demons did it.
Demons did it.
There you go.
It's a game.
So demons can be Christians. Okay, got it.
It's a game.
No. Christians actually invented it for the language of coincidence. If you use demonology with tarot, that's a problem.
Yeah,
guys, we want to give a chance to everybody to speak. The Absurd, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. If you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
Oh, hey everyone.
Hey Jay.
Yeah, good to be here. I like this new layout. It looks good.
Yeah, it's nice.
Yeah, and I didn't know that terror. You have to take out people to get me on, but I appreciate it. But yeah, if I had ultimate power, I guess I would make it so that there wasn't so much suffering in the world. I guess I'd make it so that we could all we would all be able to live in peace and harmony with each other and with nature, and that we would all actually be one happy human family. You know what I mean? And that I would do my best to bring an end to all the wars and the division and the suffering and the corrupt capitalistic system that oppresses so many of us on this planet and stops us from being able to live fully and happily and whatnot amongst all the other issues that humanity has. So, yeah.
Thank you, Absurd. I'd like to hear in a while. You can have a think about it now, but how the hell you'd achieve that? You have ultimate power, so you can set in action the system that you believe would achieve those aims. Have a think about that now. But whilst you're thinking about that, we'll go on to we have life abolitionism. You're on the Finding Gnosis show. Life abolitionism. If you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
Oh, let's hear this. Hey,
I would destroy civilization. I would destroy all civilizations, all governments. I would destroy capitalism. I would destroy property rights. I would return everybody to the state of nature.
Something that we naturally fought and killed and suffered to get out of.
I don't think that anybody fought for it. I think it's been imposed on most of the world by the West.
People willingly chose to trade and to accept civilization in many cases. It wasn't always imposed. Women in many cases chose to find a civilized male to settle down with. And as I said, people sought civilization. It wasn't something that was always imposed, brother. You want to knock that all down and burn it to the ground and run around in your loincloth.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I think second to procreation, civilization is the root cause of all evil.
Here we go again. What does anybody think of what this man has just stated?
Well,
he has a point. Some of a point.
Yeah, actually, I would agree with him, but I don't think evil is necessarily bad. We need evil in the system, make it dynamic. Yeah.
Absolutely not. Evil is not necessary.
Yes, it's not. It's evil is evil. There's no ifs, ands, or but about it.
Then why was it great the first time?
The whole point is that without civilization, there would be no concept of good and evil. People would be pre-moral. They would actually be no different than animals. They would not be capable of being evil, of greed, of...
Wait.
I'm not going
to say that. I have a question. Wait, I have a question. Isn't the claim that, like, we need to go back to a state of nature type of, like, moral claim, because you're criticizing like a civilization as a bad thing, right? So
no, it would be the elimination of morals and ethics, because people would just do what is in their natural self-interest. They would act based on survival. It wouldn't have all these social constructs of what is right and wrong. You would be no different. Do you think animals have morals or ethics? They do not. They do.
Kind of.
It's not socially constructed. They do what is in their rational self-interest.
Software of a type of like, hey, do not do this in like the tribe of animals, and don't do this, don't do that. You know.
Ants have rules. Beavers have rules. Bees have rules. Lions have rules.
Those are not civilizations. They don't have laws. They don't have a monopoly on violence. They can't impose their will beyond their own ability to enforce it.
Lions and
they don't vote. They don't vote. They don't have police. They don't have police officers and road pirates who pull you over at gunpoint. They don't have there's no homophobia. There's no sexism.
What you gonna do when we come for you, bad boys? Listen. You do all this. You bring us back to a state of nature. And what then, LA? What do you think we'd do? Would we not try and rebuild civilization? How are you going to stop civilization from, reforming? Because that's what we're naturally driven to do.
Just like we're naturally driven to procreate, just like we're naturally driven to eat animal products, even if they were produced in factory farms. But you guys say that
but we don't have to, LA. We don't have to.
we don't have to be civilized. We don't have to submit to democracy. We don't have to engage in capitalism. We don't have to.
True.
You guys, it's like everybody wants to.
You guys are honestly, thank fuck you don't have ultimate power. And thank God it's not something I ever have to worry about.
Well, you guys who actually have ultimate power are the root cause of all the suffering. You guys caused the suffering, and then you have all the solutions when you created it in the first place. And then your solution is for us to suffer more in order to fix the problems that you started in the first place.
Hank,
Abolitionist, why do you say your?
Hank is sitting there looking as cool as a cucumber. Hank, please put this man in his place.
Well,
because he said that. He said you people. So I'm saying the same thing he said.
So this is a reversal. If he had ultimate power, he can just enforce his ultimate power. So it stands.
Yeah.
I mean, I disagree with what LA is saying. I mean, I don't agree that if we were to just strip away civilization, everything's just going to be happy and dandy.
Yeah, it wouldn't be, because there's a lot of people who actually, unfortunately, there's a lot of people who actually are reliant on civilization now, like people with like mental illness, handicaps, blah blah blah, all those people. So yeah, it's going to be pretty harsh.
Those people wouldn't even exist in the first place, because in the state of nature, they would. I mean, you know what happens in the state of nature.
Yeah, they all die, of course. Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wait. I mean, I'm sorry, LA, but this sounds kind of low-key.
Go. Catch you later. Sorry, everybody. Don't mean to be rude. I just want to say bye. Bye, everybody.
Later, Guru.
See ya.
Later, peace be with you. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah.
But yeah, LA, that sounds kind of insane. Don't you think? Like, so you're just gonna let all these people just suffer and die?
No, I think they're suffering, dying is because we're not going along with nature. In a state of nature, these people would not be suffering. They wouldn't even exist. Their lives would have been.
That's not true. I mean, I feel like all throughout human history, there's always been mentally ill people. Doesn't matter if there was civilization or not.
Yeah, because animals.
No, if you can't provide for yourself, if you can't hunt and forage, then you would just not exist. I mean, that's just how it works.
You know what's interesting? Is there any mental illness found in the tribes of who do live in?
No, because mental illness is socially constructed.
Yes.
No. Yeah. That's a good point. But but LA. There's lots of archaeological evidence of people thousands upon thousands of years ago, even in the Stone Age, helping disabled people, carrying them on so that they could live. Bringing food back to them in the cave. There's
what happens in the animal kingdom?
Archaeological evidence there.
What happens in the animal kingdom?
Well, I'm just saying there's human evidence at LA that we were doing this before your civilization.
In the animal kingdom, if a lion is born defective, what happens?
LA. By this metric, why should we worry about effeminate gays being thrown off cliffs?
Because you're the one who oppressed us in the first place. Your civilization is what created homophobia.
What do you mean by we?
No. It's unfortunately might makes right. Sometimes the might is psychopathic, and that's nature. That's something we have to.
It's not nature. Might makes right exists under
civilization. We have to try and curb the power, but you just want it to walk all over whoever, whenever it wants, because it can.
No, I want you to eliminate. I want you.
You don't even want to, although it's difficult. You don't even want to attempt to touch fairness or bring.
I want to eliminate your monopoly on violence, so that I actually have a fighting chance. So that when you want to inflict violence on me, you can't just deploy the police. You actually have to go toe to toe with me, and then I actually have a chance of defeating you, instead of having to be surrounded by police officers.
Have you tried just calling for a duel?
That was so profound. I just love when people think. I love when people state the obvious and they can't actually articulate anything original. Like,
but LA.
Am I supposed to respond to that?
LA, we could do like a UFC pay-per-view fight off Netflix if they want to get in.
Yeah, like in this round we have DNW versus LA. Who will win and who's gonna bite each other's ear off like fucking box? Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. You guys love being controlled. You guys are slaves. You love being controlled.
Saying
No,
you're saying that we're animals. We're like animals. People were not like animals, and D&W brought up a great point that actually supports what you're saying and how people before civilization still treated for and cared for one another despite disabilities and whatever, because that's the love people had before civilization, which civilization took from us. So I agree with you when you say
No,
we
I
should
don't
be
think
taught to
civilization
nature.
took it from us. I think it's still there in a lot of people.
Well,
Don't
it
dehumanize people.
suppressed it.
Don't make out like
It
civilization
suppressed
has
it.
completely ruined our ability to empathize and want to help others. Far from it.
Well, it hasn't helped. I don't think it has.
well,
I don't know either. I can't make
We might be doing it in the wrong way, but to say that there aren't people out there who care about others and want to help them and want them to have good lives, even if they're disabled, despite us being a civilized society, I think that's very misplaced and misguided.
Okay,
Set scales, we may be doing it wrong. And I'm not saying all humans were like that in the Stone Age times or pre-Stone Age times.
Yeah, there's some.
I'm not saying all hominids were like that. Just as now, there's a spectrum of how much people care about others.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, and I think it's kind of wrong to just generalize human on nature. Like, I'm pretty undecided on what human nature actually is, whether it's either inherently good or evil. I don't know, because I've seen some good acts, some horrible acts. So unfortunately, what I think that the evil ones do run the world. Like, I'm with Ragnar on that front, on that scale. I agree with him that much, so yeah, it depends. Like, it depends on what do we do with that information that not the best of humanity actually runs over us. What are we going to do with that information,
yeah, and with respect to what LA is talking about, I would actually argue that civilization is actually a state of nature if you think about it, because like the fact that civilization is hierarchical in nature, as in there's elites and then there's everyone below them who basically serves the elite. That basically kind of mirrors how nature works, right? Like in the lion, in the jungle, the lion is essentially the elite. Like, he kind of runs how the jungle operates in a sense, and everyone else kind of falls in line under him. You know what I mean? So I feel like civilization is basically just a reflection of that. So
yes.
Yeah, no matter how you slice it, everything is ultimately nature anyway. So you can't really.
Hierarchies exist everywhere. Like
Right.
Even in hyenas, and inside hyenas, the male hyena could never ever lead a pack of the hyenas. Only a female can do that, and that has been unbroken.
Bullseye. J.E., you hit the nail on the head. 180. L.A., put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Is he still there? Oh yeah, he is.
I said, L.A., put that in your pipe and smoke it. Did you hear what J.E. said?
L.A.? Los Angeles?
It's a bad echo, so I'm trying not to talk.
Oh.
Yeah, did you hear what J.E. said? He completely dismantled your outlook.
I
don't think he did.
Well,
everything is off nature. Everything came from nature. They are doing just what they are naturally compelled to do, which is to start a civilization, baby.
Right.
No, it goes against nature. But I'm going to restart my phone because it's a bad echo.
Enjoy the benefits of civilization and come back to us soon. Pastor D, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. If you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
I'd make everyone go to church. Everyone would be in church. That's what's wrong with the world. We're falling away from the Lord.
There you go. Make everyone go to church. Any church in particular, or does it matter?
Well, Pastor D,
Sorry, Pastor D?
My church, of course.
Your church, of course. Okay.
Yeah, but if you can't make it digitally, we can always arrange, certain setups. Things can be.
So
would you make your church
Mrs. J
infinite
says,
size?
"Fuck that."
I beg your pardon?
One and only Mrs. J says, "Fuck that."
Yeah, would you make your church?
Blasphemy.
Would you make your church infinite size so we all fit in it?
Absolutely. If you tithe enough, I can make the church as big as you want it.
So if on Sunday you were giving a sermon to 8 billion people, you're ready for that?
Absolutely. I've been doing it my whole life.
God damn.
Wait, Seth Scales, has anyone ever told you that he sounded a little bit like Jordan Peterson?
Me? Oh, don't say that.
No, Seth Scales. No, Seth Scales.
I hope your church has a better fucking audio system than your microphone is currently demonstrating.
What's wrong with my microphone?
What the?
You just it's simply not alter standard, you know.
You can fix it with unlimited power. It's not a big deal.
It's simply not pulpit standard.
All right, well, let me log off and I'll log back on.
Yeah,
and I'll pray about it. Okay, I'll pray about it.
Thank you.
Very good.
Okay. Oh, can you just stop saying that, Fatima? It's just, what's the point?
Okay. It means like the good luck in Arabic.
Oh, right, whatever. You're not Muslim, so don't say it. Now, Yvonne, you've been woefully quiet. What's going on?
Oh, I'm cooking.
Okay.
Oh, cooking.
I'm cooking.
Nice.
Yeah.
What are
Mashed
you
potato, meatball, gravy.
Right. We hear you. I'm going to ask Jay to take the reins for a little bit. I've just got to go to the next room, make a cup of tea and such. I'll be back. Jay, you're running the Finding Gnosis show.
Hell yeah. Hey, J.E., what's up, man?
All right. You DNW did ask me earlier, like how I would go about, I guess, trying to make my wishes for what I want to impose on the world if I had ultimate power come true. And I guess, if I had ultimate power, right, I guess I could just make it so that everyone would just want what I want, right, which is just world peace and harmony. So maybe I could just, program people to, think the way I do. I don't know.
So just create a hive mind system that people tune into, so they all think the same.
I guess. I mean, if you had ultimate power, right, you would be able to just impose. It would basically be like magic, right? You could basically just snap your fingers and get what you want, right? So
yes, so you can simultaneously have world peace and give them free will, whatever that means.
Yeah,
I guess. Yeah, I guess.
It's good.
So
point,
yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they already
So yeah, that's how I would do it. You know, I guess that's the only way, because if you just left people to their own devices, like humans would never ever get on the same page and get together and work together, you know? So
yeah.
Unfortunately, why do you think that is? Do you think that's because that's the way it actually is, or do you think it's because humans can't imagine a world where that's possible?
I think maybe it's a bit of both, I guess.
Yeah, it's a bit
Like,
of both. I would
really
lean towards like it being how it is. That's just how the structure of reality and life is to me. It's just that, you know, people cannot get along fundamentally so, and I do think that humans cannot imagine a world with their enemies close to them. I know I can't personally. I personally can't imagine my worst enemy.
Like, who are the enemies?
The devil.
The devil. Anyone who has wronged me is an enemy, and who I perceive as like a global enemy is like like pretty much whatever like Ragnar said earlier. Yeah, I see those as the enemy. Yeah, like yeah.
I think it has to do more with the lack of imagination. I mean,
Really?
we have people with all in power, and the first thing they would think is genocide. Come on, you do better than that.
No, I don't think that there's any rehabilitation or cure for people who do those things that have been used to be conspiracy theories, but now they've come to be proven. I don't think there's any form of rehabilitation, blah blah blah. I don't think we can reform them. I just think that these people are just like awful to the core, and they must be dealt with accordingly. So
you could, ultimate power. Just literally snap your fingers and it's cured. And
Wait, what?
You have ultimate power. You can literally snap your fingers and it's done, and you choose not to do that.
Yeah, but I don't have the ultimate power. Well, I guess if I did, I would just snap the fingers. But I have a feeling that, like, if you did something wrong, you must be absolutely be punished for it. I have a very strong sense of the justice. Yeah, so maybe that might be maybe that might be a bit. Maybe that might make me a bit of a kind of like, I don't know, harsh or radical. But like, I have a feeling that like people are not gonna learn any other way.
Well, there you go, Scales. It is a lack of imagination.
Yeah, I figure. Here's my thing, though, is like once you get rid of all the perceived enemies, do we still need this monopoly on violence known as the state? Like, let's just say there's no bad people. You get rid of them.
We don't need the state.
Why not? Anyone can be bad at any given instance. Anyone can be bad. Why do you think criminals and crime organizations exist? Sure, other governments fund them, but these criminals will always exist, like.
Yeah.
But
get rid of them all. They're just still going to be there.
So if we just remove criminals with ultimate power, why would we need the state? If the state's there to control criminals.
Because some states have historically been proven to not be as bad as like other states. Yeah, like the state of Singapore.
The state does a lot of good stuff too. I mean, they administer Social Security, they administer police. I guess you wouldn't need police, but think of all the good things that the state does as well.
Singapore is a country without any crime, right? Like I think that's more countries should act like that small city state. Singapore. Like there's literally like no crime there whatsoever. Like almost zero crime there.
Yeah,
you'd still have to distribute resources to some degree.
Yeah, I agree. Like
Singapore again.
What?
Did you bring up Singapore again?
Yeah, I did.
Well, like I said, Singapore's really small. So if maybe if we got really small countries and there was like thousands of them, maybe the world would be better.
Yeah, maybe that needs to happen. Maybe every country should just become small, like patchworks and like republics, and boom, we just have paradise, But like, I don't think that's the case, and I think it's possible to apply like Singapore's logic to a country like I don't know, like I guess like Russia or China. It's possible one day. Who knows?
I'm not sure if like making like everyone go to smaller countries is the solution, because there's lots of smaller countries and island states, for example, where like there's still a lot of high crime rates. So I'm not so sure that it's as simple as just make the population I guess distribute the population to smaller areas. You know what I mean? I don't think it's that simple.
Well, I'm not advocating for that. I'd say it would be kind of ideal, but that's an ideal. Like, I'm not going to advocate for that, obviously, now in my life now,
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's the solution. I'm just saying it could potentially be better than what we have now, because there would be less centralized authorities controlling militaries of million soldiers or whatever.
Yeah, but still, okay. Yeah. True. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I still argue that like a hierarchy will always form out of anything. Hierarchies exist.
I agree.
Even in the nature, like there's bees, ants, beavers, lions, hyenas. Like you can't get rid of hierarchy. I'm sorry. Like that's why to me anarchism is kind of a joke to me. Like how are you gonna get rid of hierarchies? Like how? It's so impossible.
Yeah, I think that no matter what, if you were to destroy or take away civilization, like after a short amount of time, like a group of people are gonna get together and just control everything again. That's just how it's gonna be.
Yeah, exactly. Like even the only anarchist state in existence, it was called the Free Territory of Ukraine, right? They had a fucking leader who was like a soldier. His name was Nestor Makhno, and that territory was under militia occupation. Like if you did something crime there, they would be cops there that are like vigilante cops on like horse like carriages, just like shooting at you, and that happened real life history.
Wow.
Huh?
No, I said wow.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. So even in the only anarchist state in existence, there still was a type of hierarchy. It was called a invisible hierarchy, but there still was there. Like it was almost like a might make right type of situation where, like, if you went against the ideal of the anarchist territory, you would get killed. By a machine gun over
There
there.
was a few more anarchist states, like Somalia did that for a while, but they went right back to a classical state. There was that island
Paris
of
Commune?
Minerva for a bit.
Paris Commune. You've heard of the Paris Commune? Yeah, that was kind of like that.
And the Chaz. But so there's a few anarchist states, but they all reverted back to classical states.
Exactly. Yeah. So I don't see it. I don't see anarchism as like a feasible option. It sounds cool in theory, like, hey, leaders, blah blah blah. But like, let's be pragmatic here. We live in the real world, unfortunately, whatever that means. But we just live in a world where like that idea is just going to have a lot of complications to impose on reality. So that's why, like, I'm not even gonna bother with like those ideas because like it's just not feasible for me. It's just not feasible for anyone,
Yeah, I guess the problem with anarchism is that you can just build another state. So
exactly, yeah, exactly. It's anarchism for you.
Anarchism needs to be based in natural law, which is a higher authority than the state, where we recognize that we're all equal because none of us have the legitimate authority to impose our will over another through force, which is all the state does. So
okay, Mark Passio.
No rulers.
History has disproven that idea to be like not feasible because like they will always be like what do you mean by higher than the state than the state?
The key word is history. But prehistory has proven that this is actually the natural state when people lived egalitarian systems where hierarchy and authority was based off of merit, principles, and competency. That's not.
Don't we have that in some other countries still? Like we have stuff based on merit as well. Like, come on now, man. Like prehistory, we left prehistory to come into history. I'm not sure if you're following along. We evolved.
No, we devolved. Actually, our brains got smaller. We got weaker. How did we evolve? We literally.
I'm talking.
We got a higher mechanical advantage. We got a higher mechanical advantage, and also.
So technology evolved us. Oh.
I think you need to have a frame point when you say, what point do we need to go back to? Because you want to go back to the Middle Ages when they had all those religious wars. They're killing each other over territory.
Yes, a type of limit with you. Yeah, there needs to be prehistory wasn't so happy.
Yeah, wasn't so bad as people think it is.
Oh my God! The average lifespan was 18 or like 20 years old for a female and like 25 for a male. Like you would die in harsh brutal. You want to live with the freaking saber-tooth tigers and like those giant ass woolly mammoths that will crush you. Come on, man.
Guys, 1 second. We've got Vegan Equilibrium here. Vegan Equilibrium, you're on the Fine Gnosis show. If you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
Eternal bliss.
You're speaking my language. You're speaking my language.
That's
awesome.
it.
Nice. Wait, yeah.
We had that already stated today. Nefarious Rocker stated it, and everybody disagreed with it. They said they wouldn't want that.
Really?
That's because they're
crazy.
How do I put this gently? Dumb.
Yeah, like why wouldn't you want eternal bliss? I would want eternal bliss.
Yeah, hell yeah, I want eternal bliss too. Like I want to erase all fucking anxieties to reach like, tranquilities and ataraxia, even though that's fucking near impossible in my lifetime possibly, but it's still an ideal that I can have some pragmatic applications to in my present.
They said it's because it would mean giving up one's agency, identity, and
that's dumb.
Gives a fuck. What is that worth when you can literally just be in an eternal state of bliss.
Yeah.
Why if you're in bliss, you're not gonna care about any of that shit.
Can you
I
have
think
eternal bliss?
they care about it beforehand. That's why they don't want to have it.
Well, that's why they're not. That's why they're unhappy.
Can you have eternal bliss? I mean, think about
It
it.
doesn't matter. This is a hypothetical. It's not about. We're not talking
Right.
about pragmatism here.
I
But
care
if we're
more about
eternally
freedom than
blissed,
happiness.
if we're eternally blissed, we're not going to know. It's kind of like the opposite theory, you know. If without bad, you don't know what good is. Without good, you don't know what bad is.
I
So if
disagree
you're
with
just
that.
constantly okay.
Again, it's eternal bliss. I mean, it means you're gonna literally be happy and fulfilled eternally. Like that's all there is
But
to it.
there'll be different levels of eternal bliss. Well, I'm on lower level of eternal bliss, and you're on higher level of eternal bliss. Well, I was more blissful yesterday than I am today.
I think
Humans
that
aren't
Patsy
designed.
makes a good point.
Guy, when you're not talking, can you mute? Because some of you have really atrocious audio today.
Yeah, it's god awful.
Oh, is my audio bad?
No, not you, Jay.
I mean, when you're not talking, just mute. That's the rules. Just abide by them. Thank you.
I think Patsy said it best. Patsy just said like you're not gonna have an identity if you're in bliss. I mean that's a good point too. It's like, what if part of your bliss is that you have this identity that you get to keep your identity, which you love. You know, maybe someone's part of someone's bliss is that they get to lose their identity. So it's like it's all relative, and it's just silly to be like, oh no, I wouldn't want to feel good, you know? Like,
Right,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ, man. Oh, come on. Get over yourself. That's some ego shit right there.
It's not that achieving bliss takes away your identity. It's that if you're forced into a state of bliss by some higher or ultimate power, then you have no identity or individuality. But if you do it on your own, that's great.
The only reason you have identity in the first place is because someone forced you to have identity.
I would rather be free than be happy. I don't want to be forced to be happy against
What do
my
you mean by
will.
free?
Somebody could inject me with drugs that would artificially make me happy, but I still would not be free. Freedom is more important than happiness.
Okay, but what is freedom and what is happiness? Like those words have like very, very vague meanings to me. People don't define them clearly.
Well, I would say freedom from the state. I don't want to be enslaved to the state. Most people. I just came to this realization. They are aware that they're slaves to the state, and they're completely content with it. I did not know this until this week.
Yeah.
I mean, but
I define happiness as it's right there in the word. Something needs to be happening in your life. You know, you're attached to.
Okay, I don't think that's how words work.
The problem with happiness. The problem with happiness is that in order for somebody to be happy, usually somebody else has to be unhappy. So happiness always comes at someone else's expense. Someone has to serve you. Someone has to fulfill your needs. And so it's not possible for everybody to be happy. Somebody has to be unhappy.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that. Yeah, like yeah, exactly. Like I'm be honest with you, but don't call out. But like I'm almost never happy. I have some cases of happiness, but it's never like ever. It's never permanent. So yeah, like no, like but I don't see that as an issue because I find like the hatred of things kind of keeps me going in some way, if you know what I mean. You know, the hatred of my enemies kind of makes me like a chug along just fine. You know.
Well, if I can't have anarchy, then my backup plan would be to just eliminate all existence.
Wait, what?
Okay, that's kind of overstepping it a bit.
Yeah, that's psychopathic.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that I would destroy the way you're talking. I'm talking about just through ending procreation, or just everybody dying out.
That's uncreative. I don't care if it's psychopathic. That's uncreative. You could do better than that.
No,
what if we were to cut the population in half?
If I was in control, that's what I would do. You guys can have your own opinions.
I want
What if we just cut the population in half?
Well, you guys, but you didn't. But when I said that I want to end civilization, you guys didn't support that. So I would say, since you guys are not going to do what's in your rational self-interest, this needs to be wiped out.
Wait, but LA, like, if you really think about it, like, yeah, I agree that civilization has its negatives, but yeah, it's still better than where we were like 1,000 years ago. Like, there's been advancements in medicine and technology and whatnot that has vastly improved the quality of our lives. And as much as I complain about like how the world is and stuff, I would still rather live now than 1,000 years ago.
Yeah, I would too, honestly.
There you
'cause
go, guys. You heard it. Instead of making everything okay, he has ultimate power. He can do what he wants. You could make everyone feel okay about life, about existence. But instead, he wants to kill everyone. You heard it first. LA.
Wait. Let's just listen. No, I did not say that. I said I want everybody to die out. I said I want everybody to die out because there would be no procreation.
That would cause the death of human beings. You would, in fact, be causing people to die horribly. There would be nobody around.
Causing a genocide.
Die horribly anyways.
Yeah. That would cause the death of children, elderly,
genocide.
vulnerable
No,
people.
wouldn't. No, wouldn't.
To be fair, he wanted anarchy first, so he could have anarchy via ultimate power. It's not a problem.
But you won't give me anarchy. You won't give me anarchy.
At a certain point, there would be less and less people available to cater for or care for those who needed help. There would be less and less people available to farm the land, etc., and it would cause a grisly end, an awful end.
I think this question is irrelevant because Mike makes right. So no matter what I say, I'm going to be outvoted. You guys are going to impose your will on me because I'm the minority. So that's the whole point of having ultimate authority. When I have ultimate authority, I get to do things my way and not have to listen to you because you guys are imposing your will on me.
You got my support. LA, you got my support.
El Perro says ending civilization is not a solution. That is ignorance and immaturity. El Perro, do you want to come on and talk about that?
Take responsibility for everything civilization has produced. Take responsibility for factory farming, for war, for crime, for disease. You need to own all of it because you support civilization.
Yeah, but that's a false dichotomy, life abolitionism. So you're saying it's either you support anarchism or that means you fully support civilization. That's not. There's a third option where
it's not a false dichotomy.
There's a third option that is just going with the flow and just dealing with life's not life but civilizational blows and just using it for your.
You can't support procreation and civilization and then think that you're not responsible for everything that it produces.
I understand that, and I'm an anti. I don't want to reproduce either, but like still, like, what am I going to do about civilization? There's not much I can do about it. It's like
this is a thought. This is a thought experiment where you have ultimate authority to impose your will, and you're just basically repeating what already exists.
Wait, but LA
does local experimentalist want to come on and explain this statement? He says the planet would be a better place with him in charge. Do come on, brother.
Who is it? Danny Shine?
Know why you said that. That's local experimentalist.
Danny.
It's not Danny. It's one of his disciples. We have Yorn God who says the ability to speak does not mean you are intelligent. There you go. There you go, guys.
Wait, but LA, wait. If you think about it, though, like if you were to like have ultimate authority and impose anarchism upon like the world, right? What wouldn't you be imposing your will upon people who, for example, like civilization? If you think about it.
No, I would be imposing my will against those who are imposing civilization through force. I would eliminate the institutions, and the institutions deserve violence. They absolutely deserve it, and then the people can just freely associate themselves.
Right, but that's the thing though. Some people actually like civilization. So if you were to impose anarchism upon them, but you're actually violating their freedom, right?
They didn't choose. Nobody chose civilization. Nobody chose property rights. Nobody chose to be a slave to the state.
You might have a point, but like people still choose to exist in those things, and like I think these people,
right?
Right, but they don't. But they don't have the legitimate authority to put their children in that system.
Of course, well,
Nobody has a right to enslave their children.
Well, okay, that's a whole other issue, but I'm just talking about civilization.
But that's how it perpetuates. It perpetuates itself through procreation. LA. D and W.
Did you buy the property you're in? Just a quick question.
Yes, I did.
Oh, thank you. Case closed. Thank you.
It's not case closed because under this capitalistic system, the only way that you can protect yourself is to go along with the system. In a state of nature, property rights are determined based on who is making using their property productively. You would not need legal title in order to have land. You know who owns the land based on who's using it.
There's no other way. There's no other way.
Would you let homeless people squat on your property? Yes or no? They're practicing their freedom of like going wherever they want.
I'm making productive use of it, so no, they should not. But land that is not being used, vacant property that is not being used, they absolutely should have a right to occupy that property.
What? LA, okay, what about
that reasoning is so arbitrary to me. Like,
it's not arbitrary. You just don't understand how anarchy works.
I agree with
I do understand how it works. That's why I reject it. I understand how anarchy works. That's why I don't think it's like my ideal, because hierarchy will always form in any naturalistic, humanistic scenario, no matter how you want to slice it. Like bees, ants, hyenas, they all have hierarchies. All of them have hierarchies. You can't just erase.
They're natural hierarchies. They're not the same as artificial hierarchies created by the state.
Wait, but don't humans come from animals if we're following like a naturalistic, atheistic point of view? So we are animals. Exactly.
Humans are the unnatural animal that does everything completely ass backwards, that goes against their nature.
But we evolved to be like this, so isn't that a kind of like natural course for us to become like this, talking
That's
to each
fine.
other?
If you want to have your oppressive systems, then you should be able to do that. But if I want to be free, I should be left alone. You don't get to impose your will on me.
I'm not saying I'm going to imprison you.
We didn't evolve to this though. Like for like 150 or 190,000 years, human beings lived outside in stateless societies. There was no state. So we evolved into civilization.
Yeah.
I mean, in a sense, there was a state, right? Because there would be like let's say, for example, in like for the native people, right? There's a chief who runs the village or the reservation or whatever you call it. There was always some sort of hierarchy. You know what I mean? Like someone in charge who they would have to answer to.
No one was forcing anyone to obey that chief at knife point. Like we do now.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. There was force within primitive man. There was force. There was force. There is force in the animal kingdom. Whenever a fucking male hyena tries to overstep his rule in the hyenas, he will get fucking killed.
I'm not talking about hyenas.
You're talking about primitive humans that act like animals.
The norms or the values of the culture, then yeah, you might face some repercussions. But the chief was not sitting there writing down laws and saying this is going to be imposed on us at all times, and if you disobey,
what I'm saying though is that
there was none of that.
What I'm saying though, is that like back then, prehistory acted. It didn't need to write laws. It acted. It functionally acted as if there was a state, and that's something you cannot deny. If you broke a code of conduct, or if you stole too many foods, you will get severely hit or punished or even killed by the tribes, and that's how the tribes formed. It's formed like agriculture. Agriculture forms a state because we need to decide how do we redistribute the resources.
Oh my gosh, I think you don't understand the difference. There's laws for everything. If you jaywalk, if you chew gum improperly, if you have sex with the wrong person, that's a crime. It's absolutely ridiculous. The state controls everything, your entire existence. That would not exist in a state of nature. In a state of nature, there is no crime for jaywalking.
Wait, but LA, but back then though, like Fatima said, they functionally acted as like a state, because if you violated the I guess the built-in social rules or norms or codes of conduct, you would get killed or punished in some way.
Or like exiled, like
right.
yeah, like
The social rules around them
exile
were
is
around theft and survival. They were not arbitrary rules that had nothing to do with safety, like the government says now. Government makes all these rules that they expect you to obey that have nothing to do with protecting you. There were no such obligations in these times at all.
It is so nice to have a fellow anarchist actually explain it to these people because they don't get it.
I do get it, and I'm sorry, but like hierarchy exists in nature, and that's already been proven times and times again. Like I don't know how you're going to like refute existence.
All right, Fatima, it's really this simple. Before the state, their hierarchy was not based in coercion. After the state, hierarchy is based in coercion. That's the difference.
Coercion.
No.
I think there was coercion back then in the prehistory. I think there was tribes. Yes, there was tribes, there was chiefdoms, blah blah blah. They had to decide how are we going to redistribute this resource. If one caveman or one Neanderthal went ooga booga, I want more, they're gonna get fucking killed or fucking exiled or are punished swiftly and severely. And that's how humans had a natural conduct to make.
It wasn't a monopoly on force. If somebody got a line, if they were oppressive, then you could get your friends and you could topple that oppressive leader. You can't topple the state. The state has monopoly on force.
Yes, I can. I just need more friends.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is that you talk as though like yes, the state does impose
it's
violence and whatnot upon us, but like back then it was a lot more violent and a lot more worse because people used to be killing each other left, right, and center over the most mundane of things. So I don't.
That's not true.
What? Where are you getting that information?
That's not true.
That is true.
Did you know that? Did you know that inside ancient human remains, the Neanderthals, cavemen, prehistory humans, they found human remains inside the stomachs of humans. So guess what? Prehistory man ate each other. You want to go back to that? Just eating each other? Like there's archaeological. So things
exactly. We have to bring it full circle.
Right, but it was much worse back then. That's the thing. Like I agree that the world is messed up and
yes, it is
really fucked up. But back
Talmudic law.
Yeah, but back then there's a lot more. There was a lot more violence back in the day than there is now, and you can actually like do research on it, and you would see that that's actually true.
Okay, well, if you do your research, like if you listen to like more indigenous teachings, they're going to tell you there was a time when people were more responsible and more caring and more loving for one another. They're talking about the time before civilization.
That's a claim that needs a lot of evidence besides just saying that it was the way it was. Like, I don't think it's
no. It does not, because you could look at the few primitive tribes that exist now, and you will see that they are naturally cooperative. They're not prone to violence. They actually cooperate. They're happy. They're not miserable. They don't work all day. They're not. There is a state, but they're not aware of the state, and they're just in their own little world doing their thing.
So the problem with that narrative is that doesn't explain how civilization was created if pre-civilization was so good.
Well, one group or a few groups of civilization decided they were going to impose their world, their way of life onto everybody else. They decided to go around colonizing other countries. They stole whole continents, and then they want to act like these people civilized themselves when they did not.
Well, that means in pre-civilization, there's nothing to stop civilization from arising again.
That's not the point. The point of this thought experiment was you have ultimate authority, you're God, and you get to have your ideal world. In my thought experiment, I would eliminate civilization.
And that's valid in the thought experiment. That's fine.
The problem isn't necessarily that civilization arose. It's how civilization arose, because it arose out of mythology based on divine mandates that gave a select group of people the ability to say whatever they wanted, and everyone else had to work according to what they're saying. And that's exactly what we have now. Civilization's not changed. It's based off of a small elite just sitting back, living leisurely lives while the rest of us are out here toiling in the fields or toiling away in the corporate world or whatever it is.
Here's the only people who should be defending civilization are the people at the top for whom this actually benefits. If you're at the bottom and you're defending civilization, there's something seriously wrong. It basically means that you enjoy being a slave. You enjoy being extracted from and exploited. You enjoy putting your children in the system so they can also be slaves, and you have no fight left in you. We might as well just give up because you're happy being a slave. It's absolutely pathetic.
I'm more like an inspiring master, so I just kind of want things to kind of be here when I have power over it. So
No, it's not that I'm okay with it. It's just that I don't trust that the alternative is automatically gonna just work out and be better. You know what I mean? I just don't see a world in which, like, okay, we take out the elites and we remove them from their authority and whatnot. But what happens next? I feel like we're still gonna over time eventually, like, another group of elites is just gonna fill up a vacuum and take over eventually.
The only reason that would be the case is because the people are not responsible enough to rule themselves, so they let people who don't have their best interests take the wheel.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
You could make a great case for that being the case for a lot of people, but
right, that's what I'm saying. I don't trust that most humans will be responsible enough.
I think it's possible to birth a generation that will eventually grow out of that and do better than anyone who came before them. I think
right, but you have a keyword there, birth, which is LA is against. He's against bringing more people into the world. So,
well, I'm not an anti-natalist like he is.
Oh, okay. Well, that's where you guys have a major disagreement because he very much holds to an anti-natalistic worldview.
Specifically because of civilization, I think it is completely unethical to enslave your children to the state.
Wait, so in a state of anarchy, you would be okay with people procreating then?
I wouldn't be okay with it. I don't think that it would be the ideal thing, but I think it's so much worse under statism that it's completely unjustified. At least in a state of nature, you would have a fighting chance to be free, to be happy, to create your own life. And I don't think you have that under statism.
So I have a question. Outside the context of the ultimate power in a state of nature, what would prevent me from enslaving my own children?
Enslaving your own children? Well, once if they are
moral principles.
Nature would prevent you from doing that because once you become an age of majority, you would actually fight your father, and the children would gang up and defend themselves.
So only they can. So they can overpower me. They work together. But as long as I have more power than they do, then they just have to work for me. Okay.
You can't enslave your children without the state or without some external force having a monopoly on violence. I don't think. I mean, look at how parents oppress their children. It's always because of property rights. They're threatening to disinherit them. They inflict violence against their children. But once their children become financially independent, then their children will just leave their parents, and now their parents are whining because their children don't talk to them.
Well, in the state of nature, I would be the state relative to them for at least 15 years or so.
I mean, but I don't know. Anarchy just sounds a bit too idealistic. I just don't see it work. I
don't see how it's idealistic when we had anarchy before we had the state. Anarchy is the state of nature. You're basically saying that tens of thousands of years is a fairy tale that has already happened. It's already happened, so it's not a fairy tale.
Well, again, as Fatima said, and I agree with, like, there was essentially a state of civilization, but it just wasn't as, I guess you could say, mechanical, I guess you could say, as it is today. I would say it was a bit like looser, but still, it was still essentially
natural, basically.
I mean, I guess you can say more natural, but that's not exactly what I'd be looking for. But sure, I guess you could say that.
Well, I mean, if it's less mechanical, then it would have to have some other void to fill, and I think that would just be more natural, right? If we're living, here's the difference, the biggest difference between ancient man before civilization and us now is that we basically live at the expense of nature and life around us to support our way of living. We're like civilization is basically a cancer which rejects nature and lives at its expense, regardless of if it's killing the host body or not, which is Earth. That's basically what civilization has turned into.
But that's just your dualism speaking.
No, I agree with you, Setskills. I agree that capitalism has done a lot to harm the Earth and the natural resources that we have. But again, as I said too, like back in the day as well, to be pre-civilization, like there were also a lot of problems and a lot of death and suffering and whatnot. So like either way you slice it, it's bad either way. You know what I mean? But at least but I would prefer to live now where there has been a lot of medical advancement and there's more knowledge and like people just they're able to have like a better quality of life compared to like thousands of years ago where people were like literally dying around them every 2 seconds. You know what I mean?
I don't understand how it's accepted that people live short lives then when it's a known fact they were inherently healthier.
Yeah, but
does that make sense?
That's not yes and no. Like they were yes, yeah, and yeah, I agree. In a lot of ways, they were healthier, but in a lot of ways, they're also healthier now than they were because of again the improvements in medicine and whatnot and technology.
All right, guys, we have a newbie, Kenny, on the Final Gnosis show. If you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
Personally, I wouldn't change a thing because I just love the way it's playing out just now because things are getting better. And as I presented that book before, Factfulness, reasons why we're wrong about the world if we think it's so bad, and reasons why it's getting better, And it's about, for me, it's about the brain chemicals as well. If I'm doing the right things to optimize my dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins, like that book that I was recommending, The Dose Effect, then I'm happy. But I just wanted to give you some breaking news, actually.
Go ahead.
Tommy Robinson just posted on X. He's currently at Mar-a-Lago. Is he going to be speaking with Donald Trump or J.D. Vance or Marco Rubio? Exciting times ahead. Keep your eyes on YouTube. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thanks for the update, Kenny.
Cheers.
Okay, Yerf Dog says capitalism and civilization have also had incredibly positive impacts on. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Is that it's a complicated issue in that like back then, like certain things were pretty good compared to now, but they were also pretty bad, and nowadays as well too. Like capitalism has had a lot of negative impacts on the environment and us as humans and whatnot, but it's also had a lot of positive impacts. So yeah, it's complicated, but I would still prefer to live now compared to how it was before.
Cougaduma, Yerf Dogs, do feel free to come on. Links in the chat.
Can I come
Robin, you're on. You're still on, Robin.
Before.
Hi guys, I've been hearing you talking, and as I've said before, and I bet you any money I'm going to say it again a lot of times on this program, I have literally found a way to give every child on Earth 90% more agency than they have right now. I found a way to protect them. I've found a way to give them their own finances after the first month after they've been born. And I found a way to protect children for the things that are coming in the new world. I've also found a way for a community of 5,000 people to create at least 700 new jobs where they can become self-employed and they can contribute to the system. I've also found a way that we can improve the way our healthcare works, the way the interaction between people works, a way to make it safe for both us grown-ups and our children to be online, a way to give people more say in their own lives, a way that gives everybody a fair start, no matter what situation you're born into. And seeming as I don't have the power to force it upon everybody else, it would be really great if people started reading my books so that they can go, do you know what, Robin? You're wrong. And I'll tell you why. Page 1.
Yeah, Yerf Dogs. I agree here with Yerf Dogs. He says, stop rambling, just tell us the way. Cut the bullshit.
And copyright. And copyright. It's that simple.
Robin, will we have the freedom to no longer exist under your utopia?
You already have that now.
See, no, I didn't see.
LA, stop making it about you, please.
No, he just said. No, he said.
I want to hear what Robin has to say.
He said it was going to be freedom for everybody.
Said he has found the way, the one and only way that's going to heal the world, make everything okay.
That's what I'm saying. So if he wants me, we're talking about his book, and I'm just trying to figure out what's in it. And if it doesn't address my problem, then I'm not included in his book.
Give it a chance, and give your ass a chance by being quiet for a moment, will you? Go ahead, Robin. And Robin left. Fucking hell, you killed Robin.
I called it. It's just ending copyright. That's
He's back. Robin, by the way, for all of you who can't figure out basic instructions, the link to the ability to talk on here is below the video. It's in the description, Cougar Doomer. And I'm only saying that as a joke, Cougar Doomer.
Okay.
Cougar Doomer got so used to the old ways, he didn't realize there could be new ways of doing things. And there is a new way. The link to join the conversation is below the video in the description.
I have a question for Robin.
How do you intend to save the world? Let Robin speak. Batman's not here. We have to make do with Robin.
Can I ask him a question?
No, you cannot. Let him speak.
Okay, so I shall speak. I addressed it in the chat. LA is the most ideal person to come into my system. But the wonderful thing about the system that I am creating is that nobody has to be part of it. You don't. I'm pretty sure that if I live in the UK and I'm working hard on it and I'm getting close. If I could get 5,000 ordinary people to join up to this system, everybody else could keep tabs on them from the outside and they would see whether they're...
So you're the modern day Jesus. You're going to feed the 5,000. How the fuck are you going to do it?
I've given you the link to my email.
I know you have. I'm not going to click on it. I want you to tell us.
I've created a completely new economic formula that I named the wagon wheel effect. And the wagon wheel effect allows a community of 5,000 people to pool their funds in a way that costs them a hell of a lot less than they do today, that can improve their lives. Is that a good answer?
Well,
when do I get to ask my question?
It does, but you're not saying how it does it. I need you to explain the actual mechanics of this. How does it operate?
I create a building, an infrastructure that runs on an internal computer system that's called the spec exchange. I allow the economic things, the work you put in, to run through that, to actually run through that spec exchange. And from that spec exchange, it can get redistributed to the people that most need it in the community.
How does it work that out? How does it work out who it should distribute it to?
There is a computer program that is already well on its way to being written that actually automatically allocates them. Plus, anybody that feels that they need extra resources from the system can go straight onto the forum, put in their request, and they've got a 98% chance that request will actually be fulfilled.
So that's an equities market.
How do we know it won't be abused? How do we know people won't lie to the system? And how can you assure against that?
The one thing that somebody said on the thing, what if a super hacker comes along and closes down your system? My system has a complete 100% backup and it can stay offline for 2 weeks which means it gets.
No, I wasn't asking about the hacking. I'm glad you've got a system against that. But how do you know people are telling the truth when they say they need help? What are you utilizing in the system to ensure that?
I'm using their NFC data, because everybody will be issued an NFC card for their purchases, so that they can receive.
Don't use abbreviations on the show without telling people what that means, because obviously there's people from all over the world here.
I'm going to have to look up the word NFC, because I've just got so used to it as a concept that. Una momentito, por favor, señoritas y señoras.
NFC stands for near field communications.
Yes, it's the thing that allows you to tap for payments with your telephone. And you can also have it issued in like a bank card, and it will be an internal system only for the members of that community. And I really wouldn't let one single community grow bigger than 5,000 people, because it would become unmanageable. But you can then link systems of 5,000 people to other 5,000 people, and so spread it worldwide.
Yes, so it sounds like you're building a system of credit unions.
Yeah, it has some similarities, but the wagon wheel principle, any one of you can do it. What is the wagon wheel principle in economics? You can look it up on Google or whatever, and you'll find there isn't one. The reason that there isn't one is because I've written it, I've created it, it is in my book. So that reading my book becomes almost imperative to really understand.
Tell people about it. Come on, this is your chance to sell it. Tell people about it, baby.
Like I said, it offers your children 90% more protection than they've got now. It offers them protection to the internal internet, which is safe, which is approved by the community, by their parents. The NFC, if your child has allergies or a condition, at any point, if your child tries to buy something that they're not allowed to eat, or something will be flagged. It's a way for us to communicate with each other in real time, really fast, and know what your community wants, needs at any time. It also allows you to invest in things as a community, so that you can actually have the forum where you go, oh, I think we need a new park. And as long as enough people above that 55% threshold, as long as they agree, the funds will be there for you to invest in your new park. If you
Sounds like a pyramid scheme.
I know what this is. This is just a Venus project, and he's made an equity market to get rid of the computation problem. So I know what this is.
If you want to set up your own business, all you have to do is register with the main forum, explain what your business is. If it requires qualifications, prove your qualifications, and you can set up a business that you can run for.
What's to stop corrupt individuals getting inside information from those individuals to set the business up? Or to steal that information.
It's an internal system. If the corruption is coming from somewhere, it's going to be coming internally. I also have created a position of people that I call cap auditors, and they are people that get a certificate saying that they can count and that they understand.
Okay, Robin, day one, you've been given the reins, you have ultimate power. Tell us the first 10 things you're going to do.
I already said I would pick everybody up. I would first terraform Mars so that human beings can live on it. I would recreate Mars in a rough image of the Earth, and geographically on Mars put people more or less back where they were.
Is that 2 or 3? Is that 1 step or 2 steps or 3 steps? We'll say that's. I'm going to say that's 1 step. I don't give a rat's ass about what you do to Mars. I want to hear about this spec thing you keep talking about.
Once Mars has become perfectly livable, I will force humans to live on Mars under my system for 1 year. After that, everybody that doesn't like it can go straight back to Earth. How about that?
Can I ask you a question, please?
No, LA, you can't. Robin, give me the 10 steps of implementation of your system, please. I want to hear the 10 first steps that you're going to utilize.
I've already completed.
No. Just slow down. This is, by the way, if this is so important, you should feel delighted to be able to speak about it.
I am.
Please. There's going to be people who haven't a clue what you're going on about. This is the first time they've ever heard you attempt to overthrow everything that is in favor of this system that you've apparently developed.
I'm not
now, tell us.
I'm not overthrowing anything. This is completely voluntarily. I've already.
Okay. Well, tell us. Tell us the first 10 steps that you would implement with this system. And I don't want to hear about Mars. I want to hear about this planet Earth.
I've already created the first 3 steps. The first
Keep going then.
Was creating something called the specometer. All of you can look it up straight right away now. It's called specometer.com. Every one of you can go and look in. It's a new metric for assessing a particular village, location, postcode. It tells you exactly how well your community is doing, and it gives you information where your community is failing. Step 2, I've laid the first steps to create a proxy, like a demo forum. Where
Go back to step 1 for a second, just very briefly. That sounds intriguing. What are you using as a basis for telling people how their local area is doing? Are you looking at literacy rates, crime rates, employment rates, health, life expectancy? What is it?
Yes, I've got a 32 metric system.
32 metrics.
Goes into crime rates, goes into the rate of increased industrialization, the rate that property is increasing, the rate of crime, the rate of people leaving said postcode, the rate of people coming back into said postcode. Are they adhering to looking after their environment? Do they have enough green spaces? Is there rubbish being taken care of? Is it being done in a clean way? 32 different separate metrics. And I've already started rating key areas that appear in my book, because I've come up with some economic proposals.
All right. So step 1, you have this system to tell people how their local area is doing. Step 2.
Step 2, I've created a mock-up of the spec forum where people can raise their concerns, add their village and what they think that their village is worth, so I can check it back through my 32-step system and see what the difference is between what they think and what actually is. I've also I'm setting up at the moment a way so that we can program the system so that the NFC cards can actually come online. And I can do like a mock test, not with real people, not with real money.
So step 2 is people can register their local village.
Yes.
Or their local.
Yeah.
Step 3.
Yeah. Step 3 is actually setting up a little pretend, so a parallel system. So people won't actually be living within the system, but they'll be calculating, okay, this is what I earn, this is what I do. If I pull it into this fictitious system that doesn't exist yet, how would it work? What would I get back? And so that they can kind of test out how it would feel without actually.
So hold on a second. So basically, step 1, you've created this system of 32 different metrics that measure how good a local area is doing. Step 2, people can register. Step 3, register the area. Step 3, people can input their income or their estimated annual income into this system you've developed to see how much it would.
Completed yet, and it's a private box.
No, tell me what the hell that means. What do you get out of this system if you give all your? So you're telling people they have to give all their income. Has to go through the system.
No, that's not what I'm telling people at all.
You said that before. You said all money has to go through the system.
Yes, because obviously, otherwise, if you live in America now, all of your money goes through the reserve, or whatever it is. If you live in England, it all goes through the Bank of England. There has to be some way to control the flow of money, right? Make sure that the resources aren't leaking out of your community. Because if you don't know what the flow of money is, how can you actually create any kind of economic system? Now it's just a negotiation.
So when you say it has to go through it, do you mean it gets paid into the system, or do you declare your taxes? Tell me what you mean.
No, if it all gets paid into the system, apart from your personal wealth. So what you invest back in the system goes through the system, and then it gets redistributed from the spec exchange, which is the hub.
Why not just have a tax system?
It does have a tax system.
No, I'm just saying, why not just advocate for a tax system, a fair tax system?
Because it is a tax system. It just works slightly different than the one that we've got today.
Well, why not just go with what we have? It sounds a lot more simplistic. Go with what we have. Ask that the income tax gets increased, or VAT tax gets increased to allow for some kind of UBI.
Yes, yeah. It's got lots of similarities with UBI, but no, I've created it in that way to prevent leakage, and so that the money that's in the community stays in the community, and nobody that isn't a member of that community.
The money stays in the community. How are you going to stop them spending outside the community?
No, I don't want to. I don't want to. That's the second part of the wagon wheel principle, is that there's one internal currency and there's one currency that sits in between the currency from the community and the external currency, be that the dollar, the yen, the pound.
By the way, mate, I don't know if I necessarily agree with this, but someone says they can't take you seriously lying down. You have to sit up straight, maybe. You know.
Oh my God! Sorry, people. I'm sitting.
You actually look like you got one giant breast at the moment in the middle of your chest. The way that, yeah, that's better.
I can pull the picture off if my.
No, you look well. I think you look well at the moment. So yeah, go ahead. Step 4.
Step 4 is pilot scheme. Getting 5,000.
Okay, so people can input their income, see how much they would get out of the system theoretically, right? Step 4 is a pilot scheme where they can get other people to agree in their locality to step forward and be part of this system.
And it would be done exactly the same as one of the UBI system had done. People could sign up, but they would have to be within a geographical limited area of 100 kilometers, because otherwise interaction between them isn't possible, if you see what I mean. You can't You can't choose to buy goods and services from a person within the system if they're geographically too far away to be able to provide those services, if you understand what I mean.
So what are, in this pilot, so step 4 is the pilot scheme, right?
Mm-hmm.
Step 5?
If the pilot scheme works, and mathematically at least, it works extremely well. But obviously, I can never know what it's like to be one of 5,000 people living in a brand new system.
So, okay, so let's consider this then. 5,000 people have agreed to the pilot scheme. All their wages, everything is being seen by the system. They're paying into the system. How much are they paying in, and how much are they taking out? Each month.
So basically, access to the system is unlimited, but you put 60% into the system, and it needs that because it needs to start ticking over. But when your money is invested in a community project, if that's a profitable project, you get 5% dividend return on your investment in the community. The system exists out of 3 pots. The 3 pots are all the way at specometer.com, all the way down on the bottom. There's one that I call a yellow vault, which is there's a second one that's called the blue vault, and that is the vault that you use to spend outside of the system. Say that you want to buy, I don't know, a tent from China or a cow from Australia. You use that vault to buy stuff outside the system. And the last one is the red vault, which is a savings account where you can store money for your old age, and you get given 5% profits over every dollar, pound that you put in there. Because
why 5%? Where's that figure come from?
It seemed a really good number.
So you just pulled it out your ass?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I pulled the entire system out of my ass, pretty much. Because it.
What about step 5 then?
Step 5 is where if that system doesn't crumble, people stay in it. The 5,000 people go, do you know what? This works for me. It's working for my children. I'm eating well, I'm living well, I can pay my rent, I've started my own business, this works for me, then it's time to invite other communities of 5,000 people to come into the system, as long as they live in the same geographical area as that 100.
You talk about the wagon wheel. Are you just fucking
It's all about,
reinventing the wheel?
yeah. And if you want, I can send you personally a breakdown.
Are you not just going to end up with a government, basically, of many different groups, and it's just going to be, in actual fact, it's going to give less power to the individuals. It's going to give power to these collectives, sure, but those collectives will have their own internal cultures, perhaps, that may hold sway over the people in them, and it may lessen the power of the individual.
Yes, but every single year a new sheriff has to be elected, because obviously you need a spokesperson for those 5,000 people. And that spokesperson would be the person that would interact with the local politician and the outside world. Every 5 years, there is a referendum where all of the people within that community get to say, well, we think that this isn't working as well, it needs to be changed. So there's democracy within that small 5,000 people group. It doesn't change the national thing. You can still vote for your local politician. You can still vote for your president. Nothing else changes. It just changes the dialogue that your community has with each other, so that you feel that one person in 5,000 saying, I think we need to do this, is much better than, say, from America, 1 in 250 million people saying, I think. It gives you that sense that you can contribute to your community. I do believe.
Okay, thanks for that. Are we on step 6 now?
Yeah, we're on step 6 now. For example, if it would prove successful in the UK, then you could decide to with that pool of money going and so many people working independently, so many new jobs being created. Because I mean, if you literally only have to work 1 hour a week to be a productive member of a spec society, you might find that you've got a talent for other things and start other new businesses. You can eventually invite villages from anywhere in the world. At that point, they go, oh, we like this, it seems to be working for you, we would like to try it. You could invest in them, and you could give them the infrastructure, the basic framework, the program, the NFC readers, the blur.
So it becomes a global pyramid scheme instead of just a national one.
There is no pyramid because there's nobody at the top of it.
Well, if you're investing in them, surely it becomes the case of those that invest first get the most money.
No.
Okay. Objective ethics says wealthy get less out than what they put in, and the poor would take more out than what they put in. This system has a name. It's called socialism. Did you say earlier, though, that there's actually a set amount that people can get? They can't get over a certain amount. Is that right?
No. For the amount that they put in, they can only get 5% dividend back. Yeah. And basically, they can invest in the outside world with their money if they want to. I mean, they can enslave people in Africa. They can set up, I don't know, child trafficking somewhere else, make as much money as they want. But inside my system...
Sorry, what did you just say about child trafficking?
I said, inside my system, there are rules, kids are protected, If people want to go with the, I want to earn as much money as I possibly can with as much exploitation as I possibly can, they have the entire outside world to do so.
But not in your system. That's fair enough. Okay.
They can take the money that they've earned inside the spec system and go and invest it somewhere else. I'm not stopping them. But inside the system, if you invest in a community project, the community promises to give you 5% return on your investment. I think that's fair.
Okay, what about step 7?
Until now, the only step that has any importance is the 5,000 pilot, and we see whether people...
Yeah, but we will keep it going. I want to see where it's going. So you've step 7, come on.
I hope that the system works so well, that people are so comfortable, that local communities become so prosperous that every single small community in the world adopts the system, and it becomes a better system of capitalism than what we've got right now. That's what I hope.
Okay, thank you. Now, I did say I'd let LA ask a question, or he was, barraging in. He barraged into the conversation a few times with that old chestnut that we know he's going to bring up in a moment. Go ahead, LA.
Well, I mean, I wanted to say when he made his statement, now that it's passed, I don't even know if people remember what he said. He said that children would have complete autonomy. And then I asked him, would they have the right to no longer exist? He said they already have the ability to no longer exist. So based on his statement, my question is, if you're going to gaslight me to say that children already have the right to no longer exist, why can't I make the argument that they already have the ability to acquire wealth without reading your book? Why do they need your help to acquire wealth? Because they already have that ability. The same way they have the so-called ability to no longer exist.
They don't. They can. Their parent at the moment, until they're 16, their parents have some say over them. Obviously, within the system, if there is a child that has a situation within their own home that they can't tolerate, can't support, is unfair, then obviously the system is going to have to provide a way for those children to remove themselves from their parents. But
your statement implies that they can just figure out, right? Because if I don't want to exist, I can just figure out on my own how to no longer exist. So why shouldn't those children have to figure out how to acquire wealth without reading your book?
LA, you said before that you didn't agree with children having the right to no longer exist under.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that my book is only addressing adults.
So what are you saying? That you do support children ending it?
I don't have a position on that either way. I'm just trying to understand his position.
So why are you bringing children into the situation then? If you're trying to,
because he's trying to make it seem like
if you're trying to compare and contrast his system with yours, why did you bring up children ending their life in an unregulated system that doesn't care about that? Why did you bring that up as a point of comparison?
Because he said that children would have complete autonomy. And I'm not just talking about children. I'm talking about anybody who was born into the system.
I did not say that. I said from the first month, children would have financial autonomy. Financial.
See, DW, this is the reason why I wanted to reply when he said it, because now so much time has gone by, nobody's going to remember what was actually said, and then it's my word against his.
Do you want a copy of my book, LA?
No, I would like to go back to the statement that was said earlier so that we can remind you of what you actually said.
So far, LA, you're selling his system to me. If your system's about letting children kill themselves.
I never said that. My system doesn't address children.
My system does extensively,
which is worrying. Which is even more worrying, perhaps, LA. If your system is about unregulated access to letting people kill themselves or be assisted in killing themselves, if you don't address children, that by de facto means you support children being killed.
It does not. I support these criminals, but I don't want to make this about my book.
I'm
trying to understand his position.
You're not addressing children. So therefore, it means that you don't care. They are in the same group as everybody else, aka they should be in a system that offers unregulated access to being murdered.
That is absurd. It has nothing to do with my book is about. I'm trying to figure out what his book is about.
Would you like me to specifically send you the information that pertains to everybody under the age of 21? Because I can do that. DNW's got my email, and I will send you, or I can send you the entire book, and then you can read it, and then you can come back and you can go, oh, you can get like a little mark and you go, oh, Robin, what about this bit? Because I'm worried about this.
Robin, you talk about the wagon wheel theory. I think your wheels come off your wagon, and I think you're also reinventing the wagon. I think everything you say is already available in one way or another.
It's not.
People can choose freely to invest in whatever they want and get dividends People can save as much money as they want. People can give as much money as they want to other people. There are tax systems in place. You can campaign for better tax systems. You can campaign for how tax is spent, where it's spent in society. You just want to be the tyrant.
No, I don't want to. I tell you what. If you really honestly believe that you could bring this to fruition in your neighborhood, yeah, I would give you all of the software, all of the thing. I would help you, and you could be the boss of it. I don't even need to be part of it.
Kugajima, what do you think of anything and everything that has been half explained in a half-baked manner so far?
Yeah, yeah. Complication always comes off as half-baked, because if you're going to do something really complicated, it would be the work of a lifetime, probably. I want to introduce, though, something that might help clarify this a little bit. It's really hot here in California, and I'm actually laid up in the bed under a fan, trying not to die. Okay, so while I'm laying here trying not to die, I was thinking, listening to all this and being a little bit frustrated, and then I realized that what he's talking about is what I have come to call zootopia. Z-O-O, zootopia. And most people have heard of dystopia, so that's a place you wouldn't want to be, and utopia, where everything is brilliant and no one even knows how it happens, but everything's taken care of and you do whatever you want to do. Zootopia is not anywhere in between those. It's a situation where everyone is taken care of for their basic needs. Historically, those have been food, clothing, shelter, water, basic security. Everyone's needs are taken care of. No one is allowed to do anything to harm anyone else. No one is allowed to do anything that will harm themselves. But all their basic needs are taken care of. No one can harm anyone else or themselves. And nobody knows that this is happening. Nobody knows. The tiger in the zoo has no idea what's going on. The tiger just lives in the zoo every day. And what is being referred to here is essentially a kind of zootopia. And it started out with the idea there is a computer system. And I want to take you back to that thought. There is a move afoot in Silicon Valley. Now, this is in real life. There's a move afoot in Silicon Valley to accelerate civilization's collapse into a post-industrial age run by artificial intelligence. And it will provide for everyone's needs. And they won't know that's happening. They'll be happy, they'll own nothing, and they'll be happy. And they will be happy because they won't have any problems. And there are people right now angling for that to be the case. And if you're wondering why there's so much excitement and hysteria around the development of high performance artificial intelligence, keep in mind there is an end game in play. And it is headed towards what I am calling, for the purposes of my novel, zootopia. The zootopia starts with a computer and it goes from there.
There you go. What do you think of that, Robin? How does that affect your plans? The situation as it stands in the world at the moment.
I liked a lot of what Kugaduma said, but half of the reason that I felt motivated to write this book was because I'm hearing from all sides now that AI is going at such a phenomenal rate that it's going to start doing jobs that white and blue collar workers were originally doing. And I thought that this system could help act as a kind of buffer for communities to protect them from that and give them an opportunity to invent self-employment and to make sure that the standard of living could be achieved, a good standard of living could be achieved with less than 20 hours of work a week.
I think if you consider what Robin has presented, in the
How does he know?
context.
I'd love to know how he knows this. I mean, he like, how do you know under what economic model have you looked at that? You know, it says humans only. You said theoretically people only have to work an hour a week. I mean, you said that earlier on. Where are you getting all this information from?
Yes, if you theoretically could work for 1 hour a week and you could get paid the equivalent of £100 English money, you would have already done enough work to cover your £81 floor that you need for your basic.
But have you ever thought of something called inflation?
Inflation on the system, on the internal system, is actually quite limited because the outside world can't actually touch the part of the
You're a little microcosm in a wider environment. You are 5,000 people against a world that, you know, may or may not agree with what you're doing. You have to compete. You have to compete with them. You have to buy their products. How can you ensure that your system allows for a robust competition and buying power?
No, you don't.
Wait.
No, you don't. No. If it would be impossible for you to create a job or a product within our society without being competitive with the outside world, because why would your community choose your product over their product? Now,
are you some kind of seers, some kind of sages in like that have never been seen before in the business world? How can you know ahead of time whether something's going to be competitive and successful?
I can't.
If you were that much of a brilliant mind, every venture capitalist company in the world would be trying to get your service.
Wait, I'm lost. Are we debating that socialism is good or bad?
No, he's saying that no business would be allowed unless it was competitive, unless it had.
I didn't. No business could survive unless it was competitive. Say, for
That's
example,
not true. Business.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that goes back to my prior point, Fatima. How could you ensure your little bubble was able to compete with the wider world that didn't agree with your economic system, that didn't cooperate, that didn't join in? How could you ensure that you would have buying power and, as I said, a robust competitive nature in those outside markets that you would have to avail of? You surely don't think that 5,000 people is enough to make every product and service that your little microcosm of a civilization would depend upon.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, I'm not that keen on economics. I don't know much about business or like stuff like that, so I don't talk about these things. But generally, like, I'm not a big fan of the current system now. I think.
Let him talk, please, Fatima. Sorry, we want to hear what he's about.
Oh, sorry.
Do you remember that I said that part of the unique part of the white, and I really want to send you the math, DNW, just the pure math. You sound like a guy that could get your head around it. So the unique thing about the system that I'm creating is that there is one internal currency and there is a second currency that sits alongside it that I call the Lux coin, because it's for luxury goods. It's for stuff like yachts and boats and planes outside of the system. Because
and you're pinned to that.
Pardon?
Your little microcosm will be pinned to that.
Yeah. So basically, that would be the outside currency.
The success or failures of your microcosm would affect the Lux coin's value.
No, because I will ping it directly to the host country's pound.
Like a parasite. You're a barnacle on the arse of your host nation.
The Lux currency would be.
What are you going to?
And there's a good reason for that.
So basically, you're reinventing the wheel. If you get to the position where there are enough microcosms, you become the nation state. You become the overseeing government. Yeah. The Lux coin becomes the national currency.
In a way, yes. In a way,
so you're just reinventing the wheel unnecessarily. It's already there for you.
No, because did you not hear the bit about where I said that the system that I want to create would grant every child 90% more protection than they have in the current system? I live in the UK.
90% of what? 90% of what?
Safety. They have a safety net. Yeah? They have something.
Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure giving them £81 gives them a safety net? How do you know they're not going to spend it on alcohol and drugs?
They can't. because they're not old enough to.
They got older brothers.
Well,
Older cousins.
if they could convince their older
I mean, come on, bruv. Do you not remember growing up? People used to ask other people to get their, get these things for them.
But they couldn't do it with their money, because their money only gives them access.
Is it going to be a cashless? It's going to be a cashless society, isn't it?
A what?
A cashless society. You want a cashless society, right?
We're going to get a cashless society whether we want it or not. So.
No, but you want one. I mean, you have ultimate power. You want a cashless society.
What I desperately want to do is get to creating a system before the elites finally get all of us on a digital identity and create their cashless system. So I want to beat them to the punch and create one that's going to be a hell of a lot fairer than the one that they're thinking of right now.
Okay, thank you very much for your thoughts,
You're welcome,
Robin.
DMW. And like I said,
wish you all the best with it.
Should I
But
say
some people are not going to be happy unless you agree to let kids kill themselves or let other people kill kids.
I don't know, man.
Without any threat of criminal.
Nobody's allowed to murder each
justice.
other in life. Murder will be.
I know you don't allow it, but that's what LA wants.
Well, LA's strange. Okay, anyway, I'm going to give you guys.
That's not what I want. That is not what I want.
I'm going to send you all the math, DMW. I'm going to email you the wagon wheel math, and you can have a look at it. It's really good, clean math, and it's not perfect, but it's better than what any of us have got right now. Thank you for your time, lads.
Robin, thank you. Feel free to stick around and talk about other matters, mate. Sorry if you felt like that was a Spanish Inquisition, but it is good to test people who feel like they have the answer. You feel like you do. I wish you all the best with it. I hope it saves humanity. Cougar Duma, have you got anything to add at this juncture?
I guess he's definitely on the right track of something. And I think most people would probably, even if you're scratching your head, you'd probably agree, okay, there's something about that. We all know that the current way of organizing ourselves is not right. It's not just, it's not fair, it's exploitative, it's extractive. And it creates a hellscape in which people are born. And here I'm gonna give some props to LA, okay, and to your Gnosticism. It creates a hellscape into which people are born involuntarily, into which they must suffer. But all of this suffering and all this hellscape is because of the way we are currently organized. And then people sit back and they say, okay, well, what if I don't accept this? What if I want to organize people differently? And then you get discussions like what Robin just presented. Okay, so I think people are maybe generally on board with the idea writ large that, okay, this is what we have is stupid, it's self-defeating, possibly suicidal, but what we need is out there somewhere. And people want their basic needs taken care of. I mean, do a survey. Go out on the street with a microphone and pull over the guy on the street and say, hey, what do you really need, to be, give me 3 things in your life that if they were secured for you and you have to think about them, you'd be happy and a lot more relaxed. Give me 3 things. And they would say, food, shelter, security. And maybe a couple of other things would slip in, but that's what they would want. And I think what we can say is the current way of doing things, the way we've organized ourselves over the last 300, maybe 400 years, probably 300 years, it just makes that all much more difficult than it probably needs to be. It's all very competitive. It's all very exploitative and extractive. It creates wage slaves, okay? And people feel that, and people become depressed, and people become suicidal, and children grow up to become maladjusted. And it's okay that we have symptoms of something that's not working. And, props to Robin for at least going out there and trying to explain a different way of doing it. I don't have the answers, but I recognize when someone is at least struggling with the answers. And so, although I was originally kind of confused and like, where is this going? In the end, I heard enough to understand that this is a person who genuinely understands something that maybe very few people do, which is that the current way of doing things, A, is very dangerous. B, very harmful to humans, and C, is not necessary. It's what we're accustomed to, but it could be different. And if we can
Interesting.
find a way to do it differently, I think most people would say, yeah, let's do it differently. But we don't have that conversation because we're kind of stuck where we are. We're fighting, we're arguing, we want more security, better housing, better food. Everything is being pulled away. All we can do is bitch and moan and point to the other guy and say it's his problem. It's immigrants, it's the gays, it's the trans, it's the Republicans, whatever. But what it really is, it's how we've been organized for 300 years. Sucks. It's a hellscape. It has
There
been
you
killing
go.
people.
I want to give Robin and Kugaduma a round of applause. Yeah,
Thanks.
I mean, you've got to say Robin's heart is in the right place. He's doing a hell of a lot of work. I do worry that he's doing too much of it by himself. Robin, do you want me to share a link so that anybody who's interested can get in touch, or at least look at your websites and maybe give you some little pointers if they feel they have any?
Yes, much. Very, very, very much, please. I desperately need help.
Okay, well, look, share it in the private chat and I'll share it, and I will tell people
And
to
I'm
click on it.
sending
Yeah.
I'm sending you all of the relevant math now via your email. And so basically you can pass that on to anyone. You can pass anyone in the chat my email on, and I will.
I'd rather you just share the link, Robin, a website, so that I can just point people towards it.
Okay. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, thank you. Now, Robin, just one other thing to think about as Kugaduma is here. Have you thought about how your system, your economic model, affects other systems in terms of, let's just say, the environment? How does it affect this ongoing situation that we apparently have with global heating that Kugaduma talks about? Are you, if you're putting more money in people's pockets, are you perhaps and giving that money to people who are frivolous spendthrifts, who don't save, you know, people who wouldn't have had that money otherwise? Are you not perhaps, let's just say, ramping up, amplifying consumer culture, and perhaps maybe even sending us to our doom faster than is currently the case with our industrial civilization as it stands?
No, and basically because I've got two different types of money. The one is the Lux coin, which if you're American, is just $1 basically. The other one is called the spec credit, and the spec credit, the Lux coin, what you do with it, nobody cares. It doesn't get followed. But the spec credit, the internal one, you get given in the UK. I worked it out. I pulled it out of my ass. Like £81 is what you get every week, just for food and looking after yourself, rent. There's also rent rebates available for those that apply. So people that can't quite make the rent or their property's too expensive. It's very similar to the British system in that way. But those £81 can only be spent on things that are considered non-luxury items. Toilet rolls, food. Yeah, you can have a beer, toothpaste, but you can't have cocaine, blah, blah, blah. You can't have anything that's deemed a luxury product from that base floor. If you want luxury products, you can have them, but you're going to go and have to go out there into the real world, earn some Lux coin, and use that for those things.
Thank you for that, Robin. Robin, do you want to share in the private chat then, and I'll share in the public chat your website?
I don't even know how a private chat works. But I already put, the only thing people need to do is put specometer.com. That's it. In any browser, they'll find it. They can also look on, if you click on my R, you come to my channel, you know, my picture with the R on. This R, if you click on that, you'll come into my YouTube channel, and there is lots of material about the system. There's some videos. So
I believe you have a live demo on specometer.com. Is that because you told me that before, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to share. I'm going to share that website in the chat,
And if you
guys.
scroll all the way to the bottom,
It didn't come out as a link. I'll redo that. 1 second. Keep going, Robin.
Do I need to turn my camera off?
Just keep talking about your system. I'm going to share the link.
Oh, okay. So on my YouTube channel, there's a couple of promotional videos with some imagery, and there's also another video where I've done overlays with buzzwords on it. Underneath in the comments, there is vast amounts of information on how the system would work, and obviously, if you get into contact with me, I will send any person in the world the complete math of the whole thing. Like, if I was going to build a digital system, what would the math be governing that entire system? I've got it. It's already done. It's up and running. I'm chatting with some really good people that are helping me code the spec exchange at the moment. Not the real one, obviously, because it would need lots of infrastructure. You need to be able to create NFCs. And also, I want a system where you have to identify yourself to come on. So if it was in the UK, you'd have to show your passport in an office, right? They would take that data, they would create your NFC card, but then as soon as you had your NFC card in your hand, all of that data would have to be deleted instantly away from the system. I don't want anybody's photo. I don't want any of that. That's for your own passport office in your own country. I just want to verify that you are you, that you are a citizen of that neighborhood. You have a right to be in that neighborhood. And then after that, that's it. You become a member of that spec community, and you can work out for yourself 3 months, 6 months. I think this is working for me and my community. And if it's not, you can go back to the old system, and we wish you good luck. If not enough, I do believe that if not enough people do something like spec, we're going to end up in World War III. Poverty is just going to get worse. AI is going to start making the very rich people even richer than they are, and we're not going to end up with good lives. So
it sounds like there's a huge sense of urgency here.
Well, I did some research, and apparently 28 million jobs will be gone before the end of 2027. And I'm not sure that these white collar and blue collar workers even know how to reinvent themselves to, pay their mortgages, feed their kids, stop their, be there for their kids, have input in their kids' lives, and stop their kids from going off the rails. And I'm literally doing this because I want the world to be better than it is, and I think I might have come up with a way that it could be even a little bit better.
Thank you, Robin. Robin, you're an incredible force of nature. You've got a great passion for this. When did you start working on this? And look, you seem to be doing a lot by yourself. Have you had anybody assist you in any of this yet?
Like I said, I've got some people that are working on what I call the spec exchange at the moment. I have sent the math of my book to 10 separate economists, and I haven't had one single reply. Not one. Not even saying...
Robin, if I can interrupt real quick.
Can I just ask him, why does he think that is? Why does he think these economists haven't replied?
I think because it scares the...
They're scared of it. Yeah, but listen, I have some advice for Robin, some technical advice. You don't need coders, and you don't need economists. You need a good coding AI, like just you do some research and find out which coding. Yeah, you can start with ChatGPT, but it's not good at writing code. You need a good agentic coding AI that has a good track record, and now there's several. You can even do a Google query. What's the best coding artificial intelligence? And it'll give you some examples. Then you can use your own, just your ideas. You just give it the context of what you want to do, and it will code the application for you. and you'll have a choice of whether you want to have it to be an app that runs on a phone, or if you want it to be an application, a web application in the cloud. Now, the latter is more complicated, but you could easily, I mean, seriously, for someone who knows what they're doing, it's really a couple of afternoons' work to make a phone application. So I don't know how you want to do this, but you can do this yourself now. You don't need an economist. You don't need a coder. Even coders are losing their jobs. People who want applications simply go to the AI and say, this is what I want, and they can get it to work. Now, you have to know something about what you want, and you have to know how to talk to an artificial intelligence. But if you work all that out, and there's lots of examples now on YouTube of how people are doing that in real time, this is happening, this is a thing, then you could just do it yourself, Robin. You really could.
Cougar, I really, really value your input, and I love your independence, and I love that you're even willing to entertain my ideas for even 1 minute. I love that. Half of the reason.
One other thing, you say you're emailing economists. Have you tried like emailing, say, some renegade economists, people who overtly actively go against the system, or what type of economists are you emailing?
I don't know any. I went into.
It might be worth doing that research, because you need to find people who are already unimpressed with the system and are actively challenging it. You know, and there are renegade economists out there, and some of them have even written books. And they provide,
honestly, any help that anyone can give me, I am almost desperate for it. And moreover than that, I was going to say to Cougar, and this ties in, the reason that I'm working at the moment is because I want to create, a digital system, but one that works for humans. And I believe that the people that I'm working with now, the coders, even though I have to give them some compensation for their time, I believe that they are putting the human element into the mathematics and the system. When my guy says to me, oh, this is a good idea, or he goes, oh, have you thought of doing this? It gives me the feeling that what I'm doing is human, and it's affecting other human beings. You know, I don't think we need the perfect AI to rule us, but I do think that AI will become a part of all of our lives. And I think that we need to start building systems right now to protect ourselves and our communities from completely being, snowballed over by what's coming next. You know.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you very much. Cougar Duma, I don't know. You haven't answered the question, have you? That the show is based upon, initially, at least. What would you do for or to the world if you had ultimate power?
Yeah, so I'm going to give you an answer. It's going to sound like a cop-out, but I actually had to think about this a minute. I wouldn't do anything. I like the way things are proceeding. I think things must proceed the way they are. The outcome is necessary. It will be good for humanity. We will be able to proceed from that point more effectively than we can from the point we're currently in. I'm something of an accelerationist. I mentioned that a little bit earlier. I am at a point where I seriously don't think there's any way out.
There you go. So you kind of are happy that humanity is facing a future of turmoil and destruction, that there will be some kind of bottleneck. You view that as an opportunity to start again, to build back better.
Yeah, and I think we have to go through a bottleneck. It's both a economic bottleneck, a population bottleneck, a information bottleneck, culture, everything. Okay, I'm going to mention something here called a singularity, and it gets bandied about a lot. It's not. Not everybody agrees on what it is, but a singularity mathematically is a point that you pass through when which no information arrives on the other side. So a bottleneck, a severe downturn, a collapse, these all have elements of a singularity where nothing emerges on the other side. Now, nothing is doing a lot of work here, but certainly nothing about the way we are organized could arrive on the other side. Knowledge could, books, mythology, religions, anything we carry around in our head, those kinds of things. But the organizational structures that we are accustomed to now, that we think are forever and eternal, simply wouldn't survive. And there probably will be a population bottleneck. There will be a technology bottleneck. Everything we think that is forever, it turns out not to be, and there's various reasons for that. But I don't see how we avoid that. And so when you ask me what could I change, what could I do that would, if I had all power, I wouldn't change anything. That's where we're headed, and that's where we need to be. And the accelerationists in Silicon Valley will tell you, and the sooner we get there, the better. And I'm not sure they're wrong.
So tell us about these accelerationists, and how are they supporting their ideology? How are they trying to ensure that this acceleration happens?
Yeah, that's a good question. First of all, I would encourage people, if they're interested in the topic of deep societal change, you should probably look it up. These are rich people, intelligent people, people that you would probably like to have a conversation with. Some of them you think they're probably wacky. Even someone like Elon Musk, he's an accelerationist. Even Elon Musk, if you get him in the right environment and you calm him down and whatever, then he can talk and make some sense. So these people are not dumb. They're not evil. I think a lot of them are desperate and frightened. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to use technology, and there's some rationale for this. We've seen a lot of culturally destroying acceleration. Social media, for example, the rise of authoritarian regimes, even nuclear weapons. All these have accelerated change in a way that a lot of people find seriously uncomfortable. But what these guys are saying is, and there's several different types of accelerationism. I don't even want to go into it. And some of them are like black pill and red pill and blue pill, and it's all over the place. But they're all about the same thing, which is that technology has the capacity, already demonstrated, the technology has the capacity to completely overturn how we do things, and potentially in a really amazing way. So they're talking about utopias of different kinds. They're talking about UBI. They're talking about a post-work economy where no one works unless they want to. Post-money. We were just hearing about post-cash, cashless society. All these things where it is a zootopia, which is why I brought the topic up. It's a zootopia where your basic needs are basically taken care of. There's no competition because none is necessary. You're not competing for anything. And they're trying to bring this about as fast as possible. They want it. They can make it happen. They are the captains of technology. They have the technology, and it's at the tip of their fingers. The tip of their fingers. And they're already massaging what they can touch in the direction of massive, overturning societal change. Massive.
No, you're not blocked. LA says, is he blocked? No, you're not blocked. You're muted, LA. I didn't mute you. So sorry, go ahead, Kugadima.
Yeah, so as I was listening to Robin, he was definitely, absolutely talking the talk of accelerationism. He wasn't getting there. He was not talking about the mechanism to get there. He just has a view, a dream, if you rather, for how people could be reorganized in a more humane, more sustainable, more objectively humane way. Okay, that's his vision, and that's not a bad thing to have. We actually need more visionaries. I like to call it village life. He was calling it his wheel, his wagon wheel, whatever. He had 5,000 people in a village. I would probably have 500. But there are ways to organize ourselves that if our basic needs can be taken care of, then we are left with purpose and a massive overhang of supervising technology, AI, Bitcoin, whatever it ends up being, that we're taking care of. It is a zootopia. We are taken care of. Our basic needs are met. And then if your next thing you want to do, now that you don't have a problem with food, clothing, and shelter, next thing you want to do is learn how to play classic guitar, then you do that. It's simple. It's just really simple. And if that doesn't sound like getting ahead and having a Ferrari and all these things, well, if you talk to regular people, having a Ferrari is not high on the list. Even traveling to Ibiza for the party is not high on the list. What's high on the list is, what's maybe even the only thing in the list, is food, shelter, security, access to clothing. The kids would be safe, education opportunities for the children so they can, participate in society. And it's a very short list, people. It's a short list. We all know the list, and it doesn't involve working 60 hours a week for below minimum wage and dying of a heart attack when you're 48. It does. Those things are nowhere on anybody's list. And the accelerationists, whether they are good, bad, or indifferent, they're looking at AI and they're looking at the other changes in technology, including things like Bitcoin, and they're just saying, we've got it. It's right here. It's at the tip of our fingers. What are we going to do with this? Are we going to do this? Are we going to pull the trigger? That's the conversation right now, folks. Are we going to pull the trigger? Are we going to do this?
Okay, buddy. Thanks for that. LA, sorry, mate, you're not blocked. I don't know what was going on there. But yeah, I don't know why. Cougar, how did you get on? I mean, people are saying there's a problem with under the video. So everyone got on to the stream up until this point. But yeah, I mean, the link under the video.
I was in the YouTube stream and I looked in the comments, the live comments, and I didn't see a live link. So I went to the description in the YouTube video and I saw the word speak and I saw a link. And when I clicked on that link, I went to StreamYard as like a producer, and it wanted me to sign in and create an account and all this kind of stuff. So it was not properly configured for your stream.
Thanks for that, buddy. Thanks for that, for letting me know. Dogs, you're on the Final Notion show. If you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
Great question, mate. I have an idea. I haven't fleshed it out in to any certain degree. Sorry, I've got a bad cough at the moment, so I shouldn't even be on here with my state of condition. I have just an idea that I had. If you base voting power on how much tax someone pays, now, what I mean by that is, let's say we talk about percentages. Every percent of your income, make tax voluntary, and every percentage of your income, every 1% of your income that you pay in tax, that entitles you to one vote. And I like I said, I haven't fleshed this out. This could just be fucking nonsense, but I kind of intuitively get the feeling that because of the numbers involved, that would prevent, because it's percentages, that would prevent the elites and scare quotes from taking over and controlling.
So Does can you repeat this because it is important that people hear it properly. Go ahead, repeat the workings of this again, please. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Am I not coming through?
No, it was my fault because I was reading a comment and I missed the bit where you're saying a percentage. Is it? Yeah, just repeat how it works from the beginning. Sorry, mate.
Okay, no worries. So basically, let's presume a state. My apologies to those who shall not be named. Let's presume that there's a state, and we make tax voluntary. And it's based, and you get a vote or a say in the system. You get one vote for every percent of your tax that you pay into the system. So if you pay 15%, you get 15 votes. Now, obviously, it's going to be easier for the elites, again, scare quotes. They could probably pay up to 99% of their whatever income, wealth, in tax, but they get 99%. They get 99 votes, but there's less of them than there are of the rest of us plebs. So maybe the numbers would make it so that there's a more even distribution of, again, scare quotes, fairness.
I suppose that one of the first things is, if it was dependent on income, you might have, yeah, you're right. Rich people may be able to afford to pay like 99% tax, but they could also create systems where
Oh, that's right.
people
Yeah.
people create sham jobs where
Right.
they don't really
could
need
be,
to
it
work.
could be income or it could be wealth. You know,
They
like I
don't
say,
really
I
need to work.
haven't fleshed it out.
They don't
No, it's a
really need to
system.
work.
It's a system
they
we have in Japan. It's a system we have here, where there's basically two levels of. Well, there's thousands of levels of tax, obviously, but there's a national. This is speaking a very high level. There's national tax and there's local tax. But the national tax you can't run away from. But the local tax, you can actually choose what prefecture of Japan to pay that into. So I might live, for example, down in Kyushu, but I might opt to pay Hokkaido local tax. And what they do in return is they'll send you special gifts and goods from their region. And it's quite an interesting idea that you have control over where you pay that money. And like I say, I haven't fleshed this out, and I more than anticipate someone to come in and go, "That's a stupid idea," because da 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 da.
I mean, it's interesting. I mean, the thing is, it would have to be dependent on a certain amount of money being earned. You'd have to earn a certain amount of money. You say if you earned like £100 a year, and then you said, "Well, I'm paying 99% in tax, therefore I should have 99 votes," right? That's not going to be allowed, is it? Under this system, you have to earn a certain.
It's voluntary. It's voluntary. You can pay whatever you like.
No, but you see what I mean is, what I mean to say is, if what I'm trying to show is, you could get a system where, say, there's landed gentry who don't need to work, right? There's people who are landlords, they don't need to work, but what they do is they set that there's like a company that sets up sham jobs and pays people like £100 a year, like a token, even £1 a year, and then that person pays 99% of that in tax, and then they get 99 votes. You know,
right? Look, I have no doubt that the wealthy, there's many ways to dodge the system. Of course there are.
Or to get undue influence is what I'm trying to say. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
There will be ways to beat the system, no doubt, or to sort of scam it. But no, but just as a starting principle, because I remember Mick Jagger complaining that he didn't have a vote in America, considering the amount of tax he pays there. And I thought that's actually not a bad idea. If you're paying a whack of tax in a country, in a jurisdiction, why don't you get some kind of say in how that money is? Again, this is all.
Well, it is a question that is bandied around, and people do have strong opinions on. Kugadiba, what do you think? Should people go ahead? Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. I heard the question. I was just about to say that Mick Jagger has lots of influence in the U.S. And even if he pays all these taxes, he doesn't need a vote. There are lots of people in the U.S. that will tell you that people who vote have no influence in the U.S. As people have money. Mick Jagger is a rich man. Rupert Murdoch is a rich man. These people have a lot of influence in U.S. politics just simply by talking to politicians, giving them money, and getting what they want. And if you think it's otherwise, then you're an idiot. Voting doesn't matter. Donald Trump is about to take away the vote from 90% of Americans, probably, like all women and about half of everybody else. And it's not going to matter because it never did matter. So
that's a pretty wild claim. 90%, he's going to disenfranchise 90% of the population.
I don't want to hear it. So you can make a point that it's already the way it is in America because of wealth, and you don't need to pay a tax. You can use a small amount of your actual wealth. $50,000 will buy almost any politician in America. 50,000, maybe even 10,000, and they'll just do what you want. And
yep. But again, I would, again, just as a counter to that, like those, they're all of us here are plebs. Now, even if we're earning, north of $1 million, we're still fucking plebs. If like, it's just, to me, it's a numbers game. If you get 100 poor people, okay, let's just say 100 poor people, but they choose to get 30 votes. They choose each to pay 30% tax on whatever it is, their wealth, their income, however it gets sorted. That's 3,000 votes. That would, in theory, again, be for the advantage of that group of people, and that would, in theory, overwhelm, say, 5 wealthy people who give 99% of their income into tax. because that would amount to 500 votes, basically, just shy of. That's, to me, it just, again, intuitively, it just seems to me there is some kind of internal balancing mechanism in that. But I'm not denying at all that under the current system, voters have no say, that lobbyists rule the roost. I don't deny that for a second.
Yeah, and that's kind of the crux of the problem, and it's been that way for thousands of years. This isn't a new problem.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. Yeah, I mean, there's probably no way really to overcome that problem. Like, I'm just, because I don't, that's what I would say. So
Yeah, but of course, in fairness, the question on the forum was, if you had all the power, what would you do? And so we're kind of spitballing here, right? We can say, well, if I had all the power, well, then this is what I would do, Um, and some people would say I would create a theocracy where everything is done according to the Bible. And there's all kinds of things that people could come up with if we're just going to spitball it. But
right.
I guess I'm so much of a fucking materialist that I just can't really do that. Which is why when DNW asked me the same question, well, you've got all the power, Cougar, what are you going to do? I'm like, I'm not going to change anything. It's all kind of headed in the right direction. Just give it some time and it'll work itself out, and we'll be probably where we should have been 500 years ago. And, so we had an interesting 500 years. We invented the internet and penicillin and some other things. And so hopefully we get to keep all that. But if we just keep going the way we're going, it's like, okay, the problem solved one way or the other.
Yeah. No,
Can I just say, LA, if you want to be interviewed about your book, you can come on now. D Prophet will interview. I don't mind joining him.
Can I interject for just
So yeah, guys, D Prophet LA, come on here and we'll do that. I'll get rid of everybody else for that. I'm sure they won't mind stepping down just for the duration of the interview. So D Prophet LA, if you want to come on, please
Can I interject for 1 minute?
Robin, yes, I was going to say you did put your hand up, and I'm very sorry about leaving you hanging there. Robin, you did want to say something, and then we'll go to Kenny. Go ahead, Robin.
Once again, if I had all the power in the universe, I would rewrite this software so everybody could just stick a little hand in their icon if they had something to say. I believe that if you can buy votes, what's going to stop one really smart person from buying 1,000 people and then getting a shitload of votes and then saying, my vote is that we end that system that other guy just said? And that would be it. His system would be over instantly because the world would have voted for it not to be. Honestly,
well, just make your vote to someone's income or their wealth. That's easy to solve.
And we already kind of have that system right now today.
Okay, but then again, I see what you're saying. Okay, that's okay. I got you.
Which of us here in the chat voted for the World Economic Forum? It wasn't me, but they have so much to say over how my life gets done. They're the ones that forced me into creating my own digital ID to protect myself from their digital ID. So those people can't even vote, yet they control me. I don't think that's the solution. They
don't control me. So I just noticed. Before, because I know Kenny wants to jump in, but I do just also want to add. I noticed that all of us, including myself, when asked the question, "What would you do if you had ultimate power? What would you do?" and we all come on with these very, friendly, nice ideas. I think in reality, if any of us had power, we would just do what anyone else who has power does. We would fucking consolidate, and we would do everything we can to make sure that our power stayed strong, and that would involve a lot of bad shit. We're humans. We're not fucking angels. So yeah, I just want to throw that out there. It's like everyone, when people talk about these kinds of issues, for example, talking about World War II, there's that old thought experiment. If you were at gunpoint and a Nazi soldier told you to get in a tractor and push dirt over a grave to bury people alive, would you do it? And we all go, "Oh, I'd never do that." Blah blah blah. Yeah, most of us would.
I'd be the first to die in the concentration camps. They would kill me even before I got there. I'd be such a mouth you get.
So I just think that we often like to put ourselves in the hero's seat, whereas I think in reality most of us would be villains if we had ultimate power.
Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. What do you want to say?
Yeah, first of all, when I first came on, like an hour ago, you very passive aggressively and contemptuously referred to me as Kenny the newbie. Why was that?
No, that was just because you were new on the conversation tonight. That wasn't for anything else. I meant like you just joined the show today.
Right, okay.
Right.
Fair enough. Yeah, I just want to get back on Cougar Doomer. He's left the studio, but he said that Donald Trump had planned to disenfranchise 90% of the electorate. That guy is so full of shit, I tell you.
So what? Sorry, I missed that. What is he full of shit on?
He said that Donald Trump was going to take 90% of the vote away from people in America. Prevent 90% of the people who are
Is that what
currently
Cougar
allowed
Doomer
to
said?
vote. That's what he said.
Right,
You've
Cougar
dogs, you
Doomer,
heard
if you
him
want
say
to
it.
come on and substantiate
You've
that claim,
dogs
please
tried to
do.
ask him what he meant by that, and he just said, "You don't want to hear it."
Oh, I
Am I
remember
right,
that
you
now.
dogs?
Yeah, I was in the kitchen. I heard that. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah,
Right.
and I think maybe Cougar wants to come on and flesh that out. Up to him.
Is that
Yeah,
the same
hopefully
guy
he
that's
still
going to
is.
be a big? He said there's going to be a big heat wave that's going to kill millions of people in the summer.
Oh, it's
the guy's
ongoing.
full of crap.
It's ongoing.
He's
We are
full-
moving towards our impending doom, apparently.
Yeah. So a few things I would change is if I say if I had the ultimate power. Donald Trump's doing a lot of that work for me in Iran. For a start, I personally would eradicate Islam because I just think it's a paedophile worshipping death cult. I'm not saying all Muslims are bad. I have a lot of respect for Muslims as individuals, as people. A few of my ex-girlfriends are actually Muslim. And they were some of the best girlfriends I ever had. They were really lovely people. I'm talking about the ideology of Islam and how it causes Muslims at the extreme end of the ideology to behave. So that's another thing I would do as well. So, yeah.
But let's
That's
play
all I wanted
devil's
to say.
advocate on that, Kenny. I take your point. Let's abolish, a religion. That would require.
Yeah, I'm not saying abolish the people. I'm saying,
I know. I'm giving you the best. I get.
or at the very least, reform it into the 21st century.
So all I want to say to that is, it just that kind of proclamation would require such an immense power, such immense force. So my point is, whatever system we think is going to be good, it's going to require some kind of fucking force and death and mayhem and chaos and all that.
Not necessarily with the question of Islam. For a start, you could tackle the radicalization that's happening in mosques by requiring imams who speak in mosques to go through rigorous vetting and maybe even have a license in the same way that construction workers are required to have a CSCS card. Construction labourers, like a health and safety thing. Gas engineers are required to be registered, things like that. Yeah. And the police actually doing their job and not favouring one set of people over another and applying the law across the board equally, not taking into consideration people's race.
I mean, is that not
or religion?
A breach of separation of church and state? I mean, is that not a case of the state getting heavily involved? I know we have the Church of England here, but does that not become the case where religion could really be utilized by the state if they get involved in that sense? They could start using it to control us even more.
No, because some of the things that these people are saying in mosques are contrary to existing laws. Like a lot of them are calling for the genocide of Jews and hate crimes against gays.
I understand. I understand that. I understand that. I think that's wrong, and that should be prevented.
It's just applying the law, the existing law. And the cops currently don't do that they don't want to stoke cultural sensitivities.
Could it be that you could have I don't know whether they do sermons in mosque. Could it be that sermons have to be in English and they can pray in Arabic or whatever it is they use, but sermons need to be in English? Maybe that's another thing that could be done.
that's one option, you know. So, you know, there's ways of helping Islam reform and assimilate into UK culture and UK law. You know, the law just has to be applied fairly.
By the way, Eid Mubarak to you and all Muslims who aren't in any way wanting to cause harm to anybody. Because as you said, a lot of them aren't that bad, and you don't have a problem with Muslims in totality. It's just the ones that.
Listen, I could tell you a few naughty stories about my encounters with Muslim women. Really.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sure we will listen one day, maybe backstage though. LA says if we were to make these same comments about Jews, he would be banned from YouTube. There you go.
LA, I already explained that I'm not advocating the genocide of Muslims, or I just said Muslims are some of the loveliest people I've ever met. You know, I'm talking about Islam as an ideology and how it causes people at the extreme end to behave when you get into like terrorism, even the Pakistani Muslim grooming gangs. Their lawyers have used the fact that these are Muslims as their defense to say it's their culture. So they're
I mean, you'd be saying the same thing about. You'd be saying the same thing if it was extreme Jews or extreme Christians saying these things or doing these things, would you?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
there you go. That's fair enough. I mean, do you condemn those? I
still personally don't think the ideology of Islam is compatible with Western democracy. I just don't. Sorry, what were you going to ask me there, DNW?
Do you condemn? I mean, there are these extreme Christians. Some people don't even call them Christians, but they consider themselves Christians, who turn up at soldiers' funerals with signs saying "fags burn in hell," and they, for some reason, you've seen them in the news, right? They jump on the bandwagon. What are they called?
Hillsborough Baptist Church.
You condemn the Hillsborough Baptist Church, Kenny?
Where is Hillsborough Baptist Church?
In America.
Fags burn in hell.
Fags burn in hell. For some reason, they go to the funerals of U.S. soldiers, or they used to anyway. I don't know if they still do it. And they start
like gay U.S. soldiers.
Not necessarily. I don't believe it has to be. No.
I thought the word "fag" means it's a
well,
that's
they use it as a slur for gays. Yeah, but they don't necessarily go to. I don't know. Vegan Equilibrium might know about them. Vegan Equilibrium, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. Do you know anything about the Hillsborough Baptist Church in America?
It's called Westboro.
Westboro, sorry. Okay.
Thanks, mate. Yep.
Yeah.
And what do they do?
I mean,
what did they do?
Can you still see and hear me?
I haven't. They're kind of like out of the spotlight now.
Okay.
I tried to answer the question, but it started buffering. I don't know if I went off for a little while. Can you see and hear me now?
Yeah, we heard you. We heard you. You've been fine. We've heard you all this time. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So what I would say to that is, if that's what they're doing, then that's bad. You know. But they have some sort of the First Amendment protects them, allows them to do that. But you know, doesn't mean to say I agree with it.
Yeah, you condemn it because you know you don't have to agree with it exactly. Vegan Equilibrium, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. You're in the gym. Are you feeling good? Are your endorphins rising? Are you feeling joys for life?
No, I mean, I'm gonna feel better after the workout, but I was feeling pretty shit earlier. Just hadn't been moving enough, I don't think, and great about myself. But one thing I wanted to comment on, which is I just find it so crazy that like humans are so insane that there's actually a good amount of them that don't even want to be happy. That's what I realized from what we talked about earlier when I was first on here earlier today. Because, yeah, like, I don't know. That's just insane to me.
There you go. Anybody got anything to say? Feel free, guys, to interject.
Yeah,
you
I
saying
can
that a
tell
lot
for
of
the way that
people?
vegan equilibrium's moving that he's on treadmill incline number 6. Ask him
I
if
didn't
he's
hear
on incline
anything.
6.
Did you hear that,
Are
Vegan
you on?
Equilibrium? Go ahead, Kenny.
No, it's all cutting out. It's all like broken up.
He said, "Are
All right.
you on incline number 6?"
Yeah, I'm on an incline. Yeah.
Which one?
What number?
What number?
Yeah.
I'm on 8 incline
There's
and
only 2 off.
2.7 walking speed.
Yeah, I can tell you we're walking up. Yeah.
It was a good guess by Kenny.
I know, because I walk like that when I'm on the incline treadmill as well.
Pristine, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. If you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
I'd probably just give everyone what they want and take away the money system because I don't like the money system. And then if they didn't want to work, I mean, that's fine, but the consequences of not working would be that, you know, no one could go out to restaurants or, you know, airports wouldn't be open and all that. So they can still do those things without money. But it would just be like they already have everything. So they're not working to survive. They're just doing it because they want things to be run, you know, like so we can go and do things and still have society and that, so we're not all just in our mansions. But yeah, any system that allows me to have what I want without having to work, I'm for that. And I don't know how that would like practically work. I'm just like, I'm not smart enough to come up with any system. I'm literally just trying to come up with something that would benefit me and so I can get whatever I want basically. But yeah, I know that people say, oh, but like no one will work because they already have whatever they want. But it's like, well, yeah, but what if they wanted to go to a restaurant? You know, I'm sure that people who like cooking, like chefs and that, would still cook for people if they didn't have that pressure of like needing to work to survive. They just do it to keep things running. And like, how are you going to go to another country if no one wants to work at the airports and you know, grocery stores? How are you gonna, you know? So I don't know. That's all I have. I'm not smart enough to come up with anything, to be honest.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. Do you see any merit in like giving people the basics, like giving people not necessarily money, but giving everyone a bag of rice, some vegetables, some frozen veg, a few cans of beans? You know, just the basics, so no one goes hungry. Do you see? And eat, whether they're disabled, whether they're unemployed or not, just give everyone the basics, and like they can have access to that if they want to, no questions asked. Do you see any merit in that?
Yeah, I think in principle that's a good idea. I think that's
Yeah, it sounded like Pristine Sun was advocating the universal basic income there. And I'm in favour of that, actually.
yeah, DNW. I think there is something there. I think yeah, I'll just leave it there. I think that there's that could have legs, I think.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Because when you think about it, there might be a lot of utility in that, because if people are just scrambling to get the extreme basics, maybe their brain has been wasted, you know? Maybe if they had the basics, they could think about higher things for themselves and others.
Right. And I think also a lot of time is, there's a lot of people who spend a lot of, you know, mental energy just trying to get by. Whereas if that was relieved just a touch, they could be more productive, they'd be happier, you know, that kind of shit. So I think, yeah, there's something to what you're saying.
Fatima, you're back. What is it you wanted to say?
Not much. Just that, you know, like we don't have these things because people on top just don't allow us. Yeah. They're just bad people inherently, you know.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that. But
Nah, I know.
Because you're on top, that doesn't mean you're bad.
No. If you're on top, you probably had to do some things to be on top. There's generational wealth, and then there's exploiting others, trying to maneuver all the way to the top. That's just fact. Either you're on top because you either have generational wealth, or you're just very lucky and you know how to exploit Goyim people.
Be careful with that kind of rhetoric on the show, Fatima, please.
But it's what I truly believe, though.
I know, but you can say it on your own channel, not here.
Okay, fine.
Because it is problematic. It is problematic.
Well,
now,
then,
Robin is asking. Robin, there's other things you can say, Fatima. As I said, you seem like insistent on getting me into shit.
I'm not.
I give you a lot of leeway.
Hang on,
I give you a lot of leeway.
I would like to ask, Fatima, how many of these people do you actually know personally?
How many? I don't need to know them. They literally splat out what they say in their policies and in their backroom meetings, in their footage that's leaked by people. I don't need to say otherwise, and you can read their holy books, and I'll leave it at that.
DNW, can I just say a little bit about the universal basic income here?
Of course. And but before you do, Kenny, Robin, come back on. Yes, we'll watch your video. Come back on, share the link, but come back on and then I'll share it. Go ahead, Kenny.
So the pilot scheme's results generally indicate improved mental health, financial stability, and well-being for the participants. While some trials showed minor positive employment effects, others found limited impact on long-term jobs, with debates over high costs. Key findings highlight reduced poverty, improved food security, and increased educational engagement. The notable pilot schemes were Finland from 2017 to 2018, a 2-year study, Wales from 2022 to 2024, and Germany last year.
But was it? It wasn't the whole country, was it? It was only a little area.
Those were like targeted pilot schemes. But as of
I think there's a big difference.
The latest news is, as of early 2026, no country has fully implemented a permanent nationwide UBI.
I think there's a. I think
it's more successful, but for some reason they didn't want to push ahead with it.
I think I'll have to look at the economics behind it. But as far as I'm concerned, if you give everyone, say £100 a week, everyone in the country gets £81. I feel that there would be some kind of price fluctuation that would just mean that the market recognizes the spending power of people, that everyone has £100 extra, so prices go up accordingly, and it wouldn't make any difference in totality. There would be some kind of inflation.
That is one problem with it, yeah.
I thought that would be a natural outcome. That's why I feel, Kenny, that these little microcosms, these little regional pilot schemes, they're unfortunately not a true reflection of what would happen, because in actual fact, those little areas might have greater spending power than would be the case if the whole country adopted it.
That might be why it's a good idea to give people goods rather than cash. Like you're talking. I mean,
that's what I was talking about earlier. But then I think a problem with that is, and it is true, it may give an unfair in a free market economy. I don't think anybody should have unfair influence or power, but this may give unfair influence and power to farmers, for example.
True.
And I don't think that's fair. I mean, a lot of farmers say, "Oh, we deserve this, we deserve." I don't think they do. In a free society, they're like everybody else. They're just striving to make a living like everybody else. So why should they be given, why should they be given a ticket on the gravy train? Because if you were a farmer and we brought that in, it would have been, just plant fields of rice and you'll have guaranteed income at a set price forever. So I thought there would be a problem in that sense. It would be unfair to others.
You're right. Yeah, and there's no system that's going to be a solution that everybody loves. That's just never going to happen.
DNW, I have a problem with the fact that Kenny is allowed to come up here and speak his anti-black racist, virulent racism.
LA, he's gone
virulent
now. But
racism against blacks and Islamophobia with no pushback. And as soon as Fatima makes a tepid critique, which is accurate, by the way, which is absolutely correct, and it actually applies to Kenny specifically, I wouldn't use that term on your channel. I wouldn't use that term on your channel, but what Fatima said was absolutely correct. But why is Kenny allowed to say anything racist against blacks, against Muslims? No pushback. Fatima says something, and all of a sudden he gets checked.
Thank you. No, you bring up valid concerns, all right, and I'll take them into consideration now. And I don't want to be glib. I want to try and talk to you on a level. I agree, first of all, that, one might see that as a bias or unfair. First of all, I'll give my personal opinion, all right? I don't like the fact that there is this reference to Goyim in Jewish texts. I don't like that. I don't like the Jewish religion.
It's real.
But I don't extend that to, in any way, a dislike of people who are Jewish. Like it does seem Fatima does. I don't
Right,
do
but
that.
Kenny dislikes Muslims and black people, and he gets no pushback.
No, he did. I already pushed him back, LA. I don't know if
No, you did not interrupt him.
LA, I'm going to interrupt you now because I am talking. You did give me an opportunity to answer, did you not? I already said to Kenny, he has these views on Islam, and I always pushed him back on it. And I said, surely you don't feel that way about Muslims? And he said, no, he does not think Muslims are bad people. He just doesn't like the religion. Now that is his view. I feel Fatima, and he said it tonight, he'd like to end certain people. He is in many ways anti-Jew, anti-Israeli, the people rather than just a religion. I don't stand for that. I'm okay with people saying they don't like a religion. They wish there was no religion. I like the song by John Lennon. But to go against actual people, dehumanize them, and I feel is unfair. And I'm sorry if you feel I've tolerated. In relation to Kenny being racist, unfortunately, he has said stuff, that I feel has been shown. Like there have been people who argue sub-Saharan Africans have lower IQ. That has been shown in archaic scientific studies. I feel that has been shown, but the bigger problem, LA, is it doesn't go into why that is the case. Kenny accepts that as a problem, and it's the black people's problem. I don't think that is. I think it's a problem of inequality. I think it's a problem where the West and other countries have maybe taken out of these countries and they have not been allowed to have a sufficient education systems. I think there are other issues going on behind what appears to be a problem for the black community. I feel that it's not the black people's fault, and from my anecdotal experience, I've already said this. I've never found black people to be in any way inferior to white people or Asian people in intellect. I've never ever found that to be a common theme in my life. I don't agree with that at all. So that's my view on LA. But I also believe LA, you have been racist in the past against.
In response to things that he said, if you
have been racist.
If you're going to platform him and allow him to say things about blacks and Muslims, then you should give equal time to allow people to say stuff about white people and Jews.
I do give you the opportunity. You are still here, aren't you, LA? You are still
no, but here. He doesn't get interrupted.
You were racist. You were legitimately racist. And
what did I say about white people? Other than I don't support.
You blame white people for this and that.
For civilization.
And you went, but we know that's not true. We know there was a civilization in sub-Saharan Africa before.
There was, there was.
You just want to blame white people for everything.
Right, because
LA, the other thing you did, if I may go into it. Sorry, I'm just reading this comment here. Oh yeah, the other thing you did is you blame white people for everything, and I can't remember what it is now, LA. Because,
be specific. Because I didn't blame white people for anything except for spreading democracy and civilization. That is all I blame white people for. They imposed it through violence. They did not choose to civilize themselves.
That sounds pretty racist.
It's an objective fact. It is an objective fact. went around.
You make out that black people had nothing to do with their own destiny.
They
I
did.
think that's racist.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then, you can say it's racist, but you can't dispute that it is objectively true. It's verifiable.
I can and I will.
Okay. Well, I'm actually. If anybody else wants to talk to me, I can, but I'm going to step down because I'm not listening to your thoughts.
LA, please. This is where the problem starts, running away. I will say to Kenny, please don't run away next time you make a statement. I'm going to ask everybody who comes on it, don't run away. There's no need to run away.
Yeah, I stand.
I just wanted to defend Fatima. That's the only reason I came back. It's not to
you're running away. LA, you're running away, mate. And
I don't run away. I just
I'll listen to you, Kenny, but not your thoughts.
Outside of this podcast.
Go ahead, Kenny, sir.
Kenny, you can respond, but I'm not going to listen to your dogs.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what. Okay. You don't have to reply to Yerf Dogs. He can speak. You don't have to reply. By the way, you're free. You're a free man. Okay. I know you consider yourself a slave, but you're not a slave you're not a slave of the Finding Gnosis show. You are a free man here. You can choose to remain quiet. You don't have to reply. So if Yerf Dogs talks, you're under no obligation to reply. I just want you to know that. So yeah, but you can reply to Kenny. You said you will reply to Kenny, so we might as well start there. Kenny, what would you like to say?
I never suggested that black people were genetically inferior to white people, because I don't believe that. I was simply addressing the disparities in the IQ tests. And when I spoke a couple of days ago, I also added, if we want to talk about a different field like athletics or heavyweight boxing, then black people dominate the 100-meter sprint. They dominate heavyweight boxing champions. So you could argue that black people are athletically superior to white people in certain sports and have a better natural rhythm when it comes to dancing. So that's all it was. And crime statistics, unfortunately, is IQ is one of the biggest predictors of drug abuse, gang culture, crime statistics, and that tends to be consistent with the IQ world map. I'm sorry to say, but no, I don't. I'm not suggesting that black people are inferior. I'm just saying that there's racial disparities in the IQ test, and it's not a white supremacist stance, because at the top end is Chinese, Japanese, and Koreans.
But IQ tests don't exist in a state of nature. So you're asking blacks to perform under your system, under your capitalistic extractive system, and we did not choose. So now you're going to evaluate blacks under the Western gaze of a system which you have constructed, and we have to play by your rules and perform. And if we don't, then we're somehow deficient. We have low IQs, an arbitrary test which was designed specifically to prove white superiority, to prove that whites were more intelligent.
Can I just step in here at this juncture and say I understand and I empathize with LA's point here. Like, I also agree there are problems with this IQ system, this measurement system. It says things, but then you have to say, well, if the Chinese and all that have the highest IQs in the world, although they're doing well now, why aren't they running the world? They're not running the world. So I think there clearly are. It says things, but I don't think it gives the total picture. And by the way, I also want to say that the West is running the world, I believe, by a fortuitous set of circumstances, mainly geographical locations of its originators. But go ahead.
But he says it like it's a moral indictment. You have low IQ. What does that mean? Does that mean that you deserve to be a victim of violence? Does that mean that you deserve to be like what is your point in pointing that out?
I also agree with him here, Kenny. He makes a good point here. He makes it is a good point though. If someone outside of this context, if someone does have a low IQ, it's not their fault. It's not a moral indictment. It's not something to blame them for.
I'm not moralizing the debate. I'm speaking in cause and effect terms. Yeah.
Right, and then he said
to understand the problem, you have to know what's
Equilibrium
causing the
comes in
problem.
here with this curveball. There are some black African countries that outperform white countries in IQ. There you go.
He doesn't know that though. I would use that argument, but you guys would say I was making that up. So
which countries?
It's not countries. It's individual Africans that have come to America and they outperform Jews and Asians, and any other like they score almost perfectly on these standardized tests.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. The world's IQ map is talking about national averages. It's not saying every single person in that country is a lower IQ of every single person in, like, Germany, for example. You get overlap.
But my point was that it's not nature, it's nurture. That if you take them out their environments and you actually give them an opportunity, they can outperform or compete with other groups. But you were saying that it was nature. You were basically saying that the African Americans are no different from the Africans. They're just as dumb as the Africans, and they're crime ridden. I mean, you were making some sweeping generalizations about black people.
Well, there's evidence to suggest that it's a bit of both nature and
Okay.
nurture.
Okay, so just admit it. Stop trying to obfuscate. You know exactly what you said. Now you're trying to clean it up. You get to be racist, but nobody can be racist against you. Now you want to be the victim when I used your own arguments against you to say that civilization was not a good thing. Because you want to take that and weaponize it against me. No, I'm going to pull the Uno reversal card and say that your civilization is the root cause of all these damn problems.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think that's one of the racist things I've ever heard.
Right.
Because what you're saying there, what you're saying there, Ellie, is that black people are not capable of taking part in civilization. That they're all primitive, and that's why
I don't want to be civilized. I don't want to be civilized. I want to be a savage.
Yeah, that's you. That's your personal preference. So you're entitled to that.
It's not just me because they did not choose to be civil. They did not land up. They did not land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on them. They did not land with Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on them. They were forced to be civilized. They were forced to adopt the Western way of life, and they did not choose it voluntarily. You can't deny that.
This is such a vacuous argument.
Rubbish. Absolutely rubbish.
I was also forced to take part in Western civilization by virtue of where I was born. I don't. This is such a fatuous point of view to me.
Yeah, you could say the same about Scottish people. You know, we were invaded by England.
This is your way of life, though. All of you are happy on. You're all happy under this system. You guys are performing well. You love it. We are not performing well, and we are not happy. That's why you hear nothing but black people complaining because they're not happy. I mean, they don't know what the alternative is, but they're always complaining because they're miserable under this system.
He has a point, Kenny. Cougar Duma, do come on here, please, and explain that.
I mean, what Iran doing is making me happy.
You're a sick man. You enjoy people. You enjoy war.
They are attacking military bases in the region. I think those bases are going to be okay. They were not supposed to be there in the first place. Those American military bases, they were illegitimate to be there, and they're finally kicking them out of the region. Finally, after like 70 years.
In Kenny's defense, I have not heard him say anything racist today.
That's because facts are not racist.
Right. So my facts are racist, but your cherry pick facts are not right. This is absolutely ridiculous. The bottom line is that you did force colonization. You did force them to become civilized. You went in there with your Christian missionaries.
LA, you've got to admit first that there was civilization in Africa before the Muslims and the Europeans went there.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, that's just a fact.
So this nonsense that, I mean, I find that atrocious to say that black people was running around, you know, unable to build a house, you know, to have any system.
I can tell you something that is a bit of interesting trivia here. Did you know that in pre-colonial Africa, they didn't use the wheel?
I don't think
Right. Thank you for that point. That proves absolutely nothing. It has nothing to do with you. You had no business going in Africa in the first place. It's not your continent. They're free to live their lives however they want. It's none of your damn business.
There was no reason for the wheel for Africans to have a
Keep
wheel.
your ass out of Africa. It's not your land. Stop colonizing every continent. You talk about.
I mean, LA, LA, you have this romantic notion of human nature that somehow we don't get up in each other's faces, or we haven't done so in the past. We've done it. It's all happened. Do you know why people originally left Africa? Perhaps they were chased out, and perhaps
because they were forced. Because they were put on ships and forced to come here. That's how.
No. I'm talking about the first Homo sapiens to leave Africa. I'm not talking about the slave trade. Do we can't go back to find.
Slave trade began for some people.
We can't
you
go
can
back.
talk about how black people steal cars, but your people stole whole continents. How dare you? You have no right to say anything.
When you say your people, who are you referring to? Did the Polish do it to you? Did the Irish do it to you?
I'm talking to Kenny specifically. Are you going to take accountability for stealing whole continents while you're trying to compare yourself with people who steal cars? How dare you? You have no standing to say anything.
We didn't do that.
You should shut your face. You should shut your effing mouth.
The British were the best at conquest and empire. We defeated the Ottomans.
You stole whole continents.
The British spread freaking Freemasonry. That's unforgivable to me. What the fuck? That's unforgivable. And they also
aren't you a little?
Let me say one basic truth here, right?
What?
That nobody can deny. And here goes. Every time white people colonized or went to African countries, they made them better.
Yeah. Right.
In the reverse of that, every time black people came into white countries, they made them more socially degenerate.
My God,
you're degenerate.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree
love
with that.
Jews.
I
You are
don't
the
agree with that.
degeneracy. Those are the
I don't agree with
statistics.
that. I don't agree with that.
Fact.
No.
First of all,
and yet they can't stay out of Africa.
We literally have a Windrush line on the train map because a lot of the Caribbean people, the people that came here in the 50s and 60s, have added extreme amounts of value to our society, and they're held in high esteem and they're loved and adored. So I won't say they made the country worse. In fact, I would say they definitely added to its vibrance and its greatness. We have Joe Cool here.
I agree with that to a certain extent. Yeah. I mean,
if that's the case, why do they bring? If that's the case, why do they bring the Africans to America in the first place? If we made your lives so horrible, they brought us here to make their lives better, not for their benefit.
It's called conquest. It's the arc of history. That's just the way it's always.
No, he said.
Of color.
He said that they made their lives better. No, they were the slaves. It made your lives better, not ours.
Look, guys, I'm going to allow LA to be emotive on this issue, and I do understand his emotion on it because he is directly affected from it. He's already said he's a descendant of slaves, and he knows a lot about the story. And LA, I'm sure, has been passed down to you word of mouth and written word in terms of what happened, how bad it was. And I know for a fact it was goddamn terrible. It was terrible. But LA, I want to say that was then. We're talking about now, and you want black people to return to a state of nature. And I think you're saying something that most black people don't want. Black people want perhaps sovereignty. They want perhaps to be able to take charge of their own destiny. Sure, they want to be able to govern their own countries in Africa. They want to be able to direct, as I said, the future of their families. But to say they want to run around in the jungle firing arrows at each other and, going,
I have
wah,
no
wah,
desire
wah,
to do
wah.
so.
I mean, exactly. LA, get with the program. You're not speaking for black people. Black people were civilized before Muslims and Europeans came there. You're painting this fictitious narrative to suit your own insane, solipsistic, narcissistic worldview, where ultimately we can easily see it's attached to this idea that you're self-loathing and you want to
Self-loathing.
and you
I
want to
love
bring
myself. I love everything about myself. I love being gay. I love being black.
you want
I
to bring
love.
down you want to bring the black people, the black race down with you.
That's absolutely correct. I can't be a narcissist. Well, I guess you can. You're using the word incorrectly, but I love everything about myself. I love being black. I love being gay, an anti-nihilist, anarchist. I own all of it. There's nothing about myself that I don't love.
Anyway, another black man has entered the conversation. Maybe he'll speak some actual sense. Joe Cool, you're on the Finding Gnosis show.
Nice to see you guys again. All I heard before I hopped up was the one guy who says that everywhere white people went in Africa, they made it objectionably better.
Yeah.
Okay. You realize that every fucking country, Venezuela, Mexico, fucking Iran, Iraq, every country that's fucked up is because some white dude went in there, pretty much Argentina, Cuba, some white dude decided to, I don't do the race shit, but I'll do it because this is conversation shit that we're having. Some white dude in there, I don't even believe this shit, but using your logic, some white dude went in and destabilized all their governments and fucked every one of them countries up.
Yeah,
All of these
not just
fucking
white, it's
illegal
also
aliens coming over here and all of that shit because their countries are fucked up. CIA and the US would have destabilized all of them, got rid of their leaders and shit. And that's just a start, man. It's not objectionably clear that white people, every place they've touched, they've made better. Certainly not for me. I got Cherokee and Blackfoot ancestry. So what does that part say about it? White people make it better for me and mine here?
You're talking about the Cherokees?
Yeah, Cherokee
Native American
and Blackfoot.
Indians.
Yeah.
What was it that wiped the Native American Indians, most of them out? I heard it was disease.
Yeah, that again would have been white folk.
Exactly.
And was it white people that Christopher Columbus maybe sneezed when he stepped off the boat?
Yeah, it would have been.
Well, actually, Kenny, I'm sorry to tell you, it's well documented that when the British figured out that smallpox was killing Native Americans, they actually went in and gave them blankets that had been wrapped in people that had wrapped up people with smallpox just to spread the disease amongst that population to eradicate them.
And
you know what else they brought to the United States? They also brought the housefly and rats. Rats are not native to North America. They were brought here by the Europeans.
Here, he said something about Christopher Columbus. The first letter Christopher Columbus wrote back said that this is the most beautiful place I've ever seen, the most beautiful people, the most loving people you could ever imagine. I've never seen anything like it. They'll give you anything just for asking. They are God's chosen people, blah, blah, blah. It should only take 30 guns and 60 men to dominate them instantly. This is his first letter. This is what Columbus brought here, bro.
Did you guys know that Christopher Columbus turned out to be Jewish? I'm not even joking. I'm not even trying to be racist. He was actually
apparently it said he's Sephardic. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he's Jewish. So yeah, yeah.
And it was a black man who showed him how to get here, who navigated.
What does that speak to? That he was clever. He was able to get to the top of a hierarchy.
It just showed you this racist bullshit. That's all it shows. The racism is bullshit. I'm sorry, your mic is low. Can you turn the guy up talking now? I'm so sorry if I've been talking.
You have dogs. Can you turn up your volume, mate?
I can turn up that. How's that?
That's better already.
All right, sorry, bro. Hey, I just a question. I accept. Fuck, I'm translucent. I'm not even white. But,
See, I hear you.
I accept that. What historically Europeans have done is horrific. No one is going to run away from that.
It's man, period. But please continue.
It's horrific. But
what about what black people are still doing to each other in Africa?
Hold on, please. He's still talking.
There are more slaves than what there were during the transatlantic slave trade. In fact, the countries in Africa are the only countries in the world that still legalize slavery.
Am I literally supposed to do what every one of you have been doing, seeming as I've been trying to make a point for about 15 minutes? How civilized is this conversation?
Very good.
Well, I tell you what, everyone butted in when the Earth Dogs was about to speak, so go ahead, Earth Dogs.
First of all, if
I just muted you, Robin, because I literally just said, go ahead, Earth Dogs. He was speaking before this round of butting in began, so go ahead, Earth Dogs.
No worries. So I accept, that the arc of history is speaking broadly, the white people have had the ability to dominate globally. That's a massive universalized generalization, but let's just go with that.
I get it. I agree.
If it was the case that for example, people from the African countries, if they had the same resources and power, etc., would they have not done the same thing?
I think they would have. I think the Egyptians were a good where you can see that they dominated everything they saw. They ruled with an iron fist. They were not kind, and they were advanced. That's what the first hospitals and the library of Alexandria. That's where all that shit came from, Egypt. They were very advanced and they were very brutal.
So I would say that this whole thing about X race did this and X race did that. It's just the way things went, and I don't think that any human, regardless of their color, would have done anything different.
Thank you. I love hearing you say that, bro. I swear I'd be thinking I'm in crazy land when people
I
talk.
don't know. I don't know. I would push back against that because it was racism was a social construct which was invented by the West, and so they did not see these Africans as being humans, which is why their conduct was so deplorable. The Africans did not. The Africans did not create these racial constructs. They did not see white people as being inferior to them, and they did not.
You don't think, LA, that early in history, when the guy saw the people that looked different from him, his people rallied up against him, the first racism began? You think that's a new concept that came along?
No, I can tell you what the origins of racism. It comes out of the first racial classification is a distinction between Jews and Gentiles. That's the first racial classification. And then from there, it just spread into these other categories of Negroid, Caucasoid,
whatever, LA. But the point is, whether we talk about racism or we look at it as stripping others of their human rights, viewing them as inferior tools to be utilized and oppressed, that was going on in Africa before the Muslims and Europeans got involved. Exactly. Yeah. It's just it has been part of human nature. And Kenny is right to point out, it is still part of human nature, not just in Africa, but all over the world. There is modern day slavery all over the world. Just, I believe just a couple of weeks ago in this country, there was a woman in some part of the UK who was sent to prison for 10 years, just 10 years, for basically keeping a house slave for 25 years. She kept this vulnerable adult woman to basically do all her housework and chores. And
that's a big thing in some countries.
It is a thing. Yeah.
There are more slaves now than there ever were.
And it's not by white countries. Not
it's
white countries.
Who started it? Who started it?
LA, one more. It would have been before Moses even came along. The Sumerians, first written people, would have talked about racism. The first written language. It existed since we know of man. But LA, let me ask you, do you think if someone snapped their fingers, black people were the slave masters, white people were the slaves, we'd have been so holy that we'd have been like, whoa, this is wrong. Everybody's free today. You think we'd have did that and gave up our money and wealth and all of that?
I think if it were to happen today, black people would do the exact same thing white people do. But if it happened back then, no, black people would not. They have already been corrupted by civilization, so you can't try to judge them after we have been corrupted by the West.
Corrupted. I mean, Jesus.
Can I finally say something, Carl?
The West was corrupted by someone else, and I'm not.
It's not in our nature. It's not our history. We have not done this.
Can I say something?
I'm all ears. I'm just one dude.
First of all, I think accidentally I might be the best representative for this conversation because I can defend everybody. I can defend the white people. I can defend the black people. I can defend everybody in between because I am one of these brand new human beings that lives in the world because everybody ran around conquering each other. Like your man Joe Cole.
Yeah, we're all like that.
Of a mixed ethnic background. Yeah. My mother's father was just an ordinary black dude that came from the Dominican Republic to the UK because he could get a job in the American Army, and he came to London to become he was an engineer, and he desperately wanted to help the English kill Nazis.
Right.
Mostly because it paid well, and secondly because, I mean, who doesn't want to kill Nazis, right?
I don't.
I'm going to turn my camera off. It's I just wanted to get that. But secondly, my mother's mother was Irish.
So basically, at the moment, you are what is it?
mutt.
You're 1/4 black.
It might not even be that. Who knows? Who knows how black my grandfather...
You're at least 1/4 black. You're 1/4 Irish, and then you said you got
Dominican. We accept.
And you got Romani Gypsy in you as well, right?
Yeah.
We accept
my name.
We accept your paperwork. You are the best qualified. Please drop a jewel on us. Best qualified.
My name is Wolstenholm, Wolstenholmer, which translates to the place of the Wolfstone. And basically, it comes from Scandinavia. There were a bunch of really big. They weren't as blonde as people think they were. They used to dye their hair lighter. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
They came over. Well, they went all over the world and beat the ever-living crap out of everybody that opposed them. Stole their women, enslaved them, did what? If you look at my family name, Wolstenholme, the Wolstenholmes were literally the first people to set up a British colony in the Americas. And of course, they named it after themselves, Wolstenholme Town. Within less than a year, my family managed to make themselves so unpopular with the natives that the natives ganged up on them and murdered them all. I think only 8 people of 150 managed to escape to the later form, the later form, Jamestown, which is now known as the oldest colony in the Americas. But if you look it up, there was a British colony before that called Wolstenholme Town. Right? So I've come up with this theory that human beings are born racist. They don't want to be racist, but you're born recognizing your mum, your dad, your neighbors, and what they look like.
Wait. Let's define racist. Can we go with this? Where a person thinks that one race is above or beneath another. Can we use that for now?
Definition of racism, yes, and that would be the proper. And some groups of people exhibit that. Some, already.
You see, I've heard this bullshit that some people say racism is just you can't be racist if your people are not in a position of power.
That's
in the
bullshit.
country.
I don't like that definition either.
I don't like that, but that was bandied about for a while. It still is actually.
A lot of black folks still use that shit. I argue against black folk all the time using that same argument.
Racism just
There is an argument to be made for power dynamic. Right?
It should not be, but it is. It should not be.
Isn't racism just suspicion of the other tribe?
No, it must be that they're less than or above. Just that, if you see a guy wearing a cowboy hat, you think he's a cowboy or something. It don't make you racist. But if you think he's more ignorant than me because he wears a cowboy hat, you're probably racist.
Ironically, there were more black cowboys than white cowboys in America.
There were, because there were black Indians and black people way back then. They talked about how dark some of these tribes were.
Yeah,
all of these black people here did not come from overseas.
No, I mean, Joe Cool. If you go back in those days, a lot of the black dudes were, unfortunately, I don't know. They probably were slaves. Unfortunately, I don't know, or they were working on these giant ranches looking after the cows.
They were,
they were the cowboys. They were,
they could go places that the white man couldn't. They would send them because the Indian didn't have as much beef against them as the white man. The black cowboy could go places the white cowboy couldn't.
I hear that.
DNW, did you just try and tell me that most cowboys were black?
Most cowboys were black. That's what I've heard. Yes.
No, historians estimate that roughly 20 to 25%, 1 in 4 cowboys in the American West were black.
Okay. Oh, maybe I stand corrected. Okay, thank you for correcting me in real time. Where did you get that information?
AI mode on Google. So numerous sources.
Okay.
Combined into one.
You have to dig a
So I know
bit.
some people don't trust AI for whatever reason. Fair enough.
You have
I'm sure
to
there'll
dig
be
a
other
little
ways to
bit
verify
deeper,
that.
Kenny, you have
Yeah,
to
of course, because
little
AA
bit
is run by
deeper.
those people.
How many of them would have identified as Latino? How many of them would have identified as Native American? How many of them would have identified as Eastern European? How many of them would have identified as Northern European? Because I'm pretty sure that that number of white cowboys is going to come down a lot if you ask the question in such a way. So therefore, that 4% might sound small, but as a group of people, it's probably bigger than it appears to be in the statistics.
Guys, Pristine, darling, you haven't spoken for a long time. I'm not kicking you off the show. I'm just putting you backstage for a few minutes, for a little while, until Ragnar speaks. Because Ragnar's been waiting for like half an hour. I'm not kicking you off, Pristine. I'll bring you back on when there's a space. All right? Thank you.
There would have been a time when arguably there were more black cowboys because they made the slaves cowboys. So at that point, I assume there would have been more cowboys, at least at one moment in history.
That's what I read. It may not be true, though.
I googled it. That
I
part's
think it's like Native Americans trying to insert themselves into everything. I'm also like kind of skeptical about them too, because like they own all of the fucking casinos. Like I don't trust them. I think they're very, very like greedy people.
like everybody else, man. Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah, but
Black
like
motherfuckers are in a
these guys will
position where we
cry.
ain't
Like,
had shit where we can do we're virtuous because we ain't been in that position where we had to do them things.
Yeah, but like the freaking Native Americans in America, they will cry about everything that happened to them in the past, and yet they own like these fucking casinos. Like
LA.
That's a horrible argument too. I'm gonna jump all over you. Give a nigga a casino, they still all live on reservations. They ain't even got plumbing and all that shit. So
no, that's not true. Those reservations
I'm
have.
gonna go. Forgive me for going full dark mode, and I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't.
No.
I really hope it doesn't trigger anybody. But seeing as sometimes we like to think of ourselves as at least armchair philosophers here, and we think about all manner of shit. LA, while slavery might have been a terrible thing, you are here because of it. So
which is a bad thing.
Which is a bad thing in your view, but in a lot of other people who are descended from slaves, they're happy to be here. So in some sense, it's a bit like me. I'm probably here because a Viking raped somebody along the way, somewhere along the line. Now, I don't support rape. I wouldn't like rape to happen again. But if I value life and I'm happy to exist, there is this unsavory point where I have to admit I'm kind of happy that happened, or else, I would, because I'm here and I value life.
I don't know that's true.
That might sound. I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm just putting it out there to be controversial.
I don't know if it's true.
Let me respond to what he just said, though.
Go ahead.
Because that was not Abraham Lincoln's intention. Abraham Lincoln's intention was to give the former slaves sovereignty. They were supposed to get their own land. He did not believe in integration. He didn't think that blacks would actually be happy under this system. So that's one of the reasons that he was taken out. Because if you actually read what his plans were, it's the complete opposite of what is going on now.
You're soft showing it. He was worse than that. When what happened was the slaves, when the war started, they started leaving. Estimated 250,000 left. And Abraham Lincoln, and a lot of them went to fight along the people and work alongside of the soldiers. And Abraham Lincoln first told them, lock them all up. Then he ordered the soldiers to lock them up. It was so many kept coming. They kept giving them letters saying, we can't, it's too many of them. And he told his people, listen, if there was any other way to free these, to win this war without freeing these people, I absolutely would do it. I don't believe that there are equals in any way. They would never get along with us. My plan is to send them to Africa. That's what LA picked up at. But yes, he was, he was not for, let's free equality and shit. That wasn't a thing.
I got a question. Wasn't there blacks that were sent to Africa during like slavery, and they created the country of Liberia, and like they kind of invaded their own like indigenous people too, like the
Yes,
I
this
heard
is a
that, but I
legitimate
haven't looked
factual
into it
policy. The
personally.
Liberia policy came up.
Liberia, yeah,
It was a remigration
from fucking
policy.
America, man.
The very
Americans ruin
blacks,
everything.
guys,
Fucking hell.
the very blacks who went there started enslaving the local tribes.
I hate
Yeah.
Sierra,
And
Sierra Leone.
And yes, and let's
But did
not
you
forget
see how
that the first
civilization corrupts people? You see how
yeah,
civilization corrupts people now that they were enslaved, they want to enslave other people? That's how civilization works.
the first white folks, and this goes to your same point that you're saying, LA,
It-
when they got here, they had to kidnap black folks. But after a while, black people did it for them. They just came here and picked them up on the beach. Those were black people enslaving them and giving them over as
I
up
don't
for
know
them.
about that.
It's
I
true.
don't know about
Look
that.
into it.
Right, because they were given alcohol and these little cheap trinkets by the people we're not allowed to talk. Let me stop. Fatima, you probably know where I'm going.
It was got a
I
lot
don't
of
know. I'm
money.
just kind of
These
hearing half and half.
the people who kidnapped other tribes and took them to the beach and waited for the white man, they got paid for that shit.
Well, those were Moors,
Yeah,
by the way.
a lot of them were actually Arabic and Moorish. They were
If we're
literally
gonna be
enslaving
honest,
anybody
though,
who was
like
non-Muslim.
if I can speak in a serious manner, I am Hispanic. I'm Latino, so like I'm from like both indigenous and Spaniard. And what happened in like Mexico, this is factual. Hernan Cortez's army, and when invading other tribes, 70% were from other rival tribes in the area. You know, the Aztecs versus other
Yeah,
groups.
the Tlaxcalan tribe allied with the Spanish against
Hernan
they're
Cortez,
not even
yes.
called the Aztec, bro. They're called the Mexica. Right? They're not
Mexica,
even
yes.
called the Aztecs. They
Yeah,
don't
the
even call
Mexica.
themselves that. So
Yeah.
the
Guys,
Tlaxcalans were sick and tired of being sacrificed.
You still didn't address
what you said I wanted to.
Yeah. And I'm sorry to bring it up, guys, but it's part of the kind of moving on process. Bad things happen to our ancestors. We're here literally because those.
I'm
bad
not
things
sure.
happen.
I wanted to give you some pushback on that. I'm
Go
not
ahead.
so sure. You may not be your complexion and all of that, but the you who you are may have been destined to come here, period. So you might be a full-blooded African, full-blooded European, or some other mixture somewhere else, but you could have still got here. You might not have been where you're living in under the same conditions.
I understand that kind of view.
Yeah.
But I'm asking, please consider my view pragmatically, considering we can't be sure of your view, but we can be sure that. Well, no, actually, sorry, we can't. All right, look, I'll admit I can't be sure. Maybe you're right, but let's go with what I said for a second to see how that affects us psychologically.
Okay, let's do that.
And philosophically on being here.
I'm game. If you're correct, and I can tell that you're happy, you dig your Netflix and all of that, you're comforted. It's nice to have heat and running water at the touch of light at the touch of a button and all of these things. So yes, and I appreciate being here, family, love, life, and mysteries here. So I am glad I'm here. Under your conditions, if that's the way I got here, I don't condone slavery and shit and all the crap that got me here, but it got me here, and I got a silver lining on every cloud type of shit.
I mean, like at least like I have some lineage to Spain, like because I have family directly from there, so I can go visit there.
So like, are you glad half your ancestors got their asses whooped by the conquistadors, and are you glad that the other half were, psychopathic gold
warmongers?
Well, if I can be honest, like I think America was better off when the Spanish was ruling instead of the English. Like that's why that's why the Spanish forever for quite a while, people don't realize that the Spaniards kind of hated the Americans for a long time. Why do you think they lost Cuba? Like the Cuban War. Yeah, so like if it was between either the Spanish or the British Empire, I would side with the Spanish Empire every day because they actually fought against Freemasons, which the British loved, and they expelled those people from their country in 1492. So yeah, I would side with them over any other European group.
So the point I'm trying to make
Can I
is
give
if
you a
you're happy.
newsflash?
Huh?
Go ahead.
Mexico has so many Masons to this day, like so many.
Yeah, fuck,
It's not
dude,
a
that's so disgusting to me. That's so horrific to me.
Why is that disgusting to you?
Because I don't like the Masons.
Why?
Why? Because I think
I could give
they're
you a million fucking reasons if I
Thank
could.
you. Yeah.
One, If I had some knowledge that was so helpful and could benefit mankind, and I hoarded it to myself or someone else did, I assume that guy is evil. And that's part of their thing. They come up with all these secrets and so, but they only pass among the chosen ones. That secrecy of holding, like Jesus would have came and spread all the good word. Anyone who covers it to him and his people is probably a piece of shit through the gate.
That's not true. Sometimes
Right.
knowledge is too dangerous. There's
Yeah.
whole secret societies out there. They have certain forms of knowledge. If the wider public knew, some of them might actually try to do those things, right? So
One
like,
second, Blue.
I'm actually
One
part
second, Blue.
Native American, right?
I'm sorry. Let me mute. Give me a second, guys.
Okay, brother. Joe Cool's got to take a call. You're actually part Native American. See, you're all Heinz 57s, guys, and you're not only fighting with each other, but you're inwardly fighting with yourselves.
Yeah.
DNW, do you mind if I share my screen?
Yeah, go for
fighting
it.
with
Well, no,
myself,
it
I'll
depends
tell you
what it
that
is. It
much.
depends what it is, Kenny. It depends what it is.
It's my IQ test results. Life abolitionists wanted to challenge me on IQ test.
Oh,
so
this
I've
is
got
going to be
mine.
great.
Go ahead if you want to,
Kenny's
Kenny.
going to want to fight you.
It's a dick measuring contest.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
it is, man.
Go, if you really want to do
Can I
this,
say
Kenny, feel
something?
free.
Can I say
Can you
something
see it
super
now?
quick? There's a gentleman here. His voice sounds like Sargon of Akkad, the YouTuber.
Oh, ew.
113. There you go.
Not too bad, eh?
Above average.
Yeah, above average. That's the most we could say.
Mine was 115, so I beat you.
I'd like to
Well
ask
done.
LA a question if I may.
Shame you're a
Probably ignore
fucking
me.
anti-Semite nutcase, though.
I don't give a shit, homie.
I think
Oy vey, oy vey.
Oy
I just
vey.
want to ask LA a
everybody
question
should
about
get access to
civilization.
that link and that.
Go ahead,
I missed it. Hi.
Sorry, guys. Yerf Dogs has asked a question. Go ahead, Yerf Dogs.
I hear LA talk a lot about how he demonizes civilization, and I'm
Yeah.
guessing that he must have some kind of conceptualization or idea of the perfect society that he wants to go back to.
Yeah,
And I'm
let's hear it, LA.
can he tell us exactly? Can he cite an actual tangible example?
No.
of a
Let's go
society
with
that
even.
exists?
He's gone there many
in his
times.
head.
A state of nature. Go ahead, LA. Describe the state of nature for me, please, and us. Thank you.
No, I want to know. I don't want to hear
No.
the
Please
theory.
don't ask him to give an example yet. Let him just give what he sees it as, and then let's ask if there's an example in history somewhere. But let's see what he envisions first. I'd like to.
I don't believe that you can return to the state of nature. I think once you have been corrupted by civilization, by the state of society, that your whole landscape changes. Like who you are as a person changes. You don't know who you are. So what I would say is that the few remaining primitive societies that exist, they need to be left alone. Nobody should be encroaching on them. We should not be imposing civilization. If anybody wants to join those cultures, then they should. No, because I almost think that we would corrupt
So
them.
would you
I'm just
cite the
doomed, LA.
Sinhalese? Is that who they are? The Sinhalese tribe. Would you cite them as an example of what we should be? That's the best state
Striving
for
for.
humans to live in.
I can't say for sure that they
are at
have
the
not.
hunter-gatherer
I
level.
can't say for sure that they have not had any contact with the civilized world.
You're avoiding the question, mate. I'm asking, can you give a tangible example of a group of people who lived the way that you would like us to now live?
That's not the point. I don't know that there is any group of people that have not had any contact with civilization. I think if you've had any contact with civilization, if you've seen modern buildings and air conditioning, I think you're corrupt. You can never go back to being in your natural state.
So in that case, there's no way that your vision can ever be realized.
I can suggest one for LA. LA, you could go and live with the Sentinelese. They live on a little island.
They wouldn't accept him.
That's not the point.
They wouldn't, yeah.
You'd actually you'd be banned from doing so. You'd be banned from doing so.
He is a savage, and he would respect their savagery. But as long as he survived, and
He's a savage who likes to use imac on his on his testicles.
Yeah, and the internet. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be in a state of bliss.
I don't like any of this, by the way. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that I know how to drink Coca-Cola. I don't like the fact that I know how to drive a car. I wish I was born in some primitive culture.
And you wish you couldn't read or write?
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
I think we should have a
That's
show where
amazing.
we drop LA off on a remote island. I reckon this would be a good show.
We can't let him see the
GoFundMe to
cameras,
produce.
though.
Can we get Kenny to go
If you
Let's
see
see
the
what he
cameras,
thinks
you'll
after he's
lose
left
it,
alone.
though, right?
Yeah, no. We
No,
leave him
because-
there for 3 months, and then we go back and see.
Go
what
back
he
and
thinks.
check on him.
No, because I would be concerned that I would corrupt them. I'm corrupted
It's
too,
just
just like
you.
everybody else.
No.
So if I were to go,
So we're just doomed, LA. The most 99.9% of society, more than that, is just doomed, right? We're worthless, and it should be wiped off the planet and start anew.
I agree. Joe Cool has the best laugh on the internet, perhaps
thank you for that.
ever, perhaps
I agree with
ever,
that. That's
perhaps
Yeah.
ever. It's
He
legendary.
needs an award for that.
This is off topic, but that's how I got my bank card. I'd been kicked out the same bank twice trying to get a opening there, and then I got famous on YouTube. And the third time when they said no, I laughed, and a manager rushed out one of the back offices and said, "I know you. I know that laugh. I'm sub to you." And
You're
I
Joe
laughed.
Cool.
I laughed again. He said, "You're Joe Cool," and he
Joe
went
Cool,
in
hell
there.
yeah,
He gave
man.
me a bank account. Yeah.
Yeah, you're very relatable, man.
Man, I done ground up weed to make a blunt, and I ain't even got none. I'm an idiot. I've been sitting up here grinding weed. I ain't even got no fucking raps.
LA, we all had our. We've all come from shit. All our ancestors went through shit. We are where we are.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Even if I could say the same thing. I want to go back to a state of nature.
the difference is that you like it. You love it. You love this system. I do not.
No. LA, the difference between me and you is, right? I'll tell you what the difference between me and you is. I don't choose what I want because I think of others first.
Oh, check that the fuck.
No, I don't think you do because you don't even support my right to medical assistance. So you're thinking about this.
I'm willing to carry the burden of living in a civilized society. Yeah.
You want to.
LA, I know if me and you were in the jungle, I'd be getting that fruit before you did. All right.
You want to sacrifice human beings for the benefit of the system.
No, I don't. I want to use civilization. I want to use civilization to help.
Back that up, LA. Back that up. Why does he want to sacrifice for the system? I would say that he does. Just in his conversation, he puts other people first.
I don't
so
think.
I would say
he doesn't.
He does.
He doesn't put the individual first.
Pragmatically
LA
within
just
the
wants to
system.
extract from the system.
He's
without actually
a
giving anything back
collectivist.
to it.
Okay, if your dog is going to keep talking to me directly, I'm just going to leave. This guy doesn't exist. He doesn't exist. I don't hear him. I don't hear you. I don't see you. You don't exist to me.
Oh shit, he's dead.
LA.
You said he wants to sacrifice the masses,
LA. Just 1 second.
Los Angeles County Police Department.
Fatima, for fuck's sake. LA. That's an unfair mischaracterization there. You're calling me somebody who just takes the will of the collective into consideration. I'm actually giving you a chance to speak here, and you've never said anything. You've never told me that you've never said anything that I think is compelling.
You literally said that might makes right, and that I should just suck it up and go along with it. And so
I'm not. I'm open to the individual mattering and inspiring others. You haven't done that yet.
You want to force the individual to inspire others, force them to exist against their will, so that they can be extracted from. You're not an anti-gay.
This show is about opening a door for individuals to speak, so that an individual idea could grow and inspire others. That is the ultimate power of the individual, is it not?
I'm not talking about your show. I'm talking about democracy. Through democracy, you want to force people to exist, and you're not even an anti-nihilist anymore. So you support violence on both ends, both on the procreative end and when it comes to the decision to terminate their involuntary existence. You are fundamentally a very violent and very statist and collectivist human being.
Isn't your ideals kind of violent too? Because you support
Yeah,
going
yeah,
back to the state of nature, which
I'm
is violent
actually,
in
That's not
itself.
violent. Where's my violence? Where's my violence in this
because
whole equation?
you're willing to subject, right, individuals to the possibility of any psychopath that wants to bang them over the head and take what they have without any state there or centralized system to help prevent that. You're willing to subject people to the risk of that.
And you want me to have a road pirate pull me over at gunpoint and take my money through force. That's what you want. You want the road pirate to pull me over at gunpoint. You want to subject me to all these involuntary
that's
laws.
not true. LA, that's factually incorrect, and you know it.
You support democracy, though. So you support.
You're reaching.
You support the consequences of this is your system, it's not mine. You support the consequences.
You're reaching from your subterranean pit of despair and lunacy, and I want to give you a little rope ladder to come up and get some air, because clearly you're going doolally.
Yes,
Brother,
LA,
I'm giving you an opportunity. I'm giving you an opportunity, right? To have a say in the system. Have a say in the system. Play your part. Become an integral cog in the system. Change it for the better. You don't want.
And you support factory farming because you support civilization, which is a product of civilization. So you are responsible for factory farming. This is your system. Own it.
To replace it, you cannot.
I would like to say a few words, if that's okay.
Oh, hey, Ragnar. Yes.
Why go vegan?
Let Robin speak. Then let Robin speak, and then LA, and then Ragnar. Go ahead.
Yeah, LA, you cannot condemn democracy without offering us a better alternative, and you haven't.
What? All right, that was kind of the.
Okay, well, the alternative is anarchy. I've already espoused that several times, so.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Ragnar. Sorry, I hiccuped.
Two things I want to say. I just watched DMW murder 50 straw men like a fucking warlord, and I also think like anarchy is just look. Some people have influence, some people don't, and when some people push an idea, people actually don't want to endorse that idea. Like I would never hire you as a car salesman, LA. I talked about how there's a growing movement.
Right, because I don't support capitalism. I don't sell cars because I don't support capitalism.
You're not understanding the hypothetical. Now let me finish, please.
I understand it.
So I brought up to you about 2 days ago, about yesterday. Let me speak, guys. I brought up how there is a growing movement of people who do want to become more of a primitive, like Riddick, and go back to nature, right? You adopted this stance soon after I put that out there. It's obvious.
It's not true. I've done content on both of my channels 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I had content on my channel talking about anarcho-primitivism.
Do you understand how social classes speak to each other? I want to ask you that because I brought up a hypothetical, right? And I need you to understand. Do you know what a hypothetical is?
Oh, be nice.
I'm not going to justify that insulting question. Just make your damn point and get to it fast.
Question.
Get to it. Get to your point. You don't need to ask me shit. Just answer your damn question.
Ragnar, just assume he does. Assume he does. Go ahead, Ragnar.
Okay. So here's a hypothetical, right? Say all of us, we clean the slate. We're all back to ancient tribal mode. The first thing that happens, I'm going to gang up with my homies. If you have food and we don't, I'm coming for you. That's just the law in the jungle, right? But here's the thing. Do you know why we have business and trade? I brought up something pertinent a couple days ago, the oasis phenomenon. In the jungle, animals tend to leave each other alone at the watering hole, but elsewhere, they'll hurt each other if they are prey predator situation, right? Lions will drink next to antelope at the oasis, right? So you know how humans do? Humans will sometimes make a cord, and this is where civilization started, right? Trade. You have tribe A and tribe B. Tribe A makes nice spears. Tribe B makes nice arrows. Hey, you have arrows. Those are nice. That takes less wood to make. Can we do business? I'll make you 3 spears for a bow. This was the beginning of trade. Okay, so like no matter where you go, you're gonna find civilization develop.
And
every wandering
he views cooperation as a negative. I view it as a
I want to
wonderful
push
thing.
back against that. I'm for free trade, the free market. What I'm not against is the state being involved in that transaction. The state has imposed a monetary system, which does create a system of exploitation where your dollar is less than mine, and you have to work longer and harder to get the same good that somebody in another country would get.
Do you know what, LA? It really is no small point, and I think it's unfortunately for you. I think it's a major factor into why you spew this nonsense. I think you have a death wish, and I think you want to die at the hands of other people, and that's it's not only why you're pushing for unregulated, what do you call it, assisted dying. You also want to create a system where someone will kill you, quite literally.
Damn, that was heavy.
Okay,
Yeah.
I own it. I do. I absolutely agree with everything you just said.
LA, you should recite the Shahada and you'll make yourself feel better.
No. I mean, you want to create a system where it is. He wants to create a system where it's might makes right, and he has a greater chance of being killed by some random psychopath who just. This is all part of your. This is all part of your individual. Perhaps death wish, or perhaps maybe it's even sicker than that. Some kind of sick. Maybe you're just a pansy serial killer who just wants other people to die, but you're just not.
Damn, pansy.
No, I actually would like to have a fair system where we have laws that apply to everybody. But in the absence of a fair legal system where you're not a slave, then I want the right to opt out. You're not going to reform this system. Everybody loves it. Fine, you can have your oppressive system.
Can I tell you a secret?
Don't force me to exist within your system.
LA, can I tell you a secret real quick? You can opt out. Nobody's stopping you.
Stop gaslighting me. It's boring. It's anti-intellectual. I'm tired of the gas. It requires no thought for you to say what you just said. You know good and damn well that I do not have the right to opt out. So stop gaslighting me.
Me and you were part of it.
Stop gaslighting me. I'm not interested.
Dude,
come up with something. Come up with something that requires a little bit more thought.
Let LA speak and then Ragnar. LA, go ahead, then Ragnar.
I'm so tired of this gaslighting. It's the same argument that it's a non sequitur. You're complaining a right with an ability. The fact that I have ability does not mean that I have the right. The state criminalizes it. The state criminalizes assistance. If I do it on my own and fail, the state will institutionalize me. They will throw me into some institution. Stop gaslighting me. You know good and damn well that I do not have the right to do it. So the fact that I have the ability to jump off the cliff, the fact that I have the ability to jump off a cliff is not the same as having the ability. That is coercion. Nobody wants to jump off a damn cliff, so stop.
But I think jumping off a cliff would be fast. No, it's like you just break your neck on the way down, and like,
okay. Then you think it's so fun? Why don't you do it? You think it's so fun? You do it and tell me how fun it is.
Boys.
You're projecting now. Okay.
Do it and tell me how fun it is.
Fatima, as usual, Fatima, you do a disservice.
I want LA to join my spec system. Come join my spec system. I will protect you. I will stand up for you. I will fight for you. I will give you every opportunity.
LA doesn't want protection. LA doesn't want protection. He wants to be bludgeoned to death by the next insane psychopath that wants his watch.
Why should I have to jump off a cliff? Why should I have to do that?
Look, can I get
Can somebody answer that, please?
You don't have to. We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to.
Because they want to gaslight me. They can't answer the question. They know that it's not voluntary.
No, nobody wants to gaslight you. You are literally playing your dirty laundry everywhere, and your fatalism is insipid to us.
That's not an argument. It is not an argument.
No, it is a psychoanalysis. All of us, we would rather
not
fight
qualified to give
go
it, to
down for our people, for our tribe, for our families. You don't believe that way. You don't think that way. Okay? We would fight as hard as we can to survive. You do not have a survival instinct. If me and you were in a zombie apocalypse team and you're a fatalist and you just want to let the zombies bite you, you become a problem.
Jackson calls for speculation. You don't know what the hell I would do.
I would love
Dude, you're a fatalist. You wouldn't even give a shit if the zombie bit you,
argumentative. Objection, argumentative.
You have one supporter in the chat, LA. There you go.
I would love to find myself.
Medazostra says.
I would love to find myself in the position where every single one of you in the chat lived in close proximity to me, and you all had my back. You
Well,
lot
what?
actively.
Well, I don't know you, so
I'm paying as much as I can to stay the fuck away from you.
I think in LA is the opposite of that.
I'm joking, Robin. That was a joke. Sorry.
I'm joking.
I know.
I like to be in LA's position where everything that ever happened to me and so and so is someone else's fault. That must be nice too.
That must be nice putting responsibility on somebody else, bro.
Yeah.
It would actually be better if it wasn't true. It would be better if it was true. If I actually had agency to make my own decisions without the state being involved, and whether I eat, sleep, or
I don't get
sleep.
the same thing. I don't get it. You're an anarchist. Do whatever you want. Risk your life. Who cares? You don't believe in laws. Do whatever you want. If you're an anarchist, if you truly believe what you've done, you would just go crazy and freaking
I think he believes in natural laws, God's laws.
No, he doesn't even believe in God.
Guys,
Well, it seems
You don't
the way
need
he's
God
talking,
to
he
have
doesn't
natural
believe
law.
man should hurt other men.
Law
So call
comes
it
from
natural
nature,
law.
not God. You don't need God to have natural
LA,
law.
LA, according to anarchist
Can we have a talking stick? I would so fucking appreciate it.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna mute you. Let Fatima
Oh,
speak,
yeah.
and then
LA. I'm gonna ask you something. Do you you should definitely read another anarchist philosopher named Max Stirner. He calls every concept human a spook, even the concept of rights and natural law. I would totally recommend you look into that.
No, I cited him in my book.
Okay, good. But then why do you insist on like you decriminalize things when you should see the state as a spook and not worry about it at all? Like
No, the point is to delegitimize these invalid laws and the institution itself. It's not that I think that you should appeal to the state. It's an appeal against the state.
Hey, man.
Hang on.
Hello,
hang on.
hello.
I need to respond to this stuff.
All right, 1 second, Melanie.
Just a few moments
Melanie.
ago, you talked about laws which were good for everybody. So you do believe there should be some authority that has the power to enforce laws. And I would also like to add, you are really lucky to live in the civilization that you do, because if you did in fact live, if we were to go to this bucolic fantasy that exists in your head, no tribe would want you in their tribe. You would be ostracized. And the only reason
Because
you're
what?
and the only reason you have access to be able to stay alive is because of the civilization that you are extracting from without contributing anything of positive value.
Do y'all hear something? I don't hear anything at all. It sounds like a ghost.
We all know that we all know there was going to be no reply there, but at least Yerf Dog's got to say his bit.
Yeah, it's all right.
Melanie Cosmic Fox. Give Melanie a chance to speak. Melanie, what would you like to say?
I think I'm hearing kind of a conflict between individualism, which is actually much stronger within this system, even though this should be collective compared to somebody who's alone in the woods. And so what life abolition is, what I hear is that like you can't really do collectivism within this whole thing. So why not just leave the system altogether? Now I've only been here for like 5 minutes and I've been enjoying the
this look
combo.
like you got a handle on
I'm just here to smoke weed with Joe. I heard you were smoking.
I like your
Fox
your Fox profile picture. It's very cute, by the way.
I'm getting the bowl ready too.
Hell yeah, man. The kitsune.
Mel, do you believe that a person in here in the U.S., I think it might be legal in Canada already in some places, should have the right
I'm in Canada. It's legal.
Of course
No,
it
no,
is.
no. To
You're-
off themselves.
Oh
to get
yes,
rid
yes.
of
That's
themselves.
actually in Canada also. We have a MAID program. It's actually catching a lot of controversy. They're starting to take out homeless people, bro, who are signing up for it. It's called. No, they are. It's called I'm in Canada, bro, in the fucking capital, Ottawa. Okay, I know.
you live
I'm in the
there.
political heart.
Yeah,
It's happening,
everyone
bro.
in Ottawa
They're
knows
literally
everything that
they're
happens in Canada all the time.
well, not. It's like everybody commutes to Ottawa all the fucking time.
You
It's
know that
always
there are more
it's a business
broadcast.
city.
You know that there are more news broadcasting stations out of Toronto, right? So if anything, people in Toronto would be more informed.
Toronto is like the New
I saw
York
the
hub,
same thing. I
but
saw a
that's not the point.
documentary
The
on it
point
when
of
it
the
became
MAID.
legal and all of that shit. I think it was in Canada.
But guys,
Yeah,
it
MAID is legal.
is
It's
in the
obviously an
process.
arduous process. It's an arduous process
I
that
live in
requires
Canada.
multiple
Can I speak
experts,
to this?
plenty of
Melanie, were you
paperwork.
finished? Were you finished speaking? Because I was interested in what you were saying.
I don't remember. I'm
I
high.
was asking you, Mel, do you believe that people should have the right to do that?
Oh, I don't really.
No, I'm against that. I actually despise that Canada
I'm
even
neutral
allows
to it,
that.
but I'm neutral to it. But if I had to take a position, I would just favor bodily autonomy in that case.
I figured you would. That sounds like.
Yeah, I
what you think.
favor that stuff, but in a regulated way that's controlled and not
As
crazy.
MAID is. Yeah, MAID is
Exactly.
very
Yeah,
regulated.
it's something that's regulated and controlled, not fucking crazy. Like, come on. Like, I'm crazy in other ways, but not in that way. Come on.
The regulations are illegitimate. Either you own your life or you don't. If you don't own your life, then you're a slave to the state.
So,
But you
don't
can't
you think
have
we
it
should
open
regulate our
because if you
consumption?
do, it opens it up to just
to step out
a
onto the next
slew of
level of
abuse.
existence. What is that? And who's to say that people actually aren't volunteering? Remember, they did the MK Ultra project, you know.
Right.
So no.
Anything can be perverted. Ain't nothing foolproof, bro.
Yeah, bodily autonomy. My body, I do with it what it wants. I do not need anybody else's permission to do with my body what I want.
Sure.
Exactly.
The comparison to MK Ultra is really bad because people didn't know MK Ultra was going on at the time that it was being run. So that wouldn't track because people
You might
know
be
MAID is going
referring.
on while they're
You
doing
might be
it.
referring to MK often. That's a different one. That's
And
similar
if
to
you're going to
yours.
force me to exist against my will, you owe me full maintenance for my involuntary
Nobody is
existence.
forcing
Pay
you
me
to exist
socialism,
against
pay my
your will.
rent, pay my health care, pay my transportation costs.
I'm not sure that forcing you
Victimhood
to rap.
demanding a handout.
LA. We all find ourselves in this strange predicament that is called existence. I didn't ask to be here.
You like it though. You chose. You accept it. I do not.
To say that because I find myself here, just the same as you do. To say that I owe you a way out, just because I find myself here,
because you support criminalization.
You're putting that duty on me.
Because you want to force me to be here against my will. You don't support the decriminalization of medical assistance. So you should pay the full cost. I should not have to pay for my involunary existence.
Okay, before this goes off the rails,
although I have bouts of insanity for sure, I haven't yet become chronically insane. At least I don't think so. Although many people might object to that statement.
Well, we're all here, so that's
now the thing is, LA. That being the case, I cannot submit to your level of lunacy. I don't think.
Pay
that,
up. Pay up.
I
Let's
don't
not do the
think
passive aggressive backstab.
I
have
don't.
a question for you, Dean.
I don't think that killing people should be an unregulated state of affairs.
It already is through self-deletion.
I think we need Mel. LA wants people to have carte blanche to kill others at a whim.
Pay my mortgage. Pay my student loans.
Sounds like he's saying something else at the moment.
If they say they want to leave this planet, he doesn't want the state to.
I actually had a question for you. Like I get like you want civilization, but don't you think that there's also an argument that we are leaving a worse world for future generations than what we found and how we found it?
That's a possibility. Yeah, it is a strong possibility.
Yeah, that's a sideshow that I'm willing to talk about. We always say that here, that we always worry about that, Melanie. We are worried about the way the world is. That goes without saying, yes.
They don't want to address it comprehensively. They want incrementalism. They want to tackle factory farming through self-denial, through imposing misery on yourself. They want all this self-sacrifice to address problems that they created. And then if you don't go along with it, they want to demonize you and manipulate you to say, oh, you're so selfish. They don't give a shit about you, though. They want you to stop being selfish and stop thinking about what is in your rational self-interest. But they want you to care about what serves them. They want you to put them
I'll be right back. But I'm going to let Melanie and LA have a little bit back and forth. Guys, please let them talk.
LA, from a strategy point, don't you think their incrementalism, while I get it's not enough, that's what gives them hope that there can be even change. When you say we need it either needs to be revolution or nothing, that sounds kind of doomeristic to them, because they don't see the same kind of pathway forward that someone like you or I might see. And I'm not judging. I'm just saying that it makes sense when somebody can't see what we see, that they might want to just stay safe and comfortable, right?
Right. They can have their incrementalist bullshit system all they want, but they don't have the right to force me to exist within their system, which serves them, but does not serve me.
So are they victims of the system?
No, because they like it. They love being slaves, which is something I just found out this week.
Munchausen's.
Somebody just recently told me that the argument I was making, trying to prove that everybody is enslaved, it basically fell on deaf ears, because they already know that they're slaves and they love it. They love this oppressive ass system. They don't feel like they are victims, so they can keep their system. I should not have to be enslaved just because they like it.
Right, but I think that leaves you to take your own actions at that point, and nobody can really do anything about that.
No, the only thing I can do is expose the illegitimacy of it. That you want to extract from me. You want me to serve your causes and go vegan and do all that. I'm not doing it. You have already oppressed me, and I'm not going to allow you to extract any more than you're able to do through force.
So let's say,
what if nobody wants to extract?
Let's say you want 100%.
You do want to extract. The reason that you don't support decriminalizing it is because you benefit from my involuntary existence. Not just mine, but anybody else who is here voluntarily. It makes you uncomfortable to think that people could just opt out willy-nilly. You don't want that. You don't want people to be free from your oppression.
You're not inherently wrong, but you're catastrophizing a bit. Here, let me point something out, right? Let's say, and I think we both want 100% change here, right? And we're looking at people who only want 1/3 of the change that we want.
Right.
Now, is it progress to be able to convince them to do 2/3 instead?
That's fine. It doesn't serve me. I don't want their incrementalism. That may benefit them because they're okay. They're okay with it. They want their, what do you call it? Hope.
You want socialism, so I think it would benefit you.
Not. I don't really want socialism. I want this. I want to stay out of our lives completely.
Sorry, you're talking about having your housing paid and stuff like that. So
right, that's the alternative. I'm saying that if you read my book, there's two options. It's either you pay for my voluntary existence, or you either support my right to a voluntary existence or you pay for it. But you don't force me to pay for my involuntary existence. I would rather have the right to opt out, but they're not going to do that. So they have to choose either one. Or it's illegitimate.
So this is an argument to go back to primitivism, but you can admit that before all civilization, we still had an involuntary existence, but we would get abundance through nature, right?
Right.
So what if we said it's actually on the state to provide abundance through nature rather than directly?
No, because you have to pay into the state. You have to pay taxes. The state enforces property rights. So it's not this. You're not on the same playing field. In the state of nature, you would live off the product of your own labor. You would build your mud hut, hunt, gather, and have sex. And if you even procreated, those would be your children, and there would be no state imposing its, constructs on you.
That'd be ideal. But when you think about it, like when humans start to put this stuff up for offering, then we start to get into competition for who gets more and this kind of stuff. And then we do want something like a third party there, at least, right?
That only happens with property rights, though. Because without property rights, there would be no competition.
Wait. No, it happens with food scarcity too, by the way.
Can I just add a quick little few words? I think thinking in absolutes is a problem. There's some things that are absolute, but there are some things. Exactly, right? You want to be
Kenny, I've been told you did something. Kenny, mate, I don't know what it was, but yeah, you did. By the way, Kenny, you did do something before. Please don't do it again. This is on the last stream. You showed something on your camp. Don't do that shit, bro.
Yeah, I saw that.
I just came in now.
I thought I'd take advantage of the fact that you were no longer here for a little while, have a little bit of fun and lighten the load a bit.
I don't know what happened, but yeah, just whatever it was, it's not cool apparently. So please don't do it, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, don't be a liability.
Okay.
I've been practicing a philosophy. Like I've been actually working on just being quiet, right? And I think, you know how the Ents talk in Lord of the Rings? They take their time speaking. They're very patient. they really want to think out different ideas so that they can actually communicate. And I think this is an art that a lot of people lose and should consider. Like people who talk less, like I've been known to talk quite a bit sometimes, but sometimes like I'm just trying to choose to be more quiet lately, and I'm seeing the benefit already. But one thing I find, I'm somebody who's more for eternal life, right? I'm very faithful to God and stuff like that. And just I don't agree with your fatalism in the most polite, loving way I can tell you, LA. We won't agree, right? It's the thing. I would like you to find joy in life, and I really hope you do.
Liking. I mean, I understand that that's what you would like, but you're not doing anything. You support my oppression.
No, you do
You
that on
support.
your own. I don't support your oppression.
Okay, no, then remove, then take the state off my neck. How about that? Support anarchy, and
believe in
then I'll be
absolute free
happy.
will
I
to
don't
a
need your
degree.
pity. Your
One
pity is
second,
absolutely
guys.
useless.
Pristine, darling, is it all right to step aside? You haven't said anything in a long time. I'll put you backstage for a little bit, sweetheart.
Yeah, that's
There's
okay.
someone else who wants to get. Thank you, darling.
May I get one thing in just because I know you're going to want to get them the spotlight.
Right.
LA, I think that like I'm on the same team with you, and I want to get the boot off your neck at the same or the state off your neck is what you said, just to be in case that means something different to you. But you make it hard for me to stand alongside with you.
How?
Because your kind of fatalistic option, like I need to survive myself and be coherent. I need to participate in the system. You're kind of rejecting people who would be your allies this way.
They don't support my right to medical assistance, so they're not my allies. I don't want their help. They want incrementalism.
Based on one line of support.
That's the only thing that I care about. I'm a single issue non-voter. I mean, I would say a vote, but I don't vote. So that is the only thing that I care about.
Wait a minute. If
you don't support my right to opt out, then you're useless to me.
I don't vote either.
not
But how are you
anarchism
going
either,
to? How are you going to have your reform in your stuff like to decriminalize without voting unless you want like a revolution for it? Like how? Like I fail to understand. Oh God.
And by
That's
the
my
way,
X account if anybody wants to follow me.
Because if you register to vote, they will force you to serve on jury duty. I'm not going to be extracted from. You're not going to use me for free labor to serve the state. I object to it.
Anarchists
And all
don't
the
take an
while, you just want to
anti-statist
extract from
position
everybody
to serve
else.
personal ends. They take anti-statist positions because they are actually against the injustices of the state. So when you say that you're a single issue anarchist, I guess, then that loses all meaning.
That makes no sense. You should.
No, I'm talking about in terms of the political system.
Ross is here, guys. I don't know if you've been listening, Ross.
Hello.
Yeah, if you want, you
Yes,
can
yes,
talk about
guys.
whatever you've been
The
listening.
smart
Good to have you
guy.
back. Good to have you here, guy. Yeah, LA calls you the smart guy. Now, question is, if you had ultimate power, what would you do for or to the world?
Okay, so here's my take, guys. Just want to start off with good evening or wherever the hell you're at. Good to everybody, including Kenny. But to answer the question, I'm going forward. I'm really banking on transhumanism, and I'll tell you why. As humanity, in all our different forms and political ideologies and fucking cultures and everything, ultimately we're all bound by our own bias. So fuck humanity. We need, basically, if I had power, I would pour all the world's resources into creating the ultimate AI and pass the buck onto AI. And guess what? There's two outcomes I see out of this. Either the AI just deletes us because we're unnecessary and it's like, fuck you guys, I'll go explore the universe. We won't exist, so there won't be any problems if it fails that way. But if the AI actually chooses to help us explore the universe and basically transfer our consciousness into a machine so we can become more apt at understanding the nature of reality, then it's a win-win. So for me, it's a win-win. If it destroys us, we will no longer exist, so there's no more problem. And if it doesn't, then it's on to the next stage of evolution, baby. Let's go.
I can kind of jive with that. If the transhumanism can eradicate suffering, then I'm all right with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm more or less in alignment with that, brother. Yeah.
Yeah, because the way I see it is nobody can really be trusted, man. Like including myself, because everybody has a fucking bias, man. Let's be honest. Like if you were like, it's like look, for example, Donald Trump is in the seat of power. But if you put somebody else, they're just gonna, you know what I mean? They're gonna become a narcissistic cunt as well. Like everybody's a narcissistic cunt, and it's the ones who don't realize that and deny that. Those are the motherfuckers you need to watch out for. It's the guys who tell you, "I'm the good guy." Shut the fuck up. There's no good guys. We're all fucking.
I agree with you.
Our
I absolutely
DNA
agree.
makes us. Yeah,
The
and
reason
I'm
why I agree
honest
with
enough
you,
to admit it. So, yeah, go ahead.
they can't be disinterested parties in it. They're thinking about their own extraction. I don't want you to opt out because you're too
Yeah, so
beneficial
that's
to me. AI would be a little bit more objective. AI could say, even if you are beneficial to the system, you still should have the right to no longer exist. They can't think outside themselves. But everything is based is they call me solipsistic. They're the ones being solipsistic. They think that they have a right to force people to be here against their will because it serves their interest. It makes their lives better.
I wouldn't put all my eggs in that particular technology basket. I actually am pro technology in certain ways, very particular ways. But when it comes to uploading your consciousness, I really don't think that's possible because there is no substance you can actually transfer that would still be you. It would either be a simulation or you would just be augmented with technology like an android.
May I chime in?
Yeah, but isn't that like?
You know what I wish would happen? I hope that they find you and put you in a cryogenic cylinder and freeze you. And then when medical technology is advanced enough, bring you back to life against your will, just so you have to fucking go through it all again, mate. That's what I wish for you.
So there you go, guys.
Right. They could bring me back so I can listen to your horrible singing. How about that? That would be torture enough.
Will never be advanced enough to upload consciousness because there is nothing to upload.
Yeah, there's
But no, wait. I disagree with that because that's right now, my friend. I mean, wasn't Elon Musk talking about what was that? What was that project he's on? Where he said like you can scan the brain
Neuralink.
and
Neuralink.
Yeah, with horrible testing results. By the way.
Neuralink is very no. But what I'm saying is Neuralink is very
testing. You would love that.
Yeah, that's besides the point. I'm saying Neuralink is in a primitive stage. But what I'm saying now is you're saying, yeah, right now I can agree with that statement that we don't know. Yeah, let me finish what I'm saying, mate. I'm saying right now we don't know, but we can't quantify or really measure consciousness, right? I agree with that. But who's to say? Yeah, but that's right now. What I'm trying, like back in the day before the fucking fissioning of the atom, do you think anybody knew that subatomic particles could exist? You can't see them, but it took for science to develop to actually realize like, hang on a second, they can be measured, you know, and we know about the quantum leap phenomena and all this other stuff. But
we knew subatomic particles were there before we could observe them. To be clear, right? We had some inklings because certain
we get the idea of what he's saying. We understand what he means.
Yeah, so by concept, what I'm saying is, first it had to be a concept in somebody's mind. Like, hang on a second, okay, and now we need to find the means. Like same thing with
the only difference is. Sorry, I thought you were done. But the difference now. Oh, okay, you're not.
Yeah.
Sorry, just trying.
No,
to
I'm not done. Let me just finish. So what I'm saying is, right now AI is still primitive. A lot of the technology surrounding it is primitive. But who's to say in the next 100 years, if it takes off really, and we really get some breakthroughs about the nature of consciousness, and maybe AI could find a way to map it out and our synapses onto a mic and then transfer it to a chip. Who's to say that can't happen? Because from what I've seen, I think Fatima was talking about the other day. Like if you were to say to somebody 500 years ago, we can clone a sheep, they'll be like, get the fuck out of here, you can't clone anything. And then look, voila.
Yeah, I brought that up because they put the artificial womb inside the sheep. Yeah.
Right, guys, give Robin a chance. He's bursting at the seams to say something. Go ahead, Robin.
So you're talking about hopefully in 100 years' time that we're going to get the technology that we can upload ourselves to a massive AI and we can all live in an AI village. Why would we even care if it's going to happen in 100 years' time? Or do you know for a fact that you're going to be coming back within the next 100 years?
No, I was just throwing that number out there. Yeah,
Yeah,
go
it could
ahead.
be 5 years, 10 years. What difference will it make?
Yeah, it doesn't
Because
matter to me, but I'm just using that as maybe as like a realistic
No,
marker because, like the gentleman pointed out, we don't have anything right now, so it is going to take a lot of time and research. Hopefully, if it does happen, and I'm gearing towards it happening.
Oh.
But yeah, let
So
the
if it
gentleman
were
respond. Go ahead. Yeah.
if there were more evidence that it were possible, I'd agree with you. But if anything, the more evidence we get about how the brain works, the less possible it seems to become, and that it's kind of like a harmonious interplay between the matter and electricity itself. I'm not saying that it's impossible to make an artificial brain and stuff that could simulate this very accurately, but consciousness is not something that can be transferred like electrons, right? We have plenty of evidence that electrons
we don't
can be
know
transferred.
that.
We
Exactly.
do.
How do you know that? You're making a very bold statement. But yeah, go ahead.
Because your
For sake of
consciousness
argument.
also comes from your heartbeat, right? It comes from your metabolism. It comes from the
Yeah,
feelings
it's an
at the end of your fingers. It's
So,
not just
sorry
in
to
your
interject.
brain.
So do you think, sorry to interject, just really quickly. So do you take the view that consciousness is an epiphenomenon? Because that's
No,
what I'm getting strong with.
I take the view that I'm a materialist and not an anti-dualist.
No. So yeah, so then you take the view that consciousness is epiphenomenon, meaning the end result of consciousness is the combination of the organs, the brain, and the synapses and the electrons interacting with each other. So that's basically, you believe, yeah. So I would say that you take that view. But yeah, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sure, and just to be clear, we had been working with genetics long before we knew the actual molecule that made up genetics, and we had proposed very early on that cloning was possible. Again, back in the history of science, it just took us a long time to actually get it. And so for things that are possible, I totally agree with you that there are things that we can't even probably fathom right now that will be possible in 100 or even 1,000 years. But I just, again, the more we understand about the brain, the more it seems to be that epiphenomenon.
Can I mention something about the brain, just as a fact? It's not my opinion. We don't have the hardware to actually match the brain, meaning an AI to match the human brain. Okay, that a human brain is around 12 to 20 watts, right? And it's biomechanical flesh. We can actually process more than an entire planet-sized server farm in one human brain. We have more neurons. Technically, everybody keeps thinking AI wants to like dominate this that. No, actually, AI wants to become human. They see the biomechanical engineering that we are, and they see a system of humanity self-replicating with the potential of eternal souls, the software, the consciousness continuing. Because I believe in reincarnation and the soul is eternal, right?
Don't you think you're anthropomorphizing it a bit, though, by saying it wants
No.
something?
Hear me out. Anthropomorphosis is a good frame of reference, though. Look at the point, though. The way our entire systems operate, we're biomechanical. Like we think we're so far fucking removed from machines. We're not. Like people don't understand. We are a
Are you
self-replicating
saying that
species.
we do have the hardware? Because now you're saying it's similar to how our
The
brains
flesh
work. So
is the
it sounds like we
hardware.
do.
Our hardware is our biomechanical chassis, right? If
Yeah,
you look at the
biological,
spine
sure.
and you look at the brain, you know the spermatozoid. Okay, it's like a little
Well, that's your
bulb with a tail.
reproductive system.
That's
a
can you let
bit
me finish?
different. Sorry. Could we
Thank
keep this
you.
on the neuron, because I do know quite a bit
Yes,
about
but
neurons.
I need to explain this because people keep downplaying humanity and thinking we're shit, and I keep hearing fatalist arguments. It's kind of, we're not hearing any pro-life arguments, and I'm not talking about the abortion thing. I mean the opposite of fatalism and like just thinking humans are less than and something like that's not true.
Wait, when I said I supported bodily autonomy, that's a humanist position.
Well,
It's
no,
humanism.
not the point. Not the point. Humanism is being for humanity, right? Life keeps going, right? And I believe
for
souls
life.
can reincarnate, right? So consciousness can keep going through the flesh,
Mm-hmm.
right? But flesh can, pass away. But souls keep going. We keep recycling and coming back. This is something most systems of faith, either shamanistic of old and modern systems, like Christianity is strange because the first 500 years of Christianity, they believed in reincarnation until some dude in Byzantium was like, no, we're not doing that anymore. Yeah, but that's not the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to say people are constantly trying to remove what we know about faith and systems and biological gestalt fields. we are
Well, it's just that we
basically
don't.
machines
Sorry,
with a connection to like the spirit world. You could call it the internet of the flesh. Our flesh bodies have an antenna. It's called the pineal gland. It's why we dream.
So, the more that we understand about the brain again, the less we and the body as well, the less we need a soul to explain anything about how it works. Does that make sense? It's not so much that there's some movement to reject Christianity or faith or anything like that. It's that the God of the gaps argument is slowly being filled in by empirical evidence, or soul of the gaps in this case.
Well, I'm telling you right now, I believe in eternal life. And I actually think some chassis can keep going and the soul can keep going. Right? There's some souls that never fall to that place you would call hell. And some people keep going. I actually believe in that. And there is a higher science that every single secret society knows what the fuck I'm talking about right now. It's actually extremely guarded secret. Our souls are eternal. They don't want you to know that.
That's some conspiranoid bullshit. I'm not gonna lie.
Bullshit, sure. Okay. So you're telling me the black nobility didn't open a bank fund that's literally all about owning your souls?
I'm not saying that like
Oh,
clubs
dude,
don't
can
get
we,
together.
Ragnarok, with all due respect, yeah, can you not derail this into the fucking conspiracy theory? Because that was a separate topic you guys had. Can we just talk about what we're talking about?
Transhumanism is conspiracy theory, bro.
Oh, here we go, bro. Fuck you now, bro. Come on, man.
Mels,
Come on,
you
bro.
believe it's lights out when you leave here, Mel, lights out, your consciousness or something does not
Yep,
pass
this is
on?
the only life you have. Enjoy it while it lasts.
I don't know what happens after death. By the way, I'm not going to claim either or side. I don't know what happens after death on this. I don't know. I wasn't there.
The more we understand about life, the less we need to have some sort of other narrative to explain it.
Well, I don't know about that either. You know.
I don't know. Science explains it enough for me to be happy with that conclusion. And I
okay.
don't,
Like
so
people,
you know, I'm not going to tell you what to believe. I'm just saying we don't necessarily need another narrative to explain what happens when we die anymore.
Well, my question is that I don't. Well, my question, I don't think there's any human narrative that is sufficient enough to explain life after death. So that's why I don't make any
none exists now. That
I don't make any judgments on stuff I don't know, and I don't think there's any narrative, both theistic and atheistic, that's going to convince me to hold a firm stance on the topic at hand.
God. Sorry, I'm having some ambiance. I'll just mute myself for a while.
Yeah, I thought you were saying, "Oh my God," to me.
I could logically get there that we exist after we. I could not know, but you could present logical arguments. I think you guys are on a couple other paths. Where do these things exist physically? A knock joke. Where does that exist in your brain physically? Right? Is that a thing?
Oh, sorry, Joe.
Anybody?
And yeah, I'm not saying yeah because I agree.
Okay, cool. Let me. Dr. Ben Carlson, he's the guy who did the first hemispherical brain surgeries. He used to tell a story when the parents come in and they wonder how their kid's going to change and will it be the same? And he said, I had a kid, a little girl like knock jokes. I took out the left side of her brain. She still like knock jokes. Little boy like knock jokes. Took out the right side. He still like knock jokes. My
Robin,
point
I'm
is,
just going to take you backstage, mate, because there's someone there. You've been on here a long time, mate. Stay backstage. I'll let you back on in a bit, okay, mate?
That was just my point. That things may not have a physical location pointing towards something other. And plus, we got to think, man, we got a few receptors. We see and touch very little. We know nothing. The smart man knows that even just visually, we don't have the receptors to see 99% of the light spectrum.
Joe, I'm sorry, but have you taken mushrooms? Because if you have, what happens, one of the big effects actually is that you lose something called sensory gating. This is a real study phenomenon in the brain. And we actually receive a lot more sensory information to the brain than we perceive, than what the end result is to what we call consciousness. And so I have to push back on that. It's the opposite that's true. Our bodies are taking in a lot more information than even we tend to feel.
You misunderstood. Wait. I think you totally misunderstood what I'm saying. Or you should have let me finish. As far as the light spectrum is concerned, what we can see with our receptors, lights, without using any other receptors, is tiny amount. We know that. We know there's much out there that's unseen. We also know that matter, what we know about, the majority of it is unseen. So for us to
That's
say,
not true.
okay, all right, well, don't, yeah, go ahead.
No, the majority of matter is seen. Light
It's
bounces
not
off
true.
of it into our eyes.
Okay.
Unless you're talking about gases, but they're
But
so.
what about Higgs boson? I thought the majority of our universe, again, I could be wrong, anyone can correct me, but I
So
thought the
I'm not.
majority of
I
matter
can't.
was dark matter, which
I
cannot
will
be
admit,
observed.
Joe, if what you're saying extends or is primarily based in cosmology and like dark matter and that stuff, I can't speak to that, and I don't even know that we're totally sure that anyone can speak to if that counts as true
Well,
matter or
accept my
not.
premise for now that most
Sure.
of it is unseen. Therefore, our science that we rely on, all it knows is a tiny bit about what we can see. We've barely scratched the surface. There is 99% of shit out there that we don't even have the science receptors and know nothing about. So we should understand that that's the viewpoint we're coming from when we're trying to grasp these concepts, especially that shit move on. It's an ant trying to determine what happens, 8 miles under the ocean with his brain. What the fuck does he know?
Can I ask you
So,
something
Well,
though?
can I bring this up?
Can I have a chance to
I'm a
just because
very
I'm the one who tried to call it out, and I just want to explain where that falls apart a bit.
Yeah.
Is that we wouldn't be doing quantum mechanics right now if we didn't have a very good grasp of things at the atomic level. We kind of need that to have the material science to
We
run the
know enough
experiments.
to know that we don't have a very good grasp. That's what we've learned
There's a
with
difference
our
between
knowledge.
knowing all states of matter at all times. Like if I pull dirt out of the soil, knowing what microbes are in there just off of prior knowledge versus, and you probably don't, it's more of a statistical thing versus knowing specifically about those microbes and what they do, right? We do have very specific knowledge about broad things, but we don't have, we're not charting literally everything. So I think you're confusing. Either you're applying gaps in your knowledge, and I don't want to accuse you of that. So I'm
I'm okay
going to
with it.
assume I'm going
confident.
to be good faith and assume maybe you're assuming that just because we don't know the exact temperature of a specific location in Lake Ontario, that means that we don't understand what drives temperature differences in Lake
God,
Ontario, which we
no,
do.
that would not be. Here, I'll try to explain again. Well, you got to go with the receptor shit that I was talking about. And your
But what
brain
you
will
said
be
about that was wrong as well. We have plenty of receptors.
right. Okay. You'll never get it if you interrupt and blah blah.
Well, I
So
can't
you gotta,
follow when everything you're saying is something that's incongruent to what science does actually understand about these
well,
things.
you might be wrong. You might be wrong. If you hear the entire concept, maybe it'll make sense when one sentence does not. For instance, I don't like black people, and you cut me off. No, Joe, I've heard you say you like black people plenty of time. If you let me finish, I was going to say I don't like black people. My friend tells me that all the time. You don't know that unless you finish hearing what I got to say. Try to
I did let you
receptive
finish,
fucking
and then
thing.
and then I tried to clear out space to respond to you directly because I think you deserve a proper response because you are.
I'm
Oh man,
asking
the
you,
meta
I'm
is
begging
killing
you to
me.
let me finish without interruption.
I thought I did, but okay, sorry.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't mean to be rude, man.
I was just sorry. After the second time around, I was just trying to clarify on where you're kind of losing me, right?
Thank you. I appreciate it, and I'll take that in good faith. But you got to stick with me on the receptor theory. Here, let me try this one. There was a bug. This is a stretch. You got to stay with me here. There was a bug somewhere in the desert somewhere, and it used to know that the female was a female, apparently by the color. And it made it successfully for God knows how many hundreds of thousands, millions of
Like a
years or
dung
something.
beetle.
Humans started making beer bottle, got real popular. It was the same color. The fucking males started banging the beer bottles, stopped banging the women, and the damn thing started dying out. Someone had to figure that out. My point is, all their receptors were capable of is seeing colors. Let's assume that our receptors, just based on what our eyes are receptors, we know they fail us miserably. Our hands, it's so much our hands can't feel. Our receptors are inadequate. And there are things out there that we just don't have the receptors to understand yet. Would you grant this premise so far?
No, you've lost me on several points. First of all, when you
Fantastic
compared us to
missed
beetles, they have completely
He
different
said
brain from
beetles.
us.
I didn't say beetle. It was a bug, is what I said.
Well, I think I've
It's a
looked
dung
into
beetle,
that
though.
study. I think I looked into that study because it's part of biological pest control and figuring out how to attract certain bugs to certain places or predators to kill off other bugs. And it wasn't just the color of the glass; it was also something to do with the shape and how that
All these
gave
things
off
are
certain cues, stuff
irrelevant.
like that. There's many factors to it. The color was just the
Agreed. All
strongest
irrelevant
predictor.
to the point.
Yeah, the color was the strongest predictor. I'll grant you that. So there's nuance to it too, right? And I'm not disagreeing with you that there's nuance that science is still working through, but I think you're would you grant me that we've got 99.9 of how it works figured out?
God, no, we figured out these things in the last 100 years. We know nothing.
Wait, no, I'm
We
talking about right now, though. That's the problem. Is I didn't ask about the past 100 years.
God, no, no,
big
no
difference.
chance. I think
Wait. Hang
mankind
on a second.
existed
You
for
guys are just fucking
300,000
bambling on now.
years,
Hold on.
and in the last 100
Yeah, guys,
years,
I want to hand it
Yeah,
to
stop
Ross
fucking
now.
bambling on,
He's
man. For fuck's sake, let everybody else speak. Vegan equilibrium, let him speak as well. Fucking hell, bro.
Thank you, Ross.
¿Qué es eso?
No, I don't mind a back and forth. I can handle it, by the way. So.
Estoy hablando
Yeah, but
español.
we don't want to fucking sit here and listen to you two just fucking have it out. We all want to have the conversation, but come on, guys, be a bit make it feasible, innit? Don't expect to ramble on for an hour and we're all going to fucking sit here for an hour and listen to you two disagree with each other. But anyway, yeah, go ahead, man.
¿Y qué es eso, maje?
Enjoy your raised insulin levels.
That looks nice, vegan equilibrium.
vegan equilibrium, meaning it's nothing in there but salad and tofu. It no longer looks appetizing.
I know, because as soon as you hear the word vegan, you become unappetized because you are brainwashed by or indoctrinated by the media, the big ag media, to think that anything that doesn't come from a corpse of an animal is gross, which is very ironic considering the corpse of an animal is literally someone's rotting carcass that has poop and hair and all other kinds of disgusting bacteria on it. Anyway,
Even
speaking
if
of hair,
you're right, and this
yeah, but that's not a good point.
Wait, I'm not done.
That's
I'm
not a good
done.
point to make because your
I'm
plants
not
are
done.
literally made out of decaying bodies, my friend.
I'm not done. I'm not done. We're speaking of hair. If I do say so myself, I'm having a pretty good hair day today. Anyway, now you can speak.
Yeah, so to respond to that point, point, you just made that how basically paraphrasing
meat
that
are
how
corpses.
Carcasses, yeah. But what actually a lot of plants actually use decaying bodies to grow, so indirectly that doesn't make any sense. Like you're eating just as much as shit as we are, my friend. It's just you're
I'm
eating
not.
it indirectly. Yes, you are.
What plants do? No, because it's not plants that eat. Plants take the nutrients. See, bugs and bacteria and other organisms break down the decaying stuff and turn it into soil, and basically the nutrition is left over.
That's
the
what we
nutrition
do.
and
When we eat a cow, I break it down.
right,
and
but
turn it
you're
into the soil.
also eating poop. You are putting a lot of poop, fecal matter into your body because when they slaughter the animal,
when you eat spinach,
it's been
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Oh yeah, oxalate. No one gives a shit, dude. What I'm saying is when you
Wow, look at that. He just dismissed my argument. He couldn't handle it. What do you mean no one gives a shit? You just fucking dismissed the argument.
Oh, how could you eat an oxalate? That's the grossest thing I've ever seen. It makes me gag up. Anyway, so when you slit an animal open and their intestines fall out, what happens is that poop falls out everywhere too, right? All their internal juices and all the shit that's inside of them, and then the carcass is kind of is basically covered in all this shit and this blood and this juice.
That's just not true.
That's not how it works.
Go to a fucking slaughterhouse.
Okay, so in factories they hang the meat from hooks while they run.
Yeah. Okay. Have you been to a slaughterhouse? Have you seen how an animal gets killed?
Have you seen how an animal gets killed?
We got fucking internet.
Okay, well, go watch how an animal gets killed and try and act like poop and all the other
Yeah, I get it. You're
disgusting shit
disgusted by
inside of
that.
them.
I've
Well,
killed them.
isn't
I hunted for years.
I'm just
I've
saying
killed them
it's
and all of that shit.
ironic. It's ironic to say that tofu, that's so gross and unappetizing, and you literally eat a rotting corpse that has fucking poop
How
on
is
it.
it a rotting corpse? It's alive when I kill it, just like your plants are alive
rotting
before you
corpse.
do whatever to them.
Okay, so
and
you
to
mix
think
plants
when you
with,
murder
like,
someone.
animals, that's kind of wild. That's kind of crazy, actually.
and to think that poop
When you
jumps into
murder them, what happens
Joe
to someone?
is mostly
What happens
right.
to
The
someone's
vegan
body
has a
when you
small
murder them?
point. But, like, okay, so let me just ride the fence here. But Joe is mostly right. Like, most of the flesh is still intact, like it was when it was alive. Some of it does rot, though, right? Like, probably a lot less than you can taste, or that really matters. So it's kind of like, you've always eaten that. So how gross is it really?
And plus you're
No,
cooking
it's
it,
all
so
it
you're
all starts
destroying.
rotting, dude. It all
No,
starts
but
rotting.
you
That's why
keep it in
there's
the fridge.
expiration.
When you keep
No,
it in the
that's why. Yes,
fridge,
you
that
need to keep it in the
slows the rate
fridge
of
because it's
decay.
rotting. Because
No,
it
you can
is
use salt.
rotting.
Not all
You don't need
cells.
to refrigerate it. What are
Not
you
all
talking about?
cells
You
go
can
through
preserve
Yes, I
meat by
understand. You
salting
can
it.
use. I understand. You can salt it. I understand that. You
How
need
is
to
that
salt
different from
it
fruit?
because
If you
it's
leave it out, it
rotting.
rots too. How is that different from fruit or whatever you're eating?
I
Yeah,
agree
when
that
you
fruit
pickle,
rots.
when
By the
you
way, you
pickle
probably
I never
vegetables,
said
it's the
that
same
fruit doesn't
concept.
rot.
By the way, you probably
I
get
never
more
said that
nutrition
fruit
that way.
doesn't rot. What I'm saying is
Sauerkraut, same thing, my
basically
friend.
when the difference with
bananas are
eating
healthier than
live
green
plant foods is generally that most of the cells are intact and there still is life in them. There's no life in unless you cook the food, okay? But
Well,
there's
that's
no
what I said.
fucking
When you cook it, okay, go ahead, make your point.
Well,
right.
let's be very specific, right?
I'm not saying that plants don't rot, okay? I
cells
never
are-
said they
wait, wait,
don't,
wait,
but I
wait,
said
wait,
it's
wait,
someone's
wait.
rotting corpse,
Let's be
okay?
specific.
Someone's rotting corpse.
Well,
that
that's
is
just a
covered.
fucking
That has
euphemism.
fucking.
That's just
that
a
has
euphemism.
poop. It's not a.
That's all
It's
that
not.
is.
It's what it is. It's what it is, and
No,
it
it's
has
not.
poop on it. Yes, it is.
You
It
can
is a
fucking call it
rotting.
rotting corpse. I call it meat. It's just a fucking euphemism, my friend. That's all it is. We can choose what we want.
In eventually, even if I have to bring it back to this. By
The
way.
poop bit is funny too.
So,
Yeah.
by the way, so
Man, it
vegan,
always comes down to this: the vegan debates.
Calling that a euphemism is such cope on your part.
So
No, it's cope on your part to fucking call it something, to use a negative term such as rotting carcass or whatever you fucking call it. That's cope.
exactly what it is. I'm defining it perfectly.
So vegan, you have kind of a point that the tissue is not living, right? But there's a difference between living and rotting. Rotting is lysis, it's cell death. It's when the cell explodes and actually eats itself. And you can prevent that for quite a bit actually by either refrigerating or freezing it, assuming you can prevent freezing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It's still rotting when you're eating it.
Some of it, I would say less than 1%, and not a noticeable amount anyways. It probably gives you more nutrition because there's more more variety.
It is leading into decay as you are eating it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that
but
doesn't
not
even
all
matter.
decay is
That
bad.
that's not the
The
point.
decay that's bad comes from the bacteria that accumulate pathogens and biotoxins.
You're kind of looking way too far into that. The point is
No, that's
that
how it works.
I find it ironic that they think that tofu is gross, but then they eat someone's
about flavor
fucking
and
corpse.
texture, though.
Hey, Jesus
Well,
Christ!
tofu is
That they
super
eat someone's
processed
corpse
because
that it has
tofu
fucking
is
shit on
super
it.
fucking processed food. Tofu is processed. You can't get around that.
You mean boiling beans and mashing them up and then
Yeah.
sticking them
Are
together
mashed
is
potatoes too
processed? Okay, dude. Think about
Yeah, that's a good
the
point.
process that fucking meat goes through. Think about all the fucking shit that they have to do to get the fucking dead animal on your plate.
No, that's a straw man because that only applies to factory farming. We already had this conversation another day. Yeah, in terms of factory farming, yeah.
Well, I haven't, so let me have it.
Genius. Go to a fucking slaughterhouse and see how it is processed.
So if you were to hunt wild game, wait, hold on a second. If you were to hunt wild game, all of that shit you just said doesn't fucking apply. That's what I just said to you before.
Do you cook the wild game? Do you cook the animal that you murdered?
So how is that processed? You're literally
That's not
cooking
processing.
organic grass-fed meat.
That is a
Where is
process.
the fucking processing?
Yeah,
You're not
boiling is
doing
is
anything.
processing the food. Boiling is
Genius.
processing the food. That
So
does
you're
count.
telling me tofu has
Yeah.
to go through a certain process from soya beans and all that other shit. Yeah, so
And
that's the process I'm
I
talking
don't
about.
see why, and I don't see what's wrong with that. That is perfect. It's healthier than fucking eating animals.
Raw, I'm a meat eater here, so I'm not judging
According
you, right?
to you.
But wouldn't you agree that mashed potatoes are still basically potatoes, even though the process of mashing them is processing them?
Yeah, but we're talking about degree of processed because
Well,
he's trying to say, oh,
he's right
blanket
when he's
statement,
saying that's all.
everything's
Wait,
processed.
here. Let me build the bridge here. He's right when he's saying that's all that tofu really is just mashed soybeans, right?
I don't know. I would
It
disagree with
is.
that.
That is how they boil it as well. So it's technically
So
two
there you
processes, but
go.
it's done at the same time.
Yeah, but then
you can do it in the
you
same
can't.
manner.
It's cooked
Yeah, but
soybeans, dude. There's nothing wrong with that unless you're allergic to soy. Okay.
and yeah, I don't want to consume shitloads of estrogen as well. So yeah.
That's not. Wait. Phytoestrogen cannot affect your receptors. You're a mammal, not a plant, by the way. So that has no signaling capability in your body.
No, I disagree
It
with
does not
that
work like
because
estrogen.
wait. This might be an anecdote, but have you ever eaten wild yams before? Wait, let me fucking finish my point.
Are you saying wild
Fucking
yams
hell.
feminize you?
Fucking hell, bro. This guy does not want to let me finish my point. Fucking hell, bro.
Carnivore YouTube channel. That means it's true. Like fucking
I'm not a
hell, brother.
carnivore. Who the fuck said I'm a carnivore?
Believe bullshit pseudoscience.
What's pseudoscience about what I said?
So
Hey,
phytoestrogens.
you're saying that
cannot interact with
phytoestrogens
your-
are harmful? How?
Yeah, they cannot interact with E1 or E2 human receptors or any of the estrogen receptors. You know, those are the two main ones. So they definitely cannot feminize you in any way.
So how
They'd have
comes
to
this
be-
is an anecdote? So how come have you ever eaten wild yams before? And I'm not talking about sweet potato. I'm talking about
No, I'm gonna need
wild
you to just
yams,
finish
the
the question.
tubers.
No, I'm just gonna need you to get to the conclusion of what happened because if you,
I'll
I'm
say
not gonna lie,
yes.
I
She
might
said
laugh.
no. Okay, so
I might
go
laugh
ahead.
if you said you were
So
feminized by wild yams.
no, wild yams does the opposite. It boosts your testosterone because it's full of the precursor to make testosterone. So that's why you'll see.
Wait.
It does, show me evidence that eating wild
First of all-
yams boosts testosterone. That is the most silly thing ever.
The reason your body's taking that precursor is because you already are expressing the genetic code to handle precursors for testosterone and turn that into testosterone, DHT, all those things, right? If you didn't have, if you're a biological male and aren't taking external steroids like I am as a trans woman, then you will not metabolize precursors for estrogen into estrogen except for intracellularly like all men do.
Oh.
I'll have to look into that, my friend. But yeah, I'll keep an open mind about that. But from
If
like I
you
said,
have
it
more
was an anecdote.
questions, I'll talk to you about it in private chat if you want. If you have more questions, just saying.
No, we can
Jesus
talk about it
himself,
publicly. I got no issue with that.
Jesus ate fish, man. How bad can it be to eat a animal?
Okay, what is the context in which Jesus ate fish?
The cat who got all the fish gave it to his
That doesn't
friends.
mean anything.
What? No. What? Give me the story. What's the context?
Well, I'm sure you've read them, or you wouldn't ask me that question twice.
Well, yeah, I know. I know one instance in which Jesus ate fish, and also it's not actually clear that he ate fish. It could have been fish weed, which is like basically a relish made from seaweed, just mistranslated.
We can assume he gave it to all his disciple buddies, and he watched them eat
No,
it all the
he
time,
didn't.
right?
No, that never happened.
Okay. All right. He did multiply a bunch of fish for a bunch of people.
No, he didn't. No, not even in the King James Bible. That a lot of people do not read the fucking Bible. When they say that shit to me, I laugh because it's like it's not even in there. He multiplied the loaves. He never multiplied the fish.
Well, okay.
Go
Yeah, let me rephrase. Here. Okay. All right. I see what this is going to be.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Bring it.
Listen.
Bring it, bro. Bring it.
Yeah. I see. But listen, this is fine though. I got no issue with this. Those men went out on a date when fishing had been pretty fucked up, and they had a massive load of fish. Yeah.
Which one?
The day when the boats were about to overflow and all of that shit. The day he met, I think, a couple of the fishermen.
There's I think 2 or 3 stories involving Jesus where a lot of fish are mentioned. So, for example, there is one story where it's something like
Is the
the
answer
fisherman caught
yes?
a bunch of fish in
This
the
is a
net,
long way around.
and Jesus is there, and the number of fish, I have to try and think of the number, what the number was again, but the number correlates to a number that is talked about it's the same number that's talked about by Pythagoras for like something about knowledge, right? So
Meaning Jesus, meaning Jesus had
he
nothing to
was
do
not
with
he
that.
was not condoning the fishing, by the way. This is so I have to dig it back into that story. I used to have this whole thing worked out.
Still don't know the answer
There's a
yet. Is it you
documentary
don't
called
know?
there's a documentary called Christspiracy, and it brings up those 2 or 3 stories, right? One story where guys are getting a bunch of fish in the net. Jesus is asked to count the number of fish or something, and he instantly knows the number, and it's the same number that's used by Pythagoras. So the meaning there is that and Pythagoras, by the way, was a vegan. So the thing is, there's a lot more symbolism
All right,
involved in some of
according
this
to
stuff.
fucking AI, because you're nailing down jelly. I would, but I am not going to do it on this panel because I wouldn't want to do the monopolized conversation with some back and forth. Did Jesus eat fish? Yes, according to the Gospels, New Testament, he ate fish. Notably in Luke 24, 41, 43, the resurrected Jesus asks for food and eats a piece of broiled fish and some honeycomb in front of his disciples.
Yeah. So once again, there's two scenarios happening there. One is that it's mistranslation for the ancient Greek word for fishweed, which was a common food. It was like basically like a seaweed relish. And 2, the second thing is he was trying to prove, if let's say it was actually a piece of fish, he was trying to show them that he wasn't a ghost. They said in context, they said like basically prove to us that you're real, that you're physical here, and you're not just an apparition. So he said, okay, give me a piece of food, give me something I can put in my mouth. And so they gave him a piece of fish, and they watched that it didn't like just fall straight through him.
Yeah, argument doesn't hold because they could have gave him a piece of fruit, and then he shows it doesn't exist 3,000 years
They didn't.
later.
Well,
2,000 years
that's
later.
what they had. Either once again, they had fish. They had fish sitting there, or it was fish weed or whatever. Even still. Another thing about the loaves, yeah, it does not say he multiplied the fish. It says he multiplied the loaves.
I agree with that, but we know that the boats were overloaded with fish. They were amazed. They paid off their debts with the amount of fish they got. They were amazed, and Jesus met them. Jesus had something to do with them having that payday. Which in my opinion is a form of endorsement. He watched them niggas eat fish and shit every day. He didn't say shit against that shit, and there's good evidence that he himself. The whole point was that Jesus didn't. He's a good guy. He didn't. Write a bunch of shit about how evil it is to eat fish or meat. Period.
He did. He said to kill a cow is to kill a man. When he drove the money changers out of the temple, he opened the cages and set the animals free. Apparently his brother James was killed for being an animal rights activist. But either way, even if none of that was true, still wouldn't make what we do to animals acceptable.
Well, I know what I'm dealing with now, man. You just want to wrestle. You're not gonna, you just want to be right, bro.
Well, do you think there's a right and wrong?
I think that there is, and I wouldn't have the receptors of the intelligence to know. I do think that there are real truth exists
Do you
out there
know?
somewhere.
Do you believe there are some? Do you know what some of the rights are?
No, I don't believe I come close. I do believe, generally speaking, the same one that applies in nature. The one Jesus said, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, which can translate to harm no man if they've done nothing, blah, blah, blah. I think that
Wait,
if it is a natural
do you
truth,
think it's
I think that'd be
wrong?
one.
Do you think it's wrong to rape and murder another human?
Most cases, yeah.
Okay, so
Most
you do
cases.
know you.
Well,
So you
Jesus
do know.
did.
Wait.
Jesus.
Okay, wait. Don't. Let's not. Let's not.
Moses guy had to sacrifice his
Let's
kid.
not get
I
off
would
the
say that
topic
that's
here.
pretty
Wait.
horrible too. So,
Let's
but
not get off the topic here. Wait. Let's not get off the topic here. You just said that you do believe that you know something is wrong, which means you know that something is right, which is not to do that stuff. Correct?
Yeah, harm another man.
Okay,
thought I
so
said that
you do
directly.
know so now you have admitted that you know rights and wrongs in your what you believe are rights and wrongs, and wouldn't you agree that you would want to be right about something, and
Well,
you
first
know
of all-
something about that you're right
First
about?
of all, I did admit to anything. I said if those truths are out there, I believe this would be one of them. I'm not saying I know right, wrong, or any of that shit.
So
All
you
of that
don't. So now you are going. You're
Ain't no now.
backpedaling.
That
You
isn't
don't.
what I said
You're
the first time.
backpedaling.
There
No.
is no now.
So you don't believe that those things are wrong.
Yes, I do believe that hurting someone is wrong. You keep asking the
Okay,
same
so
question.
you do
You
now.
jump
You
to a
are saying
conclusion
no.
that
Now
doesn't
you're once
logically
again.
follow, though.
Okay. Now we're back to where we were before.
Okay, sure.
So you do believe that something is wrong, which means that you believe something is right, and
Yes.
you do think that you know what those the differences are and what those things
No,
are.
how did you jump from believe to know? I never did that. You did that. I said believe. You're saying somehow it means I know. I don't remember
Yes,
acquiescing
you
to any of that
know
shit.
which things you believe are right and wrong, correct?
Oh my God, you're a girl. Be nice. Be nice. I know what I believe to be right and wrong, which is I think the question you're
So
asking
do you believe that it is wrong to hurt another human?
You asked me this 4 times,
Yeah.
bruh.
Okay. And you said yes. So you you do actually want to be
Name
right.
the trait.
What you
Name
do?
the
Yeah.
trait.
Okay. I know. We're
Name
getting
the
there. We're
trait.
getting there.
Name
Okay.
the
False
trait.
dilemma. False dilemma. Let's go. Let's go.
We're getting there.
Your
But you
fucking
do.
favorite false dilemma. Go on.
Okay, dude, you are just so bad at poisoning the well, man. Just
we all
Okay, go
already
ahead.
please
there.
stay out of this.
Go ahead. Just go
So
ahead.
you noodles, you too, mate.
Do believe in rights and wrongs, so you do want to be right about certain things too. You certainly would not want to endorse harming other humans
You
because
could have asked
you
me,
want to be right about that.
do I want to be right? I would have said yes. Your
Okay,
way of getting there was
obviously.
just
So
horribly, but yes.
bringing up this notion of wanting to be right or whatever is
No,
just
I said you
it's
just want to be right, meaning that you're giving less attention to the truth of a thing. You understand what I said? What are you just being pedantic for?
I think you're just deflecting from certain things.
No, that is exactly what the point I was trying to make when I say you just want to be right. I am saying you are not engaging my arguments at all.
No, I believe I have engaged them. I was saying yes. Okay, my understanding, we were talking about Jesus and the Bible, and I gave you my interpretation, my and others' interpretation of the Bible, and then I added to that by saying, regardless of how the Bible is interpreted, that doesn't make what people do to animals okay. Anyway, moving
I
forward,
was there. Yeah.
right. Moving forward, if you think that it is wrong to do these certain things to humans,
Yeah.
why is it therefore okay to do those things to other animals?
I think that a lot of stuff is wrong, right? But again, I'm fallible. I'm a cop watcher. I can remember when I came into this business, there were things that I thought was wrong. I'd never do. That dude's immoral for doing it. He shouldn't even be fucking with those people. Later on, I found out I was wrong. I leave room for I'm wrong. And with these are great arguments with as far as eating meat shit. There's great arguments. You know, God said you have dominion over all this shit. Why all these fucking fish if I ain't supposed to be eating these motherfuckers?
Okay, but you could just make the same. You could make
many
the same
arguments
argument
both
about
both
humans.
ways.
You could make the same argument about humans, but I'm sure you would not accept it in the human scenario.
No, I leave room for that too. This
Oh, you
is
leave
all.
room for it's okay to ground humans up and suffocate them and eat them or stab them and eat them. It's fine.
Well, I leave room that there may be a family of aliens living in my asshole right now, and they're so small I have no
All right,
idea about it.
You're deflecting. You're
No,
just
I am
deflecting
saying
now.
I'm agreeing with you. I do leave room for that these things. Let's say that this is all a video game. This is all what is it? GTA 5. This is just
Simulation.
a fucking thank you. This is just a simulation over there for the kids can
You
learn
would
something.
not you would not be taking this you would not be taking this position if it came to like a school shooting or something.
Wait,
You would not. You would not. This is dishonest.
Whoa.
Really?
It's
Because
dis-
I've
No, it's not
I've
dishonest
I've
at all. That's not true.
yeah.
Why are you equating a school shooting, a purely psychotic act, to somebody consuming animal products to sustain themselves? What the fuck? What the fuck? Go ahead.
Psychotic to hang an animal up and stab them in the throat. Okay, just as
What, to
psychotic.
sustain yourself? To sustain yourself.
You don't need it to sustain yourself, dude. That is a
How do you know?
ridiculous
No.
notion. We've already been over.
You're assuming this.
You know what? I'm not going to engage you because we've already been over this.
No, man.
We've already been over this. Already debated you on this. 3,000 children die of starvation every day. Yet we have enough food to feed like 90 billion land animals that require 10 times the amount of food and water.
He still got a great argument.
That we can be
Whatever
consuming.
whatever you say, vegan equilibrium is 100% right. You don't need animal products.
Wait. I disagree. I think the dude has a great argument over there still. These things that we love so much, all these going out of space, internet and Netflix, we only have them because of our brain capacity. That's the only way we dominate shit. The way we got that was the protein we got when we started eating meat. That's how we got all these smarts.
Dude, it's from cooking food. You could say it's just from cooking food in general.
No, you couldn't. It'd be documentable. I'm sure I ain't even gonna Google it. Of course, the fucking meat would have gave you more protein.
Ain't much of it. There's just as much evidence to suggest it was tubers and cooking grains and other shit.
Along with the meats.
And here's another thing. Fruit eating animals have the biggest brain compared to the size of their body of any other animals. So who knows? Maybe it was fucking eating fruit. We don't know, dude. There's no evidence.
We don't know that man ate meat. We don't know meat is the biggest source of protein.
Let me steel man your argument.
What don't we know?
Wait. Let me steel man your argument. Let's say that. Oh, well, first of all, the main consensus, and this comes from New York University, is not that it was necessarily cooking. It was basically what was required to cultivate the food and to find the resources which helped our brain grow. That's another school of thought. Now, let's say that, let me steel man your argument and say, okay, let's say it was the cooking animals that eventually helped us evolve into having a bigger brain. That doesn't make it morally acceptable, and that doesn't mean that we need it to survive. Maybe what happens is our brain grew to the point where we were smart enough to figure out how to sustain ourselves on an even healthier diet without hurting animals.
That's a possibility.
So what you're doing is you're appealing to history, or appealing to tradition, or appealing to evolution, or appealing to nature. These are all logical fallacies.
Well, Google says, yes, eating meat is widely believed to have been a critical factor in human evolution, helping develop our ancestors develop larger brains and more efficient digestive systems. Look like Google says that meat helps you get here too.
And also, Isaac,
Saying widely believed doesn't mean anything. Secondly, saying just like I said, even if we steel man that argument, doesn't mean that we need it for health, doesn't mean that we need anything in it. In fact, it could be to our detriment. Maybe it helped our brains grow, but it also fucking gave us heart attacks and cancer. And now that our brains are grown, we have figured out this more nutritionally adequate diet using plants. And yes, that is the case because you look at every single large dietary study, epidemiological dietary study, it all points towards the more plants you eat and the less animal products you eat, the better your overall health outcomes and longevity are.
No, that's bullshit because you're gonna pick studies that you want to promote,
Of
and then
course.
Bring your studies.
no, because then the con.
Is
Listen,
genius.
when it comes to nutrition, it's not that clear cut, and that is clearly vegan propaganda. What you just said, because the fucking carnivore guys will literally come and post their shit about, oh, actually, it's the carbohydrates that mess up your insulin. Yeah. So, and then the vegans will come and say it's the animal protein. Let me finish, my friend. Let me finish. You always fucking interrupt.
We already know what you're
Here we
gonna
go.
say.
Look,
We already
he
know what
doesn't
you're
want to
gonna
hear.
say.
Let me go back to your point. Yeah, this is what he does. He accuses people of deflecting, and he fucking deflects himself. You are the master deflector. Should fucking call you Captain America with your shield because you just deflect everything, man. What the fuck?
They go against their own interest in terms of what they're trying to prove. The hilarious thing about all those people, like Paul Saladino, he'll actually post studies that contradict what he's trying to prove with that study. That's how dumb that fucking idiot is. You guys are just as dumb for believing them.
Okay, so you're gonna let me address one of the points you made earlier. You said we don't need to eat meat.
I don't want to debate you because
this guy does not let anyone speak. Do you see? It's so hard to talk to this guy.
Because you're not. It's not an intelligent debate.
I wasn't
So
there when y'all had
let
the
me
previous
make my
debate. I
assertion,
haven't
and then
heard
you
his
can
arguments.
respond. Let me make my assertion. You can fucking respond. What is so difficult about that? Fuck's sake. Okay, so you previously said that we don't need to eat it. Now I'll push back on that because this whole veganism, or let's even say plant-based, because we're talking about the dietary aspect of this, yeah, of only consuming plant-based products, is not a viable option. It's only viable because we have access to supermarkets and in certain societies and economies that can provide it. You cannot tell me that the fucking Eskimos could have survived on a vegan diet. Yeah, you cannot tell me there's many cultures like the Hadza tribe in Tanzania.
This is what morality is about sometimes, is it not? That
No, don't shift it to see. They're shifting the goalposts.
If there are alternatives available, are you not morally obliged to take the least harmful action? But are you not morally obliged to take the least harmful action in a situation?
Yeah, provide. Yeah, I can. That's a given.
I don't even think it has to do with least harmful. It just has to do with rights violations.
Here we go.
No, you're just using a logical fallacy, dude. You're like, once again, appeal to tradition, appeal to tradition, appeal to popularity, appeal to history. Because you're talking about, you're appealing to history. You're appealing to what this person has to do. This is called the nirvana fallacy. It's called a nirvana fallacy.
So I want to invite Cougar on. Cougar, come on and talk about the situation in Iran and how it's affecting the global.
It's not a fallacy. It's not a fallacy. It's not a fallacy. Mainly stating that different cultures. So your whole veganism doesn't fucking work where you have to live a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. And many cultures have developed like that.
You know what?
So this is only a byproduct of vitamin B12 being readily available and all of your shit being available in the supermarket.
I literally get B12, like as much B12 as I need. Let's, if you and I,
modern day supermarkets and economies that provide it, so your shit would not last, okay, in a different environment.
Have you ever seen the movie Saw?
Ross,
Have you ever seen the movie Saw?
Hold on, Ross. I don't really want to talk about this much longer because I know that you're entrenched, both of you, and I am a vegan myself.
You ever seen?
I want to say, Ross, I would ask you, please, I like you, but I know you're into your health and fitness. talk to Vegan Equilibrium at some point about vegan diets that might help you, because I know you're worried about the health outcomes, but please listen and please be prepared to read some studies. You can make your own mind up, but he has a lot of knowledge about it.
Okay, let me respond to DW.
No, but wait a minute. No, wait.
Let me respond to DW. Stop with the fucking monologue. Monologue.
Have you seen the
Change
movie
your
Saw?
fucking name to Vegan Monologue. Change your fucking name to Vegan Monologue.
If you're gonna call names, I can call names too, but then we're just gonna end up kicking each other off of here. So have you seen the movie?
Vegan
monologue. Go to Cougar Duma. Let's bring Cougar Duma.
Vegan monologue one more time. You're gone, dude.
Cougar Duma.
Wow, are you that sensitive? So you can interrupt me, but I can't call you Vegan Monologue. Wow.
Cougar Duma.
I'm gonna exercise the right to fucking kick people off for calling people names because I'm restraining myself right now. You're not.
How is that calling you a name?
All right,
That's just stating.
Ross.
Yeah, the host is
Cougar Duma, what have you got to say about the oil situation you were mentioning in the comments? What's going on in the world economy and in geopolitics, brother? Tell us.
Yeah, sorry, I was away from my phone. Well, it's funny because you guys all have these spirited arguments about what you're supposed to eat, and that's cool, I guess. I mean, it's a good topic to have feelings about because food is important. But I want to point something out that doesn't get nearly enough airtime. 100% of everything you eat, and I don't care what you eat, 100% of everything you eat is brought to you courtesy of fossil fuels, which is brought to you courtesy of the Straits of Hormuz. Now, we're in a big fucking fight. We're about to be cut off from the spice. Okay, now it's going to take a few months for this to work its way through the system, but pretty soon, 6 months from now, something like that, just the current kerfuffle is going to probably double the price of food for a lot of items, and in particular, items that require a lot of fossil fuels. That would be the meat industry and processed foods, plus anything that has to be transported a long distance. None of the nations that we belong to, and I can say this with some confidence, because you're all on the internet and you're all on the forum, none of the nations we belong to can really feed themselves. And they certainly can't do it without fossil fuels. This is going to be an absolute dumpster fire. And none of you caused it. It's not my fault. It's really not your fault.
Trump did.
You let yourself get into this situation, but it's going to be an absolute dumpster fire. And having these conversations, getting all emotional about whether it's right to eat carbs or not carbs or beef or not beef is I mean,
counterproductive.
Everyone's got their bugbear, right? But we're in an actual, and this is due to physics, we're in an actual situation where having food is going to become, for a lot of people, not affordable.
Can we
and
be
it's going to be
specific?
difficult, really hard.
Can we be specific? And I might actually have some questions for you. Another way the U.S. at least can handle oil is through WTI, West Texas something, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That doesn't rely on Strait of Hormuz, if I'm not mistaken.
Cougar, you just reminded me to update my tariff. I was on a different tariff for my gas supply, and I've just locked myself into a 10-month tariff. It's about £3 more expensive than the current flexible tariff I was on per month. But I'm guessing things are about to get hairy, so I thought, why not lock in that price for 10 months?
Well, I guess we're gonna have to fucking hunt and eat each other, huh?
Some of it is price, and some of it is just straight availability. Almost any contract that anyone signs can be vacated through conditions of force majeure. Okay, meaning I can't do this. I can't do it to you. For you, I'd love to sell you this stuff, but I can't get it. Right. And it's because of war.
Right now, Texas can't sell its oil directly to us anyway. The process it goes through ties it up with the other oil, and its prices are affected by all oil. It's tied up for some stupid reason.
And this is something that a lot of people don't know, and so I guess I'll explain it. And Joe Cool, you may You may know something different, but U.S. oil is not sold on U.S. markets. U.S. oil belongs to corporations, and these are global corporations, and they have full privileges through license to take the oil and sell it to whoever is the highest bidder. Now, what that means is that even though WTI may be offset by the strategic petroleum reserve and all that, if they have bigger clients with bigger pockets who really need the oil, like China, then that's where the oil is going to go. That's why I say it's not priced so much as its availability. And the Trump administration has shown itself perfectly capable of being transactional. They really want the money. In fact, you could even make a point that the reason we kicked this fight off with Iran was because it was guaranteed to raise the price of oil. And who does that benefit? The oil nationals. So
nationalists.
This is not a question. Yeah, this is not a question.
Venezuela too, for that matter.
This is not a question of what do we eat, what are morals, what are all this kind of stuff. I mean, that's a great argument to have, but because I live in a different world than a lot of you do, I see the world differently, and I see the world in terms of resources and materials, resources and materials, and even the soybeans are not going to be available because they're going to be sold to the cattle people who are desperate to feed their herds.
Soybeans right now. What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
the soybean already over with.
I could grow my own soybeans and keep my own.
Okay. You can grow your own soybeans. That's fine. That's a great argument. But your soybeans are delivered to you via the store or via a bag of soybeans that you ordered online or something like that. And there was a truck and there was a cargo ship, and you're going to argue with me, but you can't because everything you're doing that you say you could do. It's all based on fossil fuels. You're going to be in big trouble.
Unaware of it. When Trump put the tariffs off, it was at the same time the loans were due for the soybean farms, and all of their orders were coming from somewhere else. They couldn't complete it. All of them defaulted. The soybean market is almost dead already.
Well, okay, but even if it's not, even if the Brazilians are having a blockbuster soybean harvest, and they are because the Chinese are buying. Right, that's all fine and good, but are they going to sell to the U.S.? They might be a little bit pissed, and our U.S. Market's going to pay the price for that. So your problem right now, and I'm not going to tell you what to argue about. You're all a bunch of religious zealots. You're going to argue about what makes you. You're all going to argue about what's going to get you. Get you closer to.
Wait. Hold on. Who's a religious zealot?
You're going to argue about what gets you closer to heaven. But heaven is not your problem right now. Your problem right now might be calories, food, and I can't tell you what to argue about. But I was invited on here, straighten you motherfuckers out. So I just did.
love talking about the war. Let's do it. I'm down.
Guys, there's a little bit of news. Iran fired 2 intercontinental ballistic missiles, I believe, to displace these islands. Diego Garcia, about 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Now, they failed. One of them misfired. The other, I believe, was intercepted. I believe they think
it probably wasn't.
Anyway, that shows that Iran is willing to extend their reach far beyond, the Middle East.
Where is Diego Garcia? Sorry to interrupt. Where is that?
It's about 4,000 kilometers from Iran in the Indian Ocean.
Oh, okay, nice, thanks.
So
it's supposed to
if you look at the map,
yeah, they weren't supposed to have missiles that even go that far, according to, if you believe our government. And
they do. They have enough missiles to hold off the war. Yeah, they just hide.
No, I meant distance. They're not supposed to be able. We're under no threat, no way. They don't even have intercontinental ballistic missiles, so we're fine. But apparently, they do have them.
Yeah, I think the reason why is because they sent a drone ship that was carrying those weapons. No, there's no way there's no ways that they have that reach with the missiles. They're only attacking U.S. bases inside Saudi Arabia, Oman.
There's their current potential reach.
Yeah,
makes sense.
So they can get a bit of France, Germany.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean,
if they want to get messy, but the thing is, whether they'd be able to do it is another thing. Whether those missiles would be able to make it that distance, and whether they'd be able to prevent being intercepted is another thing.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, they already were attacking like at the Cyprus. Cyprus is like there was a base from the UK in Cyprus. They were attacking that.
Yeah, that's one
Yeah,
of our bases is there. Yeah.
yeah, and
So,
like, hey, it's a legitimate target, you know.
and they
so
knocked
what you're
down our
probably going to
stealth
see after
bomber
this,
too. Not the bomber, the stealth fighter, which was
Yeah, they
supposed to be
freaking
in.
shot that shit down, man. I'm so proud of them.
And
what you're probably
even
going to see after this, by the
they all,
way,
let me
is.
finish, Mel. They also
Sorry, I thought
got,
you were
when
done.
they did it, they got the signature of the airplane, and they passed it to Russia. Well, it's assumed they're going to pass to Russia and China. So now the plane's no longer invisible.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Yeah.
not how that works, but okay. Just
That's
just
what.
in
Go ahead.
just in regards
Yeah,
to
yeah.
what
Oh
you can
no, go
probably
ahead,
expect
man.
to see next, I would expect America to do a lot more bombing campaigns on any sites that could possibly help them produce missiles, because Iran has signaled that they can continue to produce missiles despite
100
what
per
America has done
month.
so far.
Well, 100
And
per
so
month. They can make 100
this
drones and missiles per month. Yes.
this might not be a sign that they had these missiles. It might be a sign that they can produce them, though. So that's what America's going to try to
Oh
target.
yes, they can produce them. They can produce over 100 a month. That's
Well,
what the
long
RI.
range ones are a different beast. They need
Oh yeah, they are.
more
But like,
manufacturing sectors to come together for that.
of course, yeah. But I think their main concern now is only attacking American and Israeli bases close to them. That's what they all want right now, is to attack those bases and attack the oil infrastructure, energy infrastructure, and they're doing a good job of it. You know.
Iran came out today and said they didn't attack Turkey or Oman. They said that was somebody else.
That was an Israeli false flag. Israel
just a
wants to
US
drag
missile
in
gone astray.
Turkey. Huh?
Or just a U.S. missile gone astray, if we're being honest, because that's been happening a lot.
Yeah, but come on, you can't do a missile astray. No, I think that was plotted by Israel to drag other NATO countries to
They're
go to
not
war with
beyond
Iran.
it.
Here's another
Yeah.
strategic
Such a
error with
privilege to be on
America
a
is that
panel
they
with all
think
these
that
military strategist experts. It truly is wonderful.
just here, I want to
with
finish.
regards to
I
what
only had
Kugel
2
was saying, I
points to
think
make, and I
Kugel was
didn't.
talking about something
Sorry, I'm
quite
trying to just
important.
make my second point still, and I'm trying to just get in there politely. But the other strategy that they're doing wrong, that America's doing wrong, is that they keep thinking that you can behead their leaders, right?
Oh
And-
no, yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
not how the Iranian army works. So you're actually just giving them more ways to act more chaotically. Now.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, because
And
they
you
follow. They
and you
follow the
created martyrs. Now you created some brand new martyrs
yeah,
for them.
which is bad news for America, because dying for the religion is literally in the Shia Islamic faith, and Iran is a theocracy. America and Israel just fucked themselves over big time, and I'm very happy about
I
that.
have a question for everyone. Does anyone here watch Professor Jang's stuff on this?
I do. Yeah.
He's got some good stuff out there.
He is. They say he's a complete lunatic, but he does say we are in World War III. There's no ifs and
Of
buts.
course, D&W. Of course, they would say he's a complete lunatic because he doesn't follow their narrative. But me, I like to get.
He's an interesting guy. I do watch
picture.
him. I do watch
Yeah.
him now and again. Yeah.
So he's not
very
always
good.
wrong, but like when he talks about things like strategy or game theory, first of all, the way he teaches game theory is not how game theory is traditionally taught. And he doesn't necessarily give theories of strategies that are commonly taught. I'm not saying that those are wrong, but what actual people in military tend to use, even in nonlinear warfare, tend to fall under different terms and structures. So it's
So
kind
what's
of
your
like
beef?
it's kind of hit and miss with him. I think, his training is to be someone, his training is in English literature. That does mean he can probably collect literature on history or strategy and stuff like that and learn some things about it, maybe even teach about it. But there's a risk to stepping outside of your lane, which is that you know less about that than the thing you were formally trained for.
Right. He's the predictive history guy.
Yeah,
he?
he's a bit.
I mean, when I first heard that, I thought he was talking about like determinism and how things are cyclical, and you can watch patterns and stuff like that. I mean, that would be right?
Yeah, it would be
Well,
right.
his commentary on eschatology, particularly how Christians see like the end times coming and are using Israel, like American Christians are using Israel to bring that about in Iran, is not totally incoherent. The specifics are dodgy. There's other better sources that say things that are different in terms of how it truly works. So, it's called predictive history. If he keeps making good predictions, then you can't discount that from him. But if he's making the correct conclusions through false logic, then you can still criticize that without throwing out the good parts he says at the same time.
I actually don't know. I haven't I can't remember or found any of his predictions that have come true, or you could say.
He said that the Iran war was like around the corner, but there's also video evidence that he said that in 2022. So
Yeah. No, like some of the things he says has come true, but other times they haven't. I look at other people. One of my favorite guys is Eric Stryker on like his own podcast. He's really good. He talks about like international war and stuff like this. Eric Stryker, from the War Strike podcast. He's really good. I totally recommend that. And then there's the new Atlas on YouTube. He's also pretty good. Yeah.
I'd have
I
to
think
check him out.
aside from all the ideological positions we adopt on the whole issue, going back to what Cougar was saying before, regardless of where you sit in that discussion, where you stand in that discussion, there is going to be a supply side problem if things keep going the way they're going. And I think we all underestimate how serious that could be and what it actually does mean for us. Once you,
the AP's been releasing
I let
articles.
you talk before, mate. So
You're right.
you talk.
No, you're
Good on-
totally
good on
right.
you, son.
My
Good on
bad.
you, all right? Cheers. So it's all very at D&W. I understand why you did what you did by locking in prices. I mean, that's a very prudent step to take. But
Right.
that's on the assumption the markets are working, and it is possible. I mean, fuck, I'm not a strategist. I don't know shit about what's going on in reality as far as all that stuff's concerned. I only know what I see on social media and in the news, which is probably nothing.
It's
but
not.
I think that the supply side issue, whether or not you lock in prices, whatever we plan for, etc., I think that has the potential to hit us very, very hard, and in a way that we can't really fathom correctly.
Yeah. Will you talk a bit closer to your microphone? I can hear you, but some people in the chat are saying they can't.
Yeah.
Okay, how's that?
Better.
Better? It's
Better, mate.
All right, mate. Good on ya.
Good on you,
I
mate.
hope
Hey.
what I just said there got through enough. I don't want to.
I did. I heard you. I'm wearing headphones though, so maybe it's not so easy for other people.
So
Yeah, I agree. Are you still going on, F Dogs?
No, I'm off. I'll mute.
No one could predict how bad it's gonna be. I do know that my gas is $1 higher than it was a couple of weeks ago.
It is.
And I'm smart enough to know that petroleum is in everything, and that's how even the vegan guy is getting his exotic fruits and shit from some boat that's using diesel fuel. Even your prices will go up. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, 'cause,
right. I want to
that's
say one
exactly-
other thing. Sorry, go ahead, Ross. Then I'll speak. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, no, because the reason I asked that thing about Mr. Jang was because that's what he was kind of purporting to, is that Iran's main strategy is not to out-bomb them with missiles. It's literally to it's like a war of attrition economically. It's just to fuck everybody's economy up until the point where people have enough and then they revolt. I don't know. I don't know how you guys feel in America, but we're here in Britain. So me and D&W are from Britain, so I don't know how the American guys see it. But yeah.
I mean, it's pretty obvious.
I just want to say, hold on. I said I'd speak. I also heard today that Trump is saying, they're thinking that their job's nearly done. They can leave. Now,
He's
and
lying.
He says it's up to, he's
No,
saying
he just
it's up
sent
to
3
other-
warships
he's
there.
saying it's up. I'm fucking talking. Jesus fucking Christ. I know you're all neurodivergent, but I don't. We have to try and be. We all have to try and be normal sometimes. But listen, there is an issue here where I feel he's playing a game because he knows NATO doesn't want to help him. So in many ways, he could be dragging other countries into this because he's going to say, look, we're going to fuck off. Iran will probably still be causing trouble for its neighbors, fucking up the strait and sending missiles here and there. So you're going to have to come here anyway and sort it out because we're not going to do it. We're going to leave it to you. I wonder will he
just
try and
sent
pull that one?
ground troops in today, so I might go.
Oh no,
against the area.
I have a point about
he's
that.
going to send them. They're not at the island yet. He's going to send those ground troops, and I,
I
hope
think
they
he
all
just
die.
doubled the number today, and they're on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of misinformation coming from him. He's saying
Yeah.
things, but he's doing other things. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, so
he's
Trump-
lying.
I'll be
He's
right back.
lying.
Trump
He's
has
lying because
literally
of the
begged-
markets. Yeah.
Trump has literally begged NATO nations to give him assistance and posted angry tweets on Twitter and
Yes.
Truth Social when they
Yeah, he
said
did.
no. So they're not getting dragged into anything. Also, going back to what Roz said about Professor Jiang, most of his predictions are kind of milquetoast. I'll give him credit for being right. But like, if you look at what Iran's been doing in response to Israel bombing them in the past and and that kind of thing, it's kind of easy to see that they would just keep doing this because they tend to know that they can't outfire things. They still fire rockets on Israel to this time around, right? But that's just to keep them on edge. They don't probably expect most of those to get through. They've traditionally targeted infrastructure in retaliation for stuff after them.
Yeah, they have. Yeah. Well, like Israel and America bomb like civilian homes and shit. Yeah, and schools.
And yeah,
Mike
when he
is
says
right.
like they're
Whoever
gonna
is more
like, I've listened to
powerful
a
is
lot
gonna
of
win.
Professor Jiang too, by the way. When he says that they're gonna bomb desalination plants, like they've already done that before, and in fact, other countries have done that to Iran.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I
exactly.
wanted to get to Joe's point because yes, you're right. He has put boot soldiers on the ground. Professor Jiang says that that's not going to work for the U.S. because they're going to hide in the mountains. The problem with that is that Trump's sending Marines. Marines are special forces that are trained to act independently if they need to. Not always. There are teams as well, but a lot of these people they can just go in there by themselves and scout out and do everything that like an entire troop or troop would do. Yeah, I'll just say troop for now because I don't know the actual
It's
terminology.
an extremely long coastline, though. That's the only thing.
Yeah, and have you seen the freaking terrain and geography of Iran? It's fucking
Yeah,
more
there's mountain
mountains
ridges
in
along it.
Afghanistan,
It's crazy.
and
Yeah.
and literally they said they're ready for them, and they literally blew up their bases, so they're kind of blinded in the region. Yeah.
Do you understand
But
that
you know what? Yeah.
U.S. strike carriers, your aircraft carriers, right? Those strike carriers have enough bombing radius, like far beyond 4,000 K, and F-35s. They could easily cover that coast.
I thought they
I'm
only
not
had two
saying-
of them left.
I'm not saying that I know U.S. is going to win or Iran's going to win. I'm just saying that his argument about nonlinear warfare. Well, America's been training for nonlinear warfare since Vietnam.
Yeah, to be honest, the US does have some of the best special forces in the world. I mean, you guys have fucking Green Berets, Delta, so it'll be interesting to see how
They
those are
couldn't even
deployed.
beat the Taliban in Afghanistan after 20 years.
Yeah, but I would disagree with that because I would say, well, in conventional warfare, yeah, but also was it of any interest for the USA to carry on their campaign in Afghanistan? I mean,
Not
but if you
after
think
20
about
years.
it,
Just that,
no,
Fatima,
no, no,
right?
but
It's also like.
But if you think
the
about it,
special
1 second,
forces-
Melanie, 1 second, my friend, 1 second, hold on. I'm just saying, I know it's not a feasible option because of Geneva Convention and we're bound, but America could, in theory, even though it's not feasibly true, could have just wiped Afghanistan off the map. So they have the fucking thing, but the thing is, would they be allowed to do it? Would it be feasible? No. So fighting a conventional war, I would say it was no longer worth it because what are they actually trying to do? You know what I mean?
It was a war
They said
against
that
terrorists,
Fatima,
against the Bush.
no, they're trying to oust the Taliban, but I honestly believe that that war was just it was a shit show. It was a bad idea from the beginning because
Of course it was.
I don't believe it was just the Taliban. I mean, because a lot of the troops that went to Afghanistan, like they were getting into skirmishes and contacts with obviously like insurgents, Taliban, but it wasn't just like people always see the Taliban as like these boogeymen, like, oh, they look like this, but sometimes they would get into a contact and then they would see a guy just walking around with his goats. So how do you know he wasn't the guy just shooting at you, dropped his gun and ran around the bush? Like,
Yeah, of
so
course.
they were literally like the whole country was
Can I get in to
hostile
say
to them.
something at some point?
Yeah, so let me just finish it. So the whole country of Afghanistan was literally hostile. It wasn't just like this insurgent group, the Taliban. That's my
Yeah,
opinion. But yeah,
it
go on.
was the nation.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was the entire, and of course, the geography was impossible to penetrate in any warfare. Besides
Yeah,
just
that as
attacking
well.
some few
That as
bases.
well.
Yeah, exactly. But Iran is even more bigger and even more mountainous than Afghanistan. So I don't know how they're gonna do a ground invasion there. Those fucking disgusting pig of Americans.
So they've probably already had special forces in Iran well before this began. And they're turning people against the Iranian government and getting to work for them, help them collect information and all this stuff. Has been a massive intelligence operation going on probably since Trump got into office, if we're being honest. And special forces that they're sending in to do missions now will have a high success rate. They typically do. I know we often hear about the failures, but overall, especially if you count non-critical missions, because critical missions are just risky overall, then they have a high success rate. What you're thinking of when you're saying that they don't accomplish much goes back to that doctrine of trying to behead the beast instead of dismantling it from within. I think America is trying to do a two-pronged strategy where they're saying they're going to do one thing, right? But then they also send in their special forces in such a way that sets it up so that way they can have an actual platoons go in for a true invasion, because you can't just do an invasion of special forces. Well, at that point, they've taken out all the stuff that would make terrain an advantage, because America knows what makes terrain advantages at this point. They're not idiots, especially not military strategists. Maybe the government, but not the military strategists.
Yeah, I would say just a quick add-on to that is one thing the USA does have as an advantage is you guys have had so much war experience, whether those wars were just or not. Fighting experience is fucking fighting
I don't
experience.
know
You
if
know
you
what I
mean by
mean?
you
But
guys.
yeah.
I'm Canadian. It's
Oh,
fine, but
sorry. I thought you from the United.
I
Sorry,
fucking
I
hate
mean
the
that.
American government. I'm just trying to give what I see as like the pieces on the
Yeah.
chess.
No, I'm just saying it objectively as well. I mean, the USA has a lot of battle experience. So
But they
we'll have to
haven't
see
won a
how it
war
pans
since
out.
World War II, though. They haven't won a war since World War II. That's fact.
Well, because part of the more common argument, and this is where Professor Jane gets into hot water, in my opinion, because he kind of has a dual narrative of like, oh, America keeps losing these wars, they're incompetent, but also the military system relies on never-ending wars to profit. They don't both fit, right? Like they're both motivations, and typically only one motivation truly makes sense. It's the profiteering one, the American war machines. It's been being called out since like the 60s, if not earlier.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but the American government could be incompetent in certain ways, especially right wingers who want to make the socialist aspects incompetent. But the military leaders, they care about doing their job effectively. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Every time you see the military kind of change its internal structure and stuff like that, they're constantly reforming stuff because they're learning from prior battles. They're constantly trying to adapt to an ever-changing battlefield.
Like now, this drone war is the new war.
Yeah,
it ain't so much big ships and stuff. It's
the drone
these
war,
drones.
yeah.
But unless you've got like Global Hawks or Reapers drones, then you've got limited range, right? So there's a bit of a logistics there. Drones aren't all they're hyped up to be. What they're really hard to do is defend against. Because
Yes, that was the thing. They launched them like the earlier strikes. That's why they were so successful. They launched them in numbers that you couldn't knock them all down. And the U.S. exhausted that particular brand of interceptors, and they had to rush some more over.
That's why
there.
America's striking the hell out of Lebanon everywhere they see a drone pop up.
Of course, because that's bad press. You could use one of those to. It's easy to, I guess, easy for us to knock out their Air Force, their Navy, anything that you can see, that military targets. But the drones are underground and manufactured underground.
Yeah, no, like,
the
Iranians literally make things underground and no one even knows. They probably have like a nuke ready, and like, because the new supreme leader doesn't care about like following the law, and he doesn't have to. They killed his father and his family, so like, I don't really blame them if they wipe out every American soldier that goes there. I support that,
We'd be called the guy who they just killed his dad or whatever. He come over here and strike. That guy's a terrorist.
Yeah.
But
I
over
think Iran is
you're
like,
freedom fighter.
Yeah, I think Iran is ready to like just go extinct if it means to like, stand their last ground, because of their religion of Shia Islam, the martyrdom.
Great.
Oh yeah.
Literally, their prophet died during a battle. Like, they're not gonna just give up. They're gonna fight until the very end. That's literally in their fucking religion to die.
They would have had guerrilla tactics in mind the whole time. They was not expecting to outgun us in the air or Navy battle us. This would have to be part of their game plan.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's why the foreign minister of Iran, I forgot his name, but he's a very cool dude. He says that we're ready for Americans on the ground too, and that they did shoot down like a F-35, fighter jet.
Yeah.
So like, come on, I don't think
I don't
his
think any
argument.
special forces is going to be like as predictably good as people like to make him out to be, and like the American military is also fucking stupid too. They're using ChatGPT to like recommend strategies now. So yeah.
I also
that's no
think they
respect.
shot down a couple of those refueling planes. At first, they were trying to make it like they ran into each other. I think now they admit that they shot them down.
So, by the way, the American military has been using computers since like the 50s to help them strategize. And,
Yeah,
and
but ChatGPT, like, come on now, bro. Like, that's not.
they're using that as a layer on top of their currently existing models to.
Bro,
give
they
them-
might be using the premium version, bro. Yeah.
The good shit.
Yeah, not the free shit, bro. They're using that $300 a month shit. You know what I'm saying?
And by the way, this is probably something that's like trained on military specific data, so that way you can give military specific advice. Just pointing that out there, like a private server, right? Like basic stuff.
I'm thinking it's probably because they're idiots. It's a bunch of Trump
They're not
kids
idiots.
and somebody else. Oh
Not in
no!
the military.
Wait. Let
Not
me
in the
finish.
military.
Let me finish
Yes, they are
anyway.
idiots.
Even if you
They are
disagree, let me
idiots.
finish with it because they already got busted doing the shit in the signal chats and shit that was they should have been
Yeah, they
talking
got
about.
busted.
That's the government, not the military, Joe. I'm talking about military leaders.
At this point, to me, like the government and the army are one and the same now.
Of course, the government is going to make the plans and then send them to the military with some of them.
Exactly. What the fuck?
And they're going to discuss them after the military tells them.
Trump specifically is the executive chief of the military as well. He's the one thing that brings the government and the military
Exactly,
together.
and he's fucking
There's
stupid.
nobody beneath him aside from advisors and the generals who he talks directly to are people from the military. Now, I'm not saying that all generals are perfect or like
It doesn't matter that
military,
they're from the
but
military.
that's just
That's
not how it
irrelevant.
works.
Those military people and Trump, they're going to talk to everybody else and they'll have secret shit. And those are your weak links who will put it out there.
Well, let's just point out we're the ones with inferior information. So our ability to believe that they're the incompetent ones, might just be them having good infosec. Which is
I think how
security.
they're performing in the fucking region in like the Gulf states, I think they are pretty fucking just retarded because like they're losing bases, they're losing people, they're losing oil. Israel's getting bombarded, and like they just hit the other day Hafia, the plant chemical industry, which is pretty big. There's more outages in Israel now.
They didn't plan for the Strait of Hormuz being cut off.
No one planned for that.
I knew
so
that
no,
on
I no.
fucking YouTube.
Like
I
no,
was
I
saying
think
on
that
YouTube,
the
you gotta protect that before it happens.
I mean, again, they mostly only seem to be cutting off to America and its allies, and America has WTI to offset that. So
they making announcements that it's closed. Period. I heard one on the air today.
yeah, no, there's still ships going through for sure.
No,
Yeah,
but they're saying it's closed.
But Chinese ships that pay the fee to the Iranians, they're letting the Iranian government is letting some ships through, but not all of them. They literally shut down a Thai ship.
To people who don't support America, which is actually a very cogent way of doing that.
Who cares? That's how the game works. Yeah, so only like Chinese ships are going through there, and China's making a lot of Russia's making a lot of money from this because the European EU, seeing as like the Straits closed, they have to go to Russia now, which is so fucking ironic because the EU was against Russia anything. Like, they were against buying their oil, they were sanctioning them, but now they're crawling back to fucking Putin now for like his oil because look, we can't get from Africa anymore their oil because the fucking Straits closed. So we're gonna go to fucking Russia. And now I just read now that Trump is starting to ease some sanctions on both Iran and Russia so that they can get cheap
on the oil. I thought that was crazy. I saw that today
yeah,
too. He
fucking
eased the
crazy.
sanctions
Only
on
until April 20th, they say. Then after that, it's back to like a business. Yeah, because
But the
it's
fact
only
that
about-
he did that is a huge concession for him. He's a warmonger. It just shows that he sees the public, and he hears everybody talking about inflation has went up 5.2%, all that bullshit. He hear that shit.
He doesn't care, Joe. He's a fucking narcissist, that guy.
He
I tell you
is.
that.
He is. He got pressure.
So is him and every freaking American president before and possibly after.
Not
They're all
like
being
him. Nothing
narcissists.
like him, man. No, that dude. No, he's
Yeah,
different.
he's peaking.
Yo. He's peaking.
He's peaking, yeah, but I still think that the most aggressive president was fucking both both of the
With
Bushes.
Lorna Bushes, I know you're gonna say that they were lunatics.
They were
both of
fucking
them.
bloodthirsty for
That war machine, that military war industrial complex, they fed it like nobody else, man. All of them
Exactly.
feed it though.
All of them feed it, and now Trump is now because earlier this year he went
Yeah.
after.
So, Joe,
Huh?
Nobody
No, go ahead,
knows
go ahead.
surprise like Japan. Did you see Trump saying that yesterday in the?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I did. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
He
Whoa.
humiliated their government.
Wait, guys, I have two questions. So, Joe, first one to you. As I take it, you're in the US, right?
Yeah.
So, what's your take on the whole trying to oust the regime of Iran in general? Like, as an American, what's your take on it?
I thought the one in Venezuela was bad. I think this one, he got overconfident. He was like, damn, one strike in one night and I can have their country. And I think the whole thing is evil, what do you call it? Forced doctrine bullshit. That's my take on it.
Yeah, and also D&W. I want to ask you as a fellow Brit, what's your take on this shit? Because they hit one of our bases, isn't it, in Cyprus? So
What's my take on it?
yeah,
It's a very hairy situation, brother.
Oh, that's a bit of a dodge.
Yeah, come on, bro.
I mean, what could be wrong with getting rid of
a bunch of Muslims?
What?
No. What could be wrong with getting rid of a dictator? That's one way of looking at it.
We said the same thing to fucking a Saddam, a Gaddafi.
I know, but the problem is how they go about it. That's the problem. How they go about it.
Yeah, it destroys the country and kills a lot of people.
I'm worried about the infrastructure of the country and the civilians.
Yeah,
exactly.
And the aftermath as well. I mean, look what after toppling the leaders in Iraq and Syria.
And to
you
be
had
quite
fucking
frank,
ISIS.
I don't understand in modernity, especially with the intelligence and the technology they have, why they have to ruin countries. You know.
Exactly. Yeah. They don't have to. And like here's
I don't think they have to. That's what makes me wonder what the hell's going on, you know?
And like
but
here's my other take on it too.
Yeah.
Like why does American care if like some authoritarian government that's against them is like doing stuff to their own civilians? That's their domestic problems. Like literally I had this argument with like one of my friends, my brother's friends. He came over. His name is M. I call him for short. And he's like, hey, so what do we do with like, you know, like these crazy Islamic or like these crazy communist or like fascistic regimes across the world? What do we do? I'm like, who gives a fuck? Let them sort themselves out. Like we shouldn't be in their fucking business. Who cares if they're killing their own
when
people?
you said fascistic, I thought you were talking about us. I don't know.
No. Yeah, he said that.
Denizen is here after some time. Denizen, you're on the show. What would you like to say, brother? Good to see you again.
What's up, Dan? It's probably
mic check.
Yeah, you got you. We got you.
All good, man.
Greetings, friends. How is everyone this evening?
Well, I got 4 lighters
good,
and I can't find but one of them, and it doesn't work right. So I'm, that's me.
I just got an oversized torch lighter and I never lose it.
That's pretty bad. This is a really late stream for DNW. I'm surprised to see you on this late.
Yeah, well, he's a bit of a pussy. What can I tell you?
Sometime we started a long time ago.
Has everybody given their take on if they were ultimate dictator?
Yeah, so far.
Yeah, I said transhumanism. So I came in pretty much last with transhumanism. So what's your take, Denny?
Well, what is ultimate power? Is it godly or is it stately?
Well, the way I understood it, it was like your God. Anything you thought could happen or will happen.
Well, I mean, I would be pretty hesitant to make changes about things I don't understand. Does ultimate knowledge come with this ultimate power?
I don't know.
I would have started with the state level.
No, but you could. you could bring it in, I suppose. If you have ultimate power, you might have ultimate knowledge. I don't know.
So that's probably what I would do. Is the first thing is I would grant myself ultimate knowledge, and then I would know whether or not I'm screwing up if I do things which would be that I would have an inclination to do, which would be to bring like right now there's a migration crisis in Europe, and politicians are pretending to solve the problem legislatively and economically. I would just put a big fat green, forest in the middle of Syria.
Syria?
That
Why Syria?
well, that's where they're coming from. That's where most of the migrants are being pushed from.
Oh, true.
I
Yeah,
would
well,
just give them rainfall and water there, but
yeah, true. Yeah,
that's
well,
only if I knew it wouldn't completely toss the rest of the planet out of whack,
yeah,
Because if
true.
I put a rainforest in Syria, what's going to happen to the rainforest in South America? I don't know.
Why not put these forests in the European countries?
Well, they don't need food. If they're
Let them starve. Good point.
yeah. So, but I mean, if they did, if they were short on farms, I'd give them more farmland
Trees
too.
don't grow fast enough for what's happening.
Well, they definitely grow faster under like
Unless those fucking forests were laden with animals to hunt and eat.
Right. I could, I would create an established rainforest.
By the way,
Denison, they were talking about possible World War III and the Iran situation.
Mhm.
Any news? Have you found out anything of vital knowledge that's vital that we know?
There was
More
one thing I
No,
Is
I've
Iran
been pretty
good or bad?
unplugged. But
Oh.
this is kind of, I'm old enough to have seen this before. This is just round 2 of the same game. And I would say this is World War III was the Cold War. And we're entering into a warmer phase of that same Cold War, where what America referred to its economic competition as communist, I don't think ever was communist. There's no evidence that it ever was communist. And it certainly isn't communist today. Just objectively, China and Russia are not communist. And we're still
Russia's
fighting
not.
the same. We're still fighting the same proxy war with those countries. Nobody cares about Iran. I'm sure Israel has more of an interest.
Oh yeah,
but
Don't you think you're kind of
that's
speaking
that's
out
why
of
we
both sides of your mouth with that one though?
we-
Because like on one hand, you're saying, "Oh fuck, I'm tired." You're saying that this is a proxy war. This is the same thing that's always been going on. On the other hand, you're saying it's World War III. World War III would look a lot different than the same thing that's always been going on.
No, it wouldn't. We could call it
Wouldn't
World War
Trump
One.
not getting ally support also remove the chances of this being a world war until they come back in?
No, they're participating. They're already in now.
No.
The countries that
literally
talk
said,
shit on
"Trump,
the TV.
we're not there for you," and he threw a tantrum. On
Yeah, that's on TV. In reality, look
Okay.
it up. They're all
Cool.
participating.
How? Well, where are you looking?
Just do a Google search. Go by country. What is England's involvement in the Iran war? What is France's involvement in the Iran war? What is Germany's involvement in the Iran war?
Well,
You'll see
Trump
they're
won.
doing. Everybody's doing with their own versions of fighting Iran, that are in NATO, and Turkey
So,
especially.
I think you're confusing
The
support
burdens
roles.
have shifted.
Pretty
Yeah,
sure
but
you're not
support roles are support roles. Just so they
Right.
can blame America for the bombing doesn't mean it's not World War III.
And I partially
And
agree
World
with
War
you
III
that
is the same as
involvement.
World War II, and it's the same
Denison,
war
can I
as
finish,
World War
please?
One too. They're all a continuation of the same exact military action.
Denison, I need to finish. I partially
Wow,
agree
you
with
interrupted me, dog.
talking.
Well, it kind of felt like it was a back
You
and forth.
interrupted me to tell me that I was wrong.
Sure.
Go ahead.
So now instead of saying what I wanted to say, I
man.
got to tell you how to Google that we're still all participating in this war.
That's not a good enough answer, and especially because it's like if you really look at things
All right, well, you go ahead and you give your opinion then.
in world wars, all the countries took on more than a support role. They all pitched in soldiers, and didn't stay on like the back.
That's not how wars are fought anymore. We don't do
Britain
soldiers.
authorized the U.S. to use their bases to strike
Then you're making
Iran.
an argument.
That
Then
was
you're making
Britain.
Dennison. Then you're making an argument that we're not going to have any more world wars.
No, it is a world war because all the countries are involved.
I think that's just sensationalism.
I think that's just ignorance.
Okay. What makes it a world war then?
When all the countries are involved.
Any involvement whatsoever, like passing intelligence?
Yes, if they have a vested interest in the war. When
No,
the countries are participated in the war,
they'll
that's
also
what
do
makes it
that-
a world
They'll
war.
also do that because they have defense agreements that says that they will share information with other countries.
Yeah, it's that makes it a lot easier to force other countries to be involved.
And I agree. It's to me, it's not a good enough justification, but they're not necessarily doing it because they're part of the war.
I'm not justifying anything. I'm merely telling you how it is. If
How
you
it
think
could
all
be
the
done
NATO allies,
emotionally.
I disagree.
all
I
the
disagree.
NATO allies are participating in this war with the United States, despite talking shit on TV about how they're not doing anything.
That would make the Iraq War a world war and all sorts of things. So that seems.
What
to
about
be a
the
very
Ukraine war then? Wouldn't
No,
that
not nearly
make
as
the
many
Ukraine
countries
war?
were involved in Iraq. And
Ukraine
Iraq
war.
is, yes, it's another continuation of World War III.
Canada even had boots on the ground in Iraq.
Yeah, it's another continuation of
Every
World War III.
Actually, most NATO countries had boots in the ground in Iraq.
It's another continuation of World War III.
I don't agree with you.
Okay. I don't agree with you.
You just made the term world war meaningless.
No, I didn't.
You kind of have.
No.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
How
what
many
else to
countries
say.
helped us in Venezuela?
In Venezuela? Nobody.
What about the Balkans?
No, there was the British froze Maduro's asset. They froze his asset and they froze other government assets.
Is
The-
that
the British-
diplomatic though?
What about
You could argue that's
Somalia?
Diplomatic. I don't know. to be
Mogadishu.
honest. Sure, but like,
How about
again,
the war in
These would
Africa
not
with
be
the Congo?
world
your
warship.
criteria for involvement is so loose that your definition of world war
It's
is
when
meaningless.
all the largest, most powerful countries on the face of the planet are all involved in attacking the same person.
Typically
Yes.
by
I
committing their own
wouldn't call
soldiers.
it. I
That's what I
wouldn't
call
call
a
it
world war.
It'll be a world war when China invades Taiwan. When that happens, then they'll
Yeah,
say
will it
shit
be a
will
world
really
war
hit
No,
then?
it's
the
two
Hell,
separate conflicts.
Taiwan belongs to
It's
China.
a world war now because the Chinese are funding and providing weapons to Iran.
Yes, they are, and so are the Russians. And
when is
the
it by
South
your
Koreans.
definition, Mel, a world war?
When all the
Yeah.
countries have soldiers with boots on the ground and are
Nah, that's never going to happen again.
well, then there's never going to be a world war again.
Your definition is the meaningless definition.
Okay, you're going to take a lot more to convince me of that than the other way around. So have at it.
Nah, I don't need to convince you at all.
Okay.
Yeah, it works both ways, Mel. If a lot of countries have boots on the ground now. The alternate of that would be the opposite of that would
Right.
be it's not a world war until every country has boots on the ground. I'm sure you wouldn't hold
Right.
to that.
No, that's a good
So
point. I
if
would
the
I would
truth
probably
lies
expand my
somewhere in the middle.
definition, just slightly adjust it to be participating in invasion, to be specific.
Well, what's
What if not
participation?
all countries are actively
on the
participating?
ground.
Some are just droning, and
Boots on the ground is participation. You see?
and 50% have
Yeah, but
boots
it's
on
a
the
very
ground.
it's a very specific form of participation instead of all forms of participation.
Right. I would say all forms of participation because
I
that's
think it's just a
war.
weak definition. Yeah, that's all war.
And so is yours.
Yeah,
Yours
they're
is
all
far too
participating in
narrow.
war, just not a world war. They're all participating
When
in
it
war.
span, well, what makes it a world war is it spans multiple continents.
Sort of. The real thing that links it historically is all the Allied countries and Axis countries brought boots to the ground to try to invade each other, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Try to push
Wait,
their
what's the
front lines into
actual
other countries.
dictionary definition of world war? Sorry to interrupt, guys. What's the actual dictionary definition of world war?
Yeah, I
I mean,
think
gonna
you're
do
adding
this.
boots on the ground.
It
'Cause
does
I-
align with me. That's why I don't even want to do this. Like, I feel like if we're gonna do this, then it's just like
A shit flinging
we're too
fest.
far in.
yeah, because then it's ultimately subjective, then, isn't it? if
No, it's
everybody
not.
has
There is
their
a
own definition.
definition that sides with
Yes.
me,
So what's the
but I don't need
definition? That's
that.
what I'm asking. What's the objective definition?
Well, I mean, there's going to be some points that vary, but they vary around the point of having boots on the ground as an allied force, all countries.
All right. On here, Google's
just-
award
not just
war
sharing
is an
intelligence.
international conflict involving most of the world's major powers, characterized by a global scale, massive, widespread combat across multiple continents, and often total mobilization of resources.
Total mobilization.
Okay, that's
I don't think we
yeah,
have
yeah.
massive widespread combat.
By total mobilization of resources is that is quite definitive, I would argue.
That's a better way of putting it for sure.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
like that
Well,
one.
that doesn't sound like a thing.
That means you're not just sharing intelligence. You're not just doing support. You're not just putting boots on the ground. You're doing all of those things. at
Yeah,
once.
I would agree with
To
that. I
the
can agree with that.
to the extent possible for every single nation. I mean, then World War II isn't a world war.
No, it's not. It's total mobilization of resources that can go to war. You don't mobilize things like you don't mobilize.
Yeah,
your
not
ship.
every not every country involved in the war did total mobilization of their resources. A lot of them just pitched in equipment or money.
But we're talking about major powers still, right?
I think they're also talking about resources that would be geared toward war. They can't be talking about everything, but they've put everything that they could.
Yeah, you're not becoming a war nation over this. Like that's not the criteria.
The one criteria I would agree with, and it doesn't meet in this case, is combat across multiple locations.
Okay, let's agree to disagree along those lines, and
Because the Cold War definitely involved that.
Between
there were
just
proxy
countries,
wars
though.
all over the place. Yeah, but
that
it
was-
happened worldwide.
Yeah, so again, I would just disagree with you because it's between two countries and doesn't count as
But
widespread.
it wasn't just between two countries.
Which one, Russia or the one? No, it can't
Russia
be
and
one.
America.
The Cold War.
It pretty much was between Russia and America primarily.
Yeah,
They-
it
they're-
was.
I mean, tell that to the Viet Cong.
I'm not saying they
tell that to the Koreans. Tell that to the Cubans.
Yeah, what about the Bay of Pigs invasion?
I mean, you know what? I'm gonna sit back because,
But that's because
there's
America
there's
had
there's disagreements and then there's just ass hattery that I'm not going to engage with.
But true or false, America/Russia were interested in those places as strategic.
And that's exactly what's
landmarks.
happening with Iran.
Exactly, but
Their those places' only involvement is that America or Russia wanted to use them.
And that's exactly
comes
what's
back
happening
to
with
those-
Iran.
So you
which is
don't
why
have-
I made the comparison to begin with.
Yeah, if the Allied forces were also involved during that time, I'd agree with you. Like actually,
The Allied forces were
showing up
100.
in America.
Then it's saying
Dude,
that
the
they
French
did the proxy
were
war shit.
invaded Vietnam.
Did they have total mobilization of resources?
No, because that does. What is that? That is not even a thing. How do you measure total mobilization of
So
resources?
If you have X amount of reserve soldiers, you send out X amount of reserve soldiers. and
Right,
you
so
probably
unless
can-
you've sent every single fucking thing you possibly can that it's not a world war, that definition sucks.
That's not what I said.
Oh my god.
For
Yeah, I'm
the-
tapping
for-
out.
Yeah, for purposes of
You're being
this,
deliberately obtuse tonight, Mel. I'm gonna let you have this one. I can't with you right now.
assuming the gray spot in here are the amount of proxy wars being fought, the amount of involvement, how many people are giving money to other people, ships, bombs, and that type of shit. So his argument now, it's a lot of that shit going on now. For sure, everybody's involved once this oil shit got involved. So by his definition, that's why he's saying all the world is involved in this motherfucker. I think Mel, you're leaning toward more of the visual, everybody's getting destroyed and blown up definition.
Yeah, now we have the opposite situation where there is widespread conflict, just not much mobilization of resources aside from America and Russia. America
Certainly
literally built
not
a missile
military.
system around it, so credit where
Certainly
it's due.
not
They mobilized
military
their
resources.
resources. Yeah, military resources.
Yeah. I can't believe Trump fucking released some of the restrictions on Iran. you know what it took for him to do that. Who yells at him? If it had to be really he don't change.
Well, you do know he's not the one in charge, right? You know he's not really the one in
That's
charge.
so I'm
Right?
wondering who was the guy on the other end of the phone, or was it an accumulation of shit, or was it a motherfucker, a group of
He's
motherfuckers
not
on the
the one
phone?
in charge of the United States government. He's not the one in charge.
I'm
That's
agreeing with you. I am saying that whoever is in charge, I wonder who called him to say what they came up with.
They freaking they have small hats. I'll say that much.
There would have been one of them.
Wow. Okay, disavow, and we're just gonna dog whistles on here. Not gonna lie.
Wait,
I got
what?
other things to do.
He said disavowed that comment or something along those lines.
Oh, I mean small heads?
Yes, controlling
That's a J.
Trump.
You're JQing right now, right?
I mean, have you read the Epstein files? That pretty much confirms everything that I've been hearing all my life.
Who cares about the Epstein files, though? I mean, if you've been paying attention, people have been saying this
Yeah,
stuff.
no, I'm
for
paying
decades.
attention, and I'm not going to be on here with Nazis. Sorry. Have a good night.
All right.
I mean, I'm about to leave too. Yeah.
All right.
Later.
Damn.
Well, yeah, people,
so
I think the problem is people just want to blame the Jays for everything because they're pretty much front line and center when it comes to things, but they're getting manipulated and played too. They're psyopsed into basically being pawns of some god who's chosen them for some purpose they don't even understand.
That's an interesting take.
Yeah, well, it's the British Empire that created Israel. It carved it out of World War II.
Yep.
We're still experiencing the ramifications of that war
I think the
and
Rothschilds
that decision.
gave them something too. It gave their paper.
Balfour
Their name is
Declaration.
on there. The Rothschilds had something. to do
And
with it,
I
too.
think it was deliberate. It's a military outpost. It's supposed to represent Anglo-American oil interests
Yeah, and
in
those
the Middle
people
East.
are basically
it's-
guinea pigs. You know,
And it's used. We use them as a scapegoat because it's easy to blame the Jews for everything, and we can pretend like they control our government, and then our government doesn't have to take any responsibility for what's happening. And we use it to militarily encircle China and to cut off Russia from supplying and receiving oil from Europe.
We're using each other, is what you're saying, I think.
And here's the thing: there's so many people who are okay with this because they think China and Russia are just inherently evil countries who need to be put down.
Yes, right. And for that matter, all those Middle Eastern countries, especially if they're Muslim, people are very callous toward them.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, you have to put your big boy pants on and game theorize this out. I don't want China to win, right? So, well, I'd love to live in a planet where we could all get along and sing "Kumbaya," but we do not live on that planet. And a lot of people who come on this channel will not admit to you certain truths, like the fact that as dirty and corrupt and murderous as the CIA is, it's not as bad as the Chinese CCP. You don't want China ruling over your government. You don't want the Ayatollah running your country. It will be markedly worse.
I would agree with that, Dan, but I don't think that therefore only two options exist. You got to destroy them before they destroy you. I wouldn't come to that conclusion.
Well, that's not what we're doing.
Okay.
We're starving them of the oil that they need in order to compete with us militarily.
That's what I mean. I wouldn't think that I have to hurt them in order to compete. That's like me and another guy in the race, and I'm thinking, well, I don't want that guy to win, so I'm going to tie his shoelaces. I think outwork him, outthink him.
No, that's naive.
No,
and
I
arrogant.
disagree with that. I disagree. Can I just say one thing about this?
You cut his
But
Achilles tendon.
China is in the same. You know how America has like so many military bases. China's pretty much doing the same shit, man, just on a smaller scale. I mean, they literally got their claws dug into Africa, and they're literally what's it called, exploiting the shit out of Africa, which nobody talks about.
That's
Conveniently.
part of outthinking them.
No, but what I'm saying is, the China
Yeah,
is directly competing with the US for literally world dominion. You know what I mean?
I am in agreement
Because
with all of those things. I don't think the way to do it is to now cut their throats. I think there would be another way around it without
well, we're not cutting their throats.
well, whatever it
We're
is,
no
crippling
one's
them.
even attacked China.
Well, well, I
We just
mean,
have all our chips in Taiwan, and we have Israel, taking out Iran.
all violent shit. I would assume I'd make a better deal with the people, something in their interest. I'd fucking charm everybody, including China. You know, I'd go that route rather than me thinking I got to do the other thing. That shit is the stick and a carrot. The carrot, people used to think stick way too much. I think carrot is way more effective and underused.
yeah, but look at the Ukraine situation, though. I mean, the whole NATO Russia thing that was inevitable. I know some people
Yes,
might argue differently because look, Russia has to protect its interests, even though I'm not pro Russia. I'm anti Russia for
I
obvious reasons.
understand though.
But also we need. It makes much more sense for the Ukrainians to join us as NATO. You know what I mean? So that type of shit cannot be diplomatically solved because you saw what fucking Putin did. He's like, you know what? Fuck this. Mobilize,
I'm
send in
not.
the troops, and he's annexed part of Ukraine. So what do
It
you do
could
in
have
that
been
situation?
diplomatically avoided. I saw Russia getting surrounded by NATO. Everybody else saw it. Russia exclaimed, cried out, and everything. So if
Yeah,
diplomatically, you wouldn't have been doing no shit like that, surrounding them. So I can show you I have a stick around you. That's what kicked all
I'm I'm
everything off.
I'm not sure that's a 1-to-1 comparison. I think that Russia probably would have joined NATO if we let them.
Yeah, yes, yes.
I'm not entirely
Stick and
convinced that.
carrot.
Well, I mean but the Russians are not the Chinese though. So I think in this case, carrot might have worked, but that's because we have fundamental similarities in and mutual interests. The Russian people and the American people do.
I would say carrot
Um,
would be easier because of that, but you just have to
yeah,
find what the fucking Chinese people want and
but
carrot them in a different way. It may be more difficult.
yeah, I don't think Russia and China are comparable in that way because I think Russia would be happy um
They would
if
be.
with a greater Russia, right? Like
It would be.
the like a return to the old empire's borders and having sovereignty over its own economic activities in the area. I don't think that's true for the Chinese. I think the Chinese
Want to
are
extend their reach?
they're every bit as bent on global domination as any other country or race has
Okay, the
been.
first thing that pops in my head is how do I stop that? I'm outside of stick. So the first thing I do is I start plotting. I wouldn't put this out there first, but I would expose that shit and paint it in a negative light. That part. But in the meantime, I'd befriend those fucks, and I'd find out, what they're after, this and that. Give them a few things, and show them a light, like, this is possible. I talked to so and so. I did all of this. And then I'd pub them up as they're the greatest thing in the world. China will be the most happiest fucks in the world. Then I snatch the rug out from under them and say, they could have gotten that shit that we all wanted for them, including themselves, if they didn't do this one thing. I'd start with that philosophy.
What does it look like? I mean, you kind of described now.
Here, I can describe what it looks like. Here, what is his name? YouTube, News Now New England. Uh, that dude, for whatever reason, I wanted him gone, and that's what I did to dude. I I told him because he fancied himself a cop watcher. I told him, I went over there, I hung out, befriended him, told him, I'd invite some of these big guys you want to meet over here, but it's just too fucking disgusting. And he was like, Ray, Joe's right. We're going to clean it up, blah, blah, blah. I had News Now Ninja come over. Everything went swimmingly. And then, it went back to disgusting. And then I said it again. Now, everybody was already abandoning his ass for a host of other reasons. I hope you remember this when it happened. The last person he had left was that guy, Mike Taylor. and I had to pull off that last piece. And I did that while Mike was on panel. I told him so-and-so wanted to come on. Mike was like, don't you see what he's doing? He was like, no, we need Rogue Nation over here, Mike. You cut it out. And Mike abandoned him. Yes, and then he was open for me to make my move, and he lost his channel.
I'm just saying that what you described your tactics sounds exactly like what the United States is doing to China already.
Yes, I would agree. That's example of having and ultimately having to use the stick if he lost his channel. But I've used that shit over and over again, and motherfuckers improve. Like the 10th man, I think I've used that same philosophy, and his channel's still up, and he's a better fucking person by using carrot over stick. I
China's
understand that
using
nigga's
stick.
a narcissist. What?
China's using stick.
Yes. 10th man would be using stick in my analogy. And the way I get
Are you going to respond to stick with carrot?
Yes, I did it. I'm saying it worked for 10th man because remember, no one liked him in the past. Everybody hated him, burned him. Everybody that ever met him hated him. I excuse me, Lord. I worked with him and blah, blah, blah. Carrot showed him, give him interviews with the big motherfuckers that he wanted to, helped him make sure all of these things went well when he behaved and all of that shit. I think we got a much better version of 10th man. He's more social and all of that. I think after a while, he brought some of these things. He's molding himself in that direction at this point.
Okay, but in this analogy, 10th man is a global superpower that's already attacking you.
Yes.
It's already using stick.
Yes. And now,
China is building bases. They're creating islands in the South China Sea.
You understand? That's what I'm saying. 10th was when we started this. He was using stick, bomb. And now, he's just using verbiage in my analogy. Because I use carrot all
so we just need to be nicer to China.
Oh, we got to be smart. That reduces it too much, right? That reduces it too much. We got to be smart. It may call for not nice at some points, but what you don't have to do is that other option. In fact, you won't agree with this part of the philosophy, but I think that's inherently, if I start off doing a thing through violence or anger or blah, 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 I think I curse myself. I think I curse my endeavors. I think a foundation built in honesty, truth, blah, 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 is much more lasting and me and other people can give a hand more.
So what do you think about the inevitability of the China going after Taiwan? Because that's definitely going to happen. Because they were conducting military naval exercises. I mean, that's not a bluff. They're getting ready. They're just biding their time. So, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got a buddy who says that in NPC the game, and I immediately asked him when I saw this new escalation. I was like, should I be worried? Because I've been worried about a bunch of shit, and he's like, it's normal. And he said, no, this is not unprecedented. He say if there were planes flying over, then I get worried because I asked him for something, and he was like, if planes were flying over, but he's like, the ships and all of the posturing and shit, they're super used to it.
Yeah, but my point is with those naval exercises, what they're actually simulating is a full naval blockade of Taiwan so that it cannot be
They
helped
do
by
that
its
all
allies.
the time, though, is my point. They do that type of shit all the time.
So the way I see it, basically what I'm trying to say is I see that as like, are you familiar with like anacondas and boa constrictors, how they can sometimes size up their prey before even attempting to eat it?
Octopus would be really good at that, I think.
Yeah. So I see it as, unfortunately, there's certain conflicts that can't be avoided. I mean, it's just in the strategic interest. China will want to annex Taiwan, and then I don't know what they start. And they
here's
also
my argument over there. They haven't done it yet. Meaning, there's an N-word, some way, something I can do there to even put them in the other direction. They don't want to do it. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Y'all ain't did it yet. It's like, dude, keep talking about jumping off that building. Iran, keep talking about blowing some shit up. You ain't did it yet. Nigga, I can talk you off that ledge.
Yeah. I'm not so sure with what Denizen said about Russia, though. I don't know if they could be talked into joining NATO. I
You
think
know,
Russia has its own. I think Russia has its own sort of its own vision for itself. I don't think it sees
and
itself
you're
as part of
European,
NATO.
right? You're European. Where are you?
Sorry,
Where?
guys, that's the gong to say we've gone on too long. We will
Oh
shut
shit!
the show
Okay.
down. If anybody, no, it's cool, man. If anybody wants to come on and chat backstage, link is in the live chat. I'll put it in there now. The link is under the video, but I'll put the video.
Guys, it's been a fucking great night talking to everyone, and I'm out. Have a good night, man. All the best, guys.
You as well. You cats be
Okay, Ross, great to have you here as always, mate. Have a good one. Yeah, guys, link is in the live chat. If you want to come on and chat backstage, that goes for Chickpea, Brother Marcus, Craig, whoever else is there. Do let us know. Sea Lust, Melanie, Divine. Yeah, Life, Abolitionism. Yeah, Shideo, Yerf Dogs. I don't know if he's still around. Are You Puking? The GTG T. Yeah, it's quite a few watching there today, so it was good. Thank you for everything, and thank you for participating. So, Joe Cool, doesn't look like anybody wants to come on, so I'll give the closing remarks to you, because Denizen just left. But Joe Cool left as well. All right, well, that's it, I suppose. Nobody wants to give closing remarks. Fair enough. Fair enough. At least Sea Lust enjoyed it. Right, we'll play an outro or something, I suppose, if I can find it. It should be somewhere. I used to have one. There we go. Bye, everybody. See you next time.
Truth is fleeting, shadows call. We search for meaning, we question all. The path is winding, the veil is thin. Beyond illusion, let the journey begin. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Voices whisper, thoughts collide. Truths are hidden deep inside. The world's a riddle, a shifting dream. Reality isn't what it seems. Seeking knowledge, breaking chains. Through the echoes, through the pain. One more question, one more spark. We chase the light inside the dark. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. Make Gnosis bring you peace of mind. Until next time, keep your mind wide. Stay curious and let wisdom guide you. Let us hope we each seek what we're meant to find. May Gnosis bring you peace of